Book 8, Chapters 4 and 5 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 4 ends in war more precisely defined. Overthrow of the enemy. The aim of war in conception must always be the overthrow of the enemy. This is the fundamental idea from which we set out. Now, what is this overthrow? It does not always imply as necessary the complete conquest of the enemy's country. If the Germans had reached Paris in 1792, there, in all human probability, the war with the revolutionary party would have been brought to an end at once for a season. It was not at all necessary at that time to beat their armies beforehand, for those armies were not yet to be looked upon as potent powers in themselves singly. On the other hand, in 1814, the Allies would not have gained everything by taking Paris, if Bonaparte had still remained at the head of a considerable army. But as his army had nearly melted away, therefore also in the year 1814 and 1815, the taking of Paris decided all. If Bonaparte, in the year 1812, either before or after taking Moscow, had been able to give the Russian army of 120,000 on the Kaluga road a complete defeat, such as he gave the Austrians in 1805 and the Prussian army 1806, then the possession of that capital would have most probably have brought about a peace, although an enormous tract of country still remained to be conquered. In the year 1805 it was the Battle of Austerlitz that was decisive, and therefore the previous possession of Vienna and two-thirds of the Austrian states was not sufficient weight to gain for Bonaparte a peace. But, on the other hand also, after that Battle of Austerlitz, the integrity of Hungary, still intact, was not of sufficient weight to prevent the conclusion of peace. In the Russian campaign, the complete defeat of the Russian army was the last blow required. The Emperor Alexander had no other army at hand, and therefore peace was the certain consequence of victory. If the Russian army had been on the Danube, along with the Austrian, and had shared in its defeat, then, probably, the conquest of Vienna would not have been necessary, and peace would have been concluded in Linz. In other cases, the complete conquest of a country has not been sufficient, as in the year 1807 in Prussia, when the blow levelled against the Russian auxiliary army, in the doubtful battle of Eylau, was not decisive enough, and the undoubted victory of Friedland was required as a finishing blow, like the victory of Austerlitz in the previous year. We see that here also the result cannot be determined from general grounds, the individual causes which no one knows who is not on the spot, and many of a moral nature which are never heard of, even the smallest traits and accidents which only appear in history as anecdotes, are often decisive. All that theory can say here is as follows: that the great point is to keep the overruling relations of both parties in view. Out of them a certain centre of gravity, a centre of power and movement, will form itself, on which everything depends, and against the centre of gravity of the enemy, the concentrated blow of all the forces must be directed. The little always depends on the great, the unimportant on the important, and the accidental on the essential. This must guide our view. Alexander had his centre of gravity in his army. So had Gustavus Adolphus, Charles XII and Frederick the Great, and the career of any one of them would soon have been brought to a close by the destruction of his army. In states torn by internal dissensions, this centre generally lies in the capital. In small states dependent on greater ones, it lies generally in the army of these allies. In a confederacy, it lies in the unity of interests, in a national insurrection, in the person of the chief leader, and in public opinion. Against these points the blow must be directed. If the enemy by this loses his balance, no time must be allowed for him to recover it. The blow must be persistently repeated in the same direction, or, in other words, the conqueror must always direct his blows upon the mass, but not against a fraction of the enemy. It is not by conquering one of the enemy's provinces, with little trouble and superior numbers, and preferring the more secure possession of this unimportant conquest to great results, but by seeking out constantly the heart of the hostile power and staking everything in order to gain all, that we can effectually strike the enemy to the ground. But whatever may be the central point of the enemy's power against which we are to direct our operations, still the conquest and destruction of his army is the surest commencement, and in all cases the most essential. Hence we think that according to the majority of ascertained facts, the following circumstances chiefly bring about the overthrow of the enemy. 1. Dispersion of his army if it forms in some degree a potential force. 2. Capture of the enemy's capital city, if it is both the centre of the power of the state and the seat of political assemblies and actions. 3. An effectual blow against the principal ally, if he is more powerful than the enemy himself. We have always hitherto supposed the enemy in war as a unity, which is allowable for considerations of a very general nature, but having said that the subjugation of the enemy lies in the overcoming of his resistance, concentrated in the centre of gravity, we must lay aside this supposition and introduce the cases in which we have to deal with more than one opponent. If two or more states combine against a third, that combination constitutes in a political aspect only one war. At the same time, this political union has also its degrees. The question is whether each state in the coalition possesses an independent interest in, and an independent force with which to prosecute the war, or whether there is one amongst them on whose interests and forces those of the others lean for support. The more that the last is the case, the easier it is to look upon the different enemies as one alone, and the more readily we can simplify our principal enterprise to one great blow, and as long as this is in any way possible, it is the most thorough and complete means of success. We may therefore establish it as our principle that if we can conquer all our enemies by conquering one of them, the defeat of that one must be the aim of the war, because in that one we hit the common centre of gravity of the whole war. There are very few cases in which this kind of conception is not admissible, and where this reduction of several centres of gravity to one cannot be made. But if this cannot be done, then indeed there is no alternative but to look upon the war as two or more separate wars, each of which has its own aim. As this case supposes the substantive independence of several enemies, consequently a great superiority of the whole, therefore in this case the overthrow of the enemy cannot in general come into question. We now turn more particularly to the question, when is such an object possible and advisable? In the first place, our forces must be sufficient, 1. To gain a decisive victory over those of the enemy, 2. To make the expenditure of force which may be necessary to follow up the victory to a point at which it will no longer be possible for the enemy to regain his balance. Next, we must feel sure that in our political situation such a result will not excite against us new enemies, who may compel us on the spot to set free our first enemy. France in the year 1806 was able to completely conquer Prussia, although in doing so it brought down upon itself the whole military power of Russia, because it was in a condition to cope with the Russians in Prussia. France might have done the same in Spain in 1808 as far as regards England, but not as regards Austria. It was compelled to weaken itself materially in Spain in 1809, and must have quite given up the contest in that country if it had not otherwise great superiority both physically and morally over Austria. These three cases should therefore be carefully studied, that we may not lose in the last the cause which we have gained in the former ones, and be condemned in costs. In estimating the strength of forces, and that which may be affected by them, the idea very often suggests itself to look upon time by a dynamic analogy as a factor of forces, and to assume accordingly that half efforts or half the number of forces would accomplish in 2 years what could only be effected in 1 year by the whole force united. This view, which lies at the bottom of military schemes, sometimes clearly, sometimes less plainly, is completely wrong. An operation in war, like everything else upon earth, requires its time. As a matter of course, we cannot walk from Vilna to Moscow in 8 days, but there is no trace to be found in war of any reciprocal action between time and force, such as takes place in dynamics. Time is necessary to both belligerents, and the only question is, which of the two, judging by his position, has most reason to expect special advantages from time. Now, exclusive of peculiarities in the situation on one side or the other, the vanquished has plainly the most reason, at the same time certainly not by dynamic but by psychological laws, Envy, jealousy, anxiety for self, as well as, now and again, magnanimity, are the natural intercessors for the unfortunate. They raise up for him on one hand friends, and on the other hand weaken and dissolve the coalition amongst his enemies. Therefore, by delay something advantageous is more likely to happen for the conquered than for the conqueror. Further, we must recollect that to make right use of a first victory, as we have already shown, a great expenditure of force is necessary. This is not a mere outlay once for all, but has to be kept up like housekeeping on a great scale. The forces which have been sufficient to give us possession of a province are not always sufficient to meet this additional outlay. By degrees the strain upon our resources becomes greater, until at last it becomes insupportable. Time, therefore, of itself may bring about a change. Could the contributions which Bonaparte levied from the Russians and Poles, in money and in other ways, in 1812, have procured the hundreds of thousands of men that he must have sent to Moscow in order to retain his position there? But if the conquered provinces are sufficiently important, if there are in them points which are essential to the well-being of those parts which are not conquered, so that the evil, like a cancer, is perpetually of itself gnawing further into the system, then it is possible that the conqueror, although nothing further is done, may gain more than he loses. Now, in this state of circumstances, if no help comes from without, then time may complete the work thus commenced. What still remains unconquered will, perhaps, fall of itself. Therefore, thus, time may become a factor of his forces, but this can only take place if a return blow from the conquered is no longer possible, a change of fortune in his favour no longer conceivable. When, therefore, this factor of his forces is no longer of any value to the conqueror, for he has accomplished the chief object, the danger of the culminating point is past. In short, the enemy is already subdued. Our object in the above reasoning has been to show clearly that no conquest can be finished too soon, that spreading it over a greater space of time than is absolutely necessary for its completion, instead of facilitating it, makes it more difficult. If this assertion is true, it is further true also that if we are strong enough to effect a certain conquest, we must also be strong enough to do it in one march, without intermediate stations. Of course, we do not mean by this without short halts in order to concentrate the forces and make other indispensable arrangements. By this view, which makes the character of a speedy and persistent effort towards a decision essential to offensive war, we think we have completely set aside all grounds for that theory which, in place of the irresistible continued following up of victory, would substitute a slow methodical system as being more sure and prudent. But even for those who have readily followed us so far, our assertion has perhaps, after all, so much the appearance of a paradox, is at first sight so much opposed and offensive to an opinion which, like an old prejudice, has taken deep root, and has been repeated 1,000 times in books, that we considered it advisable to examine more closely the foundations of those plausible arguments which may be advanced. It is certainly easier to reach an object near us than one at a distance. But when the nearest one does not suit our purpose, it does not follow that dividing the work, that a resting point, will enable us to get over the second half of the road easier. A small jump is easier than a large one, but no one on that account, wishing to cross a wide ditch, would jump half of it first. If we look closely into the foundation of the conception of the so-called methodical offensive war, we shall find it generally consists of the following things: 1. Conquest of those fortresses belonging to the enemy which we meet with. 2. Laying in necessary supplies. 3. Fortifying important points as magazines, bridges, positions, etc. 4. Resting the troops in quarters during winter, or when they require to be recruited in health and refreshed. 5. Waiting for the reinforcements of the ensuing year. If, for the attainment of all these objects, we make a formal division in the course of the offensive action, a resting point in the movement, it is supposed that we gain a new base and renewed force, as if our own state was following up in the rear of the army, and that the latter laid in renewed vigour for every fresh campaign. All these praiseworthy motives may make the offensive war more convenient, but they do not make its results surer, and are generally only make-believes to cover certain counteracting forces, such as the feelings of the commander or irresolution of the cabinet. We shall try to roll them up from the left flank. 1. The waiting for reinforcements suits the enemy just as well, and is, we may say, more to his advantage. Besides, it lies in the nature of the thing that a state can place in line nearly as many combatant forces in 1 year as in 2, for all the actual increase in combatant force in the second year is but trifling in relation to the whole. 2. The enemy rests himself at the same time we do. 3. The fortification of towns and positions is not the work of the army, and therefore no ground for delay. 4. According to the present system of subsisting armies, magazines are more necessary when the army is in cantonments than when it is advancing. As long as we advance with success, we continually fall into possession of some of the enemy's provision depots, which assist us when the country itself is poor. 5. The taking of the enemy's fortresses cannot be regarded as a suspension of the attack. It is an intensified progress, and therefore the seeming suspension which is caused thereby is not properly a case such as we allude to. It is neither a suspension nor a modifying of the use of force. But whether a regular siege, a blockade, or a mere observation of one or other is most to the purpose, is a question which can only be decided according to particular circumstances. We can only say this in general, that in answering this question another must be clearly decided, which is, whether the risk will not be too great if, while only blockading, we at the same time make a further advance. Where this is not the case, and when there is ample room to extend our forces, it is better to postpone the formal siege until the termination of the whole offensive movement. We must therefore take care not to be led into an error of neglecting the essential, through the idea of immediately making secure that which is conquered. No doubt it seems as if, by thus advancing, we at once hazard the loss of what has been already gained. Our opinion, however, is that no division of action, no resting point, no intermediate stations are in accordance with the nature of offensive war, and that when the same are unavoidable, they are to be regarded as an evil, which makes the result not more certain, but on the contrary more uncertain, and further that, strictly speaking, if from weakness or any cause we have been obliged to stop, a second spring at the object we have in view is as a rule impossible. But if such a second spring is possible, then the stoppage at the intermediate station was unnecessary, and that when an object at the very commencement is beyond our strength, it will always remain so. We say this appears to be the general truth, by which we wish only to set aside the idea that time of itself can do something for the advantage of the assailant. But as the political relations may change from year to year, therefore on that account alone, many cases may happen which are exceptions to this general rule. It may appear perhaps as if we had left our general point of view and had nothing in our eye except offensive war, but it is not so by any means. Certainly, he who can set before himself the complete overthrow of the enemy as his object will not easily be reduced to take refuge in the defensive, the immediate object of which is only to keep possession. But as we stand by the declaration throughout that a defensive without any positive principle is a contradiction in strategy as well as in tactics, and therefore always come back to the fact that every defensive, according to its strength, will change to the attack as soon as it has exhausted the advantages of the defensive, so therefore, however great or small the defence may be, we still also include in its contingency the overthrow of the enemy as an object which this attacker may have, and which is to be considered as the proper object of the defensive. And we say that there may be cases in which the assailant, notwithstanding he has in view such a great object, may prefer at first to make use of the defensive form. That this idea is founded in reality is easily shown by the campaign of 1812. The Emperor Alexander, in engaging in the war, did not perhaps think of ruining his enemy completely, as was done in the sequel. But is there anything which makes such an idea impossible? And yet, if so, would it not still remain very natural that the Russians began the war on the defensive? End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Ends in war more precisely defined, continued, limited object. In the preceding chapter we have said that under the expression overthrow of the enemy, we understand the real absolute aim of the act of war. Now we shall see what remains to be done when the conditions under which this object might be attained do not exist. These conditions presuppose a great physical or moral superiority, or a great spirit of enterprise, an innate propensity to extreme hazards. Now, Where all this is not forthcoming, the aim in the act of war could only be of two kinds, either the conquest of some small or moderate portion of the enemy's territory, or the defence of our own until better times. This last is the usual case in defensive war. Whether the one or the other of these aims is of the right kind can always be settled by calling to mind the expression used in reference to the last. The waiting till more favourable times implies that we have reason to expect such times hereafter, and this waiting for, that is, defensive war, is always based on this prospect. On the other hand, offensive war, that is, the taking advantage of the present moment, is always commanded when the future holds out a better prospect not to ourselves, but to our adversary. The third case, which is probably the most common, is when neither party has anything definite to look for from the future, when, therefore, it furnishes no motive for decision. In this case, the offensive war is plainly imperative upon him who is politically the aggressor, that is, who has the positive motive, for he has taken up arms with that object, and every moment of time which is lost without any good reason is so much lost time for him. We have here decided for offensive or defensive war on grounds which have nothing to do with the relative forces of the combatants respectively, and yet it may appear that it would be nearer right to make the choice of the offensive or defensive chiefly dependent on the mutual relations of the combatants in point of military strength. Our opinion is that in doing so we should just leave the right road. The logical correctness of our simple argument no one will dispute. We shall now see whether, in the concrete case, it leads to the contrary. Let us suppose a small state which is involved in a contest with a very superior power, and foresees that with each year its position will become worse. Should it not, if war is inevitable, make use of the time when its situation is furthest from the worst? Then it must attack, not because the attack in itself ensures any advantages, it will rather increase the disparity of forces, but because this state is under the necessity of either bringing the matter completely to an issue before the worst time arrives, or of gaining, at least, in the meantime, some advantages which it may hereafter turn to account. This theory cannot appear absurd, but if this small state is quite certain that the enemy will advance against it, then certainly it can and may make use of the defensive against its enemy to procure a first advantage. There is then, at any rate, no danger of losing time. If again we suppose a small state engaged in a war with a greater, and that the future has no influence on their decisions, still, if the small state is politically the assailant, we demand of it also that it should go forward to its object. If it has had the audacity to propose to itself a positive end in the face of superior numbers, then it must also act, that is, attack the foe, if the latter does not save it the trouble. Waiting would be an absurdity unless at the moment of execution it has altered its political resolution, a case which very frequently occurs and contributes in no small degree to give wars an indefinite character. These considerations on the limited object apply to its connection both with offensive war and defensive war. We shall consider both in separate chapters, but we shall first turn our attention to another phase. Hitherto we have deduced the modifications in the object of war solely from intrinsic reasons. The nature of the political view, or design, we have only taken into consideration in so far as it is, or is not, directed at something positive. Everything else in the political design is in reality something extraneous to war. But in the second chapter of this book, Ends and Means in War, we have already admitted that the nature of the political object, the extent of our own or the enemy's demand, and our whole political relation practically have a most decisive influence on the conduct of the war, and we shall therefore devote the following chapter to that subject specially. End of chapter 5. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 8, chapters 6 to 8 of On War, volumes 2 and 3 by Karl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 6. A. Influence of the political object on the military object. We never find that a state joining in the cause of another state takes it up with the same earnestness as its own. An auxiliary army of moderate strength is sent. If it is not successful, then the ally looks upon the affair as in a manner ended, and tries to get out of it on the cheapest terms possible. In European politics, it has been usual for states to pledge themselves to mutual assistance by an alliance offensive and defensive, not so far that the one takes part in the interests and quarrels of the other, but only so far as to promise one another beforehand the assistance of a fixed, generally very moderate, contingent of troops, without regard to the object of the war or the scale on which it is about to be carried on by the principals. In a treaty of alliance of this kind, the ally does not look upon himself as engaged with the enemy in a war, properly speaking, which should necessarily begin with a declaration of war and end with a treaty of peace. Still, this idea is nowhere fixed with any distinctness, and usage varies one way and another. The thing would have a kind of consistency, and it would be less embarrassing to the theory of war, if this promised contingent of 10, 20 or 30,000 men was handed over entirely to the state engaged in war, so that it could be used as required. It might then be regarded as a subsidised force. But the usual practice is widely different. Generally, the auxiliary force has its own commander, who depends only on his own government, and to whom they prescribe an object, such as best suits the shilly-shally measures they have in view. But even if two states go to war with a third, they do not always both look in like measure upon this common enemy as one that they must destroy or be destroyed by themselves. The business is often settled like a commercial transaction. Each, according to the amount of the risk he incurs or the advantage to be expected, takes shares in the concern to the extent of 30,000 or 40,000 men, and acts as if he could not lose more than the amount of his investment. Not only is this point of view taken when a state comes to the assistance of another in a cause in which it has in a manner little concern, but even when both allies have a common and very considerable interest at stake, nothing can be done except under diplomatic reservation, and the contracting parties usually only agree to furnish a small stipulated contingent in order to employ the rest of the forces according to the special ends to which policy may happen to lead them. This way of regarding wars, entered into by reason of alliances, was quite general, and was only obliged to give place to the natural way in quite modern times, when the extremity of danger drove men's minds in the natural direction, as in the wars against Bonaparte, and when the most boundless power compelled them to it, as under Bonaparte. It was an abnormal thing, an anomaly, for war and peace are ideas in which their foundations can have no gradations. Nevertheless, it was no mere diplomatic offspring, which the reason could look down upon, but deeply rooted in the natural limitedness and weakness of human nature. Lastly, even in wars carried out without allies, the political cause of a war has a great influence on the method in which it is conducted. If we only require from the enemy a small sacrifice, then we content ourselves with aiming at a small equivalent by the war, and we expect to attain that by moderate efforts. The enemy reasons in very much the same way. Now, if one or the other finds that he has erred in his reckoning, that in place of being slightly superior to the enemy, as he supposed, he is, if anything, rather weaker, still, at that moment, money and all other means, as well as sufficient moral impulse for greater exertions, are very often deficient. In such a case, he just does what is called the best he can, hopes better things in the future, although he has not the slightest foundation for such hope, and the war, in the meantime, drags itself feebly along, like a body worn out with sickness. Thus it comes to pass that the reciprocal action, the rivalry, the violence and impetuosity of war lose themselves in the stagnation of weak motives, and that both parties move with a certain kind of security in very circumscribed spheres. If this influence of the political object is once permitted, as it then must be, there is no longer any limit, and we must be pleased to come down to such warfare as consists in a mere threatening of the enemy, and in negotiating. That the theory of war, if it is to be and to continue a philosophical study, finds itself here in a difficulty, is clear. All that is essentially inherent in the conception of war seems to fly from it, and it is in danger of being left without any point of support. But the natural outlet soon shows itself. According as a modifying principle gains influence over the act of war, or rather the weaker the motives to action become, the more the action will glide into a passive resistance, the less eventful it will become, and the less it will require guiding principles. All military art then changes itself into mere prudence, the principal object of which will be to prevent the trembling balance from suddenly turning to our disadvantage, and the half-war from changing into a complete one. B. War is an instrument of policy. Having made the requisite examination on both sides of that state of antagonism in which the nature of war stands with relation to other interests of men individually, and of the bond of society, in order not to neglect any of the opposing elements, an antagonism which is founded in our own nature, and which therefore no philosophy can unravel, we shall now look for that unity into which, in practical life, these antagonistic elements combine themselves by partly neutralising each other. We should have brought forward this unity at the very commencement, if it had not been necessary to bring out this contradiction very plainly, and also to look at the different elements separately. Now, this unity is the conception that war is only a part of political intercourse, therefore by no means an independent thing in itself. We know, certainly, that war is only called forth through the political intercourse of governments and nations, but in general it is supposed that such intercourse is broken off by war, and that a totally different state of things ensues, subject to no laws but its own. We maintain, on the contrary, that war is nothing but a continuation of political intercourse with a mixture of other means. We say mixed with other means in order thereby to maintain at the same time that this political intercourse does not cease by the war itself, is not changed into something quite different, but that in essence it continues to exist, whatever may be the form of the means which it uses, and that the chief lines on which the events of the war progress, and to which they are attached, are only the general features of policy which run all through the war until peace takes place. And how can we conceive it to be otherwise? Does the cessation of diplomatic notes stop the political relations between nations and governments? Is not war merely another kind of writing and language for political thought? It has certainly a grammar of its own, but its logic is not peculiar to itself. Accordingly, war can never be separated from political intercourse, and if, in the consideration of the matter, this is done in any way, all the threads of the different relations are to a certain extent broken, and we have before us a senseless thing without an object. This kind of idea would be indispensable even if war was perfect war, the perfectly unbridled element of hostility, for all the circumstances on which it rests, and which determine its leading features, viz. Our own power, the enemy's power, allies on both sides, the characteristics of the people and their governments respectively, etc., as enumerated in the first chapter of the book, are they not of a political nature? And are they not so intimately connected with the whole political intercourse that it is impossible to separate them? But this view is doubly indispensable if we reflect that a real war is no such consistent effort tending to an extreme as it should be according to the abstract idea, but a half and half thing, a contradiction in itself. That as such it cannot follow its own laws, but must be looked upon as a part of another whole, and this whole is policy. Policy in making use of war avoids all those rigorous conclusions which proceed from its nature. It troubles itself little about final possibilities, confining its attention to immediate probabilities. If much uncertainty in the whole action ensues therefrom, if it thereby becomes a sort of game, the policy of each cabinet places its confidence in the belief that in this game it will surpass its neighbour in skill and sharp-sightedness. Thus policy makes out of the all-powering element of war a mere instrument, changes the tremendous battle sword which should be lifted with both hands, and the whole power of the body to strike once and for all, into a light handy weapon, which is even sometimes nothing more than a rapier to exchange thrusts and feints and parries. Thus the contradictions in which man, naturally timid, becomes involved by war may be solved if we choose to accept this as a solution. If war belongs to policy, it will naturally take its character from thence. If policy is grand and powerful, so also will be the war, and this may be carried to the point at which the war attains its absolute form. In this way of viewing the subject, therefore, we need not shut out of sight the absolute form of war, we rather keep it continually in view in the background. Only through this kind of view war recovers unity. Only by it can we see all wars as things of one kind, and it is only through it that the judgment can obtain the true and perfect basis and point of view from which great plans may be traced out and determined upon. It is true that the political element does not sink deep into the details of war. Vedettes are not planted, patrols do not make their rounds from political considerations. But small as is its influence in this respect, it is great in the formation of a plan for a whole war, or a campaign, and often even for a battle. For this reason, we were in no hurry to establish this view at the commencement. While engaged with particulars, it would have given us little help, and on the other hand, would have distracted our attention to a certain extent. In the plan of a war or campaign, it is indispensable. There is, upon the whole, nothing more important in life than to find out the right point of view from which things should be looked at and judged of, and then to keep to that point. For we can only apprehend the mass of events in their unity from one standpoint, and it is only the keeping to one point of view that guards us from inconsistency. If, therefore, in drawing up a plan of a war, it is not allowable to have a twofold or threefold point of view from which things may be looked at, now with the eye of a soldier, then with that of an administrator, and then again with that of a politician, etc., then the next question is, whether policy is necessarily paramount and everything else subordinate to it. That policy unites in itself, and reconciles all the interests of internal administrations, even those of humanity, and whatever else are rational subjects of consideration, is presupposed. For it is nothing in itself except a mere representative and exponent of all these interests towards other states. That policy may take a false direction and may promote unfairly the ambitious ends, the private interests, the vanity of rulers, does not concern us here, for under no circumstances can the art of war be regarded as its preceptor, and we can only look at policy here as the representative of the interests generally of the whole community. The only question, therefore, is whether, in framing plans for a war, the political point of view should give way to the purely military, if such a point is conceivable, that is to say, should disappear altogether or subordinate itself to it, or whether the political is to remain the ruling point of view and the military to be considered subordinate to it. That the political point of view should end completely when war begins is only conceivable in contests which are wars of life and death from pure hatred. As wars are in reality, they are, as we before said, only the expressions or manifestations of policy itself. The subordination of the political point of view to the military would be contrary to common sense, for policy has declared the war. It is the intelligent faculty, war only the instrument, and not the reverse. The subordination of the military point of view to the political is, therefore, the only thing which is possible. If we reflect on the nature of real war, and call to mind what has been said in the 3rd chapter of this book, that every war should be viewed above all things according to the probability of its character and its leading features, as they are to be deduced from the political forces and proportions, and that often, indeed, we may safely affirm in our days almost always, war is to be regarded as an organic whole from which the single branches are not to be separated, in which, therefore, every individual activity flows into the whole, and also has its origin in the idea of this whole, then it becomes certain and palpable to us that the superior standpoint for the conduct of the war from which its leading lines must proceed can be no other than that of policy. From this point of view, the plans come, as it were, out of cast. The apprehension of them and the judgment upon them becomes easier and more natural. Our convictions respecting them gain in force, motives are more satisfying, and history more intelligible. At all events, from this point of view, there is no longer in the nature of things a necessary conflict between the political and military interests, and where it appears, it is therefore to be regarded as imperfect knowledge only. That policy makes demands on the war which it cannot respond to would be contrary to the supposition that it knows the instrument which it is going to use, therefore contrary to a natural and indispensable supposition. But if it judges correctly of the march of military events, it is entirely its affair, and can be its only, to determine what are the events, and what the direction of events most favourable to the ultimate and great end of the war. In one word, the art of war, in its highest point of view, is policy, but no doubt a policy which fights battles instead of writing notes. According to this view, to leave a great military enterprise or the plan for one to a purely military judgment and decision is a distinction which cannot be allowed, and is even prejudicial. Indeed, it is an irrational proceeding to consult professional soldiers on the plan of a war, that they may give a purely military opinion upon what the cabinet should do. But still more absurd is the demand of theorists that a statement of the available means of war should be laid before the general, that he may draw out a purely military plan for the war or from a campaign in accordance with these means. Experience in general also teaches us that, notwithstanding the multifarious branches and scientific character of the military art in the present day, still the leading outlines of a war are always determined by the cabinet, that is, if we would use technical language, by a political, not a military functionary. This is perfectly natural. None of the principal plans which are required for a war can be made without an insight into the political relations, and in reality, when people speak, as they often do, of the prejudicial influence on policy of the conduct of a war, they say in reality something very different to what they intend. It is not this influence, but the policy itself, which should be found fault with. If policy is right, that is, if it succeeds in hitting the object, then it can only act on the war in its sense with advantage also. But if this influence of policy causes a divergence from the object, the cause is only to be looked for in a mistaken policy. It is only when policy promises itself a wrong effect from certain military means and measures, an effect opposed to their nature, that it can exercise a prejudicial effect on war by the course it prescribes. Just as a person in a language with which he is not conversant sometimes says what he does not intend, so policy, when intending right, may often order things which do not tally with its own views. This has happened times without end, and it shows that a certain knowledge of the nature of war is essential to the management of political commerce. But before going further, we must guard ourselves against a false interpretation, of which this is very susceptible. We are far from holding the opinion that a war minister smothered in official papers, a scientific engineer, or even a soldier who has been well tried in the field would, any of them, necessarily make the best minister of state where the sovereign does not want to act for himself, or, in other words, we do not mean to say that this acquaintance with the nature of war is the principal qualification for a war minister. Elevation, superiority of mind, strength of character, these are the principal qualifications which he must possess. A knowledge of war may be supplied in one way or the other. France was never worse advised in its military and political affairs than by the two brothers Belleisle and the Duke of Choiseul, although all three were good soldiers. If war is to harmonise entirely with the political views and policy to accommodate itself to the means available for war, there is only one alternative to be recommended when the statesman and soldier are not combined in one person, which is to make the chief commander a member of the cabinet, that he may take part in its councils and decisions on important occasions. But then again, this is only possible when the cabinet, that is the government itself, is near the theatre of war, so that these things can be settled without a serious waste of time. This is what the Emperor of Austria did in 1809, and the Allied sovereigns in 1813, 1814, 1815, and the arrangement proved completely satisfactory. The influence of any military man, except the general-in-chief in the cabinet, is extremely dangerous. It very seldom leads to able, vigorous action. The example of France in 1793, 1794, 1795, when Carnot, while residing in Paris, managed the conduct of the war, is to be avoided, as a system of terror is not at the command of any but a revolutionary government. We shall now conclude with some reflections derived from history. In the last decenniary of the past century, when that remarkable change in the art of war in Europe took place, by which the best armies found that a part of their method of war had become utterly unserviceable, and events were brought about of a magnitude far beyond what any one had previous conception of, it certainly appeared that a false calculation of everything was to be laid to the charge of the art of war. It was plain that while confined by habit within a narrow circle of conceptions, she had been surprised by the force of a new state of relations, lying, no doubt, outside that circle, but still not outside the nature of things. Those observers who took the most comprehensive view ascribed the circumstance to the general influence which policy had exercised for centuries on the art of war, and undoubtedly to its very great disadvantage, and by which it had sunk into a half measure, often into mere sham fighting. They were right as to fact, but they were wrong in attributing it to something accidental, or which might have been avoided. Others thought that everything was to be explained by the momentary influence of the particular policy of Austria, Prussia, England, etc., with regard to their own interests respectively. But is it true that the real surprise by which men's minds were seized was confined to the conduct of war, and did not rather relate to policy itself? That is, as we should say, did the ill success proceed from the influence of policy on the war, or from a wrong policy itself? The prodigious effects of the French Revolution abroad were evidently brought about much less through new methods and views introduced by the French in the conduct of war, than through the changes which it wrought in statecraft and civil administration, in the character of governments, in the condition of the people, etc. That other governments took a mistaken view of all these things, that they endeavoured with their ordinary means to hold their own against forces of a novel kind, and overwhelming in strength, all that was a blunder in policy. Would it have been possible to perceive and mend this error by a scheme for the war from a purely military point of view? Impossible. For if there had been, even in reality, a philosophical strategist who, merely from the nature of the hostile elements, had foreseen all the consequences, and prophesied remote possibilities, still it would have been purely impossible to have turned such wisdom to account. If policy had risen to a just appreciation of the forces which had sprung up in France, and of the new relations in the political state of Europe, it might have foreseen the consequences which must follow in respect to the great features of war, and it was only in this way that it could arrive at a correct view of the extent of the means required, as well as of the best use to make of those means. We may therefore say that the 20 years' victories of the Revolution are chiefly to be ascribed to the erroneous policy of the governments by which it was opposed. It is true these errors first displayed themselves in the war, and the events of the war completely disappointed the expectations which policy entertained. But this did not take place because policy neglected to consult its military advisers. The art of war in which the politicians of the day could believe, namely, that derived from the reality of war at that time, that which belonged to the policy of the day, that familiar instrument which policy had hitherto used, that art of war, I say, was naturally involved in the error of policy, and therefore could not teach it anything better. It is true that war itself underwent important alterations both in its nature and forms, which brought it nearer to its absolute form, but these changes were not brought about because the French government had, to a certain extent, delivered itself from the leading strings of policy. They arose from an altered policy produced by the French Revolution, not only in France, but over the rest of Europe as well. This policy had called forth other means and other powers by which it became possible to conduct war with a degree of energy which could not have been thought of otherwise. Therefore, the actual changes in the art of war are a consequence of alterations in policy, and so far from being an argument for the possible separation of the two, they are, on the contrary, very strong evidence of the intimacy of their connection. Therefore, once more, war is an instrument of policy. It must necessarily bear its character. It must measure with its scale. The conduct of war, in its great features, is therefore policy itself, which takes up the sword in place of the pen, but which does not, on that account, cease to think according to its own laws. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Limited object, offensive war. Even if the complete overthrow of the enemy cannot be the object, there may still be one which is directly positive, and this positive object can be nothing else than the conquest of a part of the enemy's country. The use of such a conquest is this, that we weaken the enemy's resources generally, therefore of course his military power, while we increase our own. That we, therefore, carry on the war, to a certain extent, at his expense. Further, in this way, that in negotiations for peace, the possession of the enemy's province may be regarded as a net gain, because we can either keep them or exchange them for other advantages. This view of a conquest of the enemy's provinces is very natural, and would be open to no objection, if it were not that the defensive attitude, which must succeed the offensive, may often cause uneasiness. In the chapter on the culminating point of victory, we have sufficiently explained the manner in which such an offensive weakens the combatant force, and that it may be succeeded by a situation causing anxiety as to the future. The weakening of our combatant force by this conquest of part of the enemy's territory has its degrees, and these depend chiefly on the geographical position of this portion of territory. The more it is an annex of our own country, being contiguous to or embraced by it, the more it is in the direction of our own principal forces. By so much the less will it weaken our combatant force. In the 7 Years' War, Saxony was a natural complement of the Prussian theatre of war, and Frederick the Great's army, instead of being weakened, was strengthened by the possession of that province, because it lies nearer to Silesia than to the Mark, and at the same time covers the latter. Even in 1740 and 1741, after Frederick the Great had once conquered Silesia, it did not weaken his army in the field, because, owing to its form and situation, as well as the contour of its frontier line, it only presented a narrow point to the Austrians, as long as they were not masters of Saxony, and besides that, this small point of contact also lay in the direction of the chief operations of the contending forces. If, on the other hand, the conquered territory is a strip running between two hostile provinces, has an eccentric position and unfavourable configuration of ground, then the weakening increases so visibly that a victorious battle becomes not only so much easier for the enemy, but it may even become unnecessary as well. The Austrians have always been obliged to evacuate Provence without a battle when they have made attempts on it from Italy. In the year 1744, the French were well pleased even to get out of Bohemia without having lost a battle. In 1758, Frederick the Great could not hold his position in Bohemia and Moravia with the same force with which he had obtained such brilliant successes in Silesia and Saxony in 1757. Examples of armies not being able to keep possession of conquered territory solely because their combatant force was so much weakened thereby are so common it does not appear necessary to quote any more of them. Therefore, the question whether we should aim at such an object depends on whether we can expect to hold possession of the conquest, or whether a temporary occupation, invasion, diversion, would repay the expenditure of force required, especially whether we have not to apprehend such a vigorous counterstroke as will completely destroy the balance of forces. In the chapter on the culmination point, we have treated of the consideration due to this question in each particular case. There is just one point which we have still to add. An offensive of this kind will not always compensate us for what we lose upon other points. Whilst we are engaged in making a partial conquest, the enemy may be doing the same at other points, and if our enterprise does not greatly preponderate in importance, then it will not compel the enemy to give up his. It is therefore a question for serious consideration whether we may not lose more than we gain in a case of this description. Even if we suppose two provinces, one on each side, to be of equal value, we shall always lose more by the one which the enemy takes from us than we gain by the one we take, because a number of our forces become, to a certain extent, like faux frais, non-effective. But as the same takes place on the enemy's side also, one would suppose that in reality there is no ground to attach more importance to the maintenance of what is our own than to the conquest. But yet there is. The maintenance of our own territory is always a matter which more deeply concerns us, and the suffering inflicted on our own state cannot be outweighed, nor to a certain extent neutralised, by what we gain in return, unless the latter promises a high percentage, that is much greater. The consequence of all this is that a strategic attack directed against only a moderate object involves a greater necessity for steps to defend other points which it does not directly cover than one which is directed against the centre of the enemy's force. Consequently, in such an attack, the concentration of forces in time and space cannot be carried out to the same extent. In order that it may take place, at least as regards time, it becomes necessary for the advance to be made offensively from every point possible, and at the same moment exactly, and therefore this attack loses another advantage of being able to make shift with a much smaller force by acting on the defensive at particular points. In this way, the effect of aiming at a minor object is to bring all things more to a level. The whole act of war cannot now be concentrated into one principal affair which can be governed according to leading points of view. It is more dispersed, the friction becomes greater everywhere, and there is everywhere more room for chance. This is the natural tendency of the thing. The commander is weighed down by it, finds himself more and more neutralised. The more he is conscious of his own powers, the greater his resource subjectively, and his power objectively, so much the more he will seek to liberate himself from this tendency, in order to give some one point a preponderating importance, even if that should only be possible by running greater risks. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Limited Object, Defence. The ultimate aim of defensive war can never be an absolute negation, as we have before observed. Even for the weakest, there must be some point in which the enemy may be made to feel, and which may be threatened. Certainly we may say that this object is the exhaustion of the adversary, for as he has a positive object, every one of his blows which fails, if it has no other result than the loss of the force applied, still may be considered a retrograde step in reality, whilst the loss which the defence suffers is not in vain, because his object was keeping possession, and that he has effected. This would be tantamount to saying that the defensive has his positive object in merely keeping possession. Such reasoning might be good if it was certain that the assailant, after a certain number of fruitless attempts, must be worn out and desist from further efforts, but just this necessary consequence is wanting. If we look at the exhaustion of forces, the defender is under a disadvantage. The assailant becomes weaker, but only in the sense that it may reach a turning point. If we set aside that supposition, the weakening goes on certainly more rapidly on the defensive side than on that of the assailant, for, in the first place, he is the weaker, and therefore, if the losses on both sides are equal, he loses more actually than the other. In the next place, he is deprived generally of a portion of territory and of his resources. We have, therefore, here no ground on which to build the expectation that the offensive will cease, and nothing remains but the idea that if the assailant repeats his blows, while the defensive does nothing but wait to ward them off, then the defender has no counterpoise as a set-off to the risk he runs of one of these attacks succeeding sooner or later. Although in reality the exhaustion, or rather the weakening of the stronger, has brought about a peace in many instances, this is to be attributed to the indecision which is so general in war, but cannot be imagined philosophically as the general and ultimate object of any defensive war whatever. There is therefore no alternative but that the defence should find its object in the idea of the waiting for, which is, besides, its real character. This idea in itself includes that of an alteration of circumstances, of an improvement of the situation, which therefore, when it cannot be brought about by internal means, that is, by defence pure in itself, can only be expected through assistance coming from without. Now this improvement from without can proceed from nothing else than a change in political relations, either new alliances springing up in favour of the defender, or old ones directed against him fall to pieces. Here then is the object for the defender in case his weakness does not permit him to think of any important counterstroke, but this is not the nature of every defensive war, according to the conception which we have given of its form. According to that conception, it is the stronger form of war, and on account of that strength it can also be applied when a counterstroke more or less important is designed. These two cases must be kept distinct from the very first, as they have influence on the defence. In the first case, the defender's object is to keep possession of his own country intact as long as possible, because in that way he gains most time, and gaining time is the only way to attain his object. The positive object which he can in most cases attain, and which will give him an opportunity of carrying out his object in the negotiations for peace, he cannot yet include in his plan for the war. In this state of strategic passiveness, the advantages which the defender can gain at certain points consist merely in repelling partial attacks. The preponderance gained at those points he tries to make of service to him at others, for he is generally hard-pressed at all points. If he has not the opportunity of doing this, then there often only accrues to him the small advantage that the enemy will leave him at rest for a time. If the defender is not altogether too weak, small offensive operations directed less towards permanent possession than a temporary advantage to cover losses, which may be sustained afterwards, invasions, diversions, or enterprises against a single fortress, may have a place in this defensive system without altering its object or essence. But in the second case, in which a positive object is already grafted upon the defensive, the greater the counterstroke that is warranted by circumstances, the more the defensive imports into itself of a positive character. In other words, the more the defence has been adopted voluntarily in order to make the first blow surer, the bolder may be the snares which the defender lays for his opponent. The boldest, and if it succeeds, the most effectual is the retreat into the interior of the country, and this means is then at the same time that which differs most widely from the other systems. Let us only think of the difference between the position in which Frederick the Great was placed in the 7 Years' War and that of Russia in 1812. When the war began, Frederick, through his advanced state of preparation for war, had a kind of superiority. This gave him the advantage of being able to make himself master of Saxony, which, besides such a natural complement of his theatre of war, that the possession of it did not diminish but increased his combatant force. At the opening of the campaign in 1757, the king endeavoured to proceed with his strategic attack, which seemed not impossible as long as the Russians and French had not reached the theatre of war in Silesia, the Mark and Saxony. But the attack miscarried, and Frederick was thrown back on the defensive for the rest of the campaign, was obliged to evacuate Bohemia and to rescue his own theatre from the enemy, in which he only succeeded by turning himself with one and the same army first upon the French, then upon the Austrians. This advantage he owed entirely to the defensive. In the year 1758, when his enemies had drawn round him in a closer circle, and his forces were dwindling down to a very disproportionate relation, he determined on an offensive on a small scale in Moravia. His plan was to take Olmütz before his enemies were prepared, not in the expectation of keeping possession of, or of making it a base for further advance, but to use it as a sort of advanced work, a counter-approach against the Austrians, who would be obliged to devote the rest of the present campaign, and perhaps even a second, to recover possession of it. This attack also miscarried. Frederick then gave up on the idea of a real offensive, as he saw that it only increased the disproportion of his army. A compact position in the heart of his own country in Saxony and Silesia, the use of short lines, that he might be able to rapidly increase his forces at any point which might be menaced, a battle when unavoidable, small incursions when opportunity offered, and along with this a patient state of waiting for, expectation, a saving of his means for better times became now his general plan. By degrees the execution of it became more and more passive. As he saw that even a victory cost him too much, therefore he tried to manage at still less expense. Everything depended on gaining time and on keeping what he had got. He therefore became more tenacious of yielding any ground, and did not hesitate to adopt a perfect cordon system. The positions of Prince Henry in Saxony, as well as those of the king in the Silesian mountains, may be so termed. In his letters to the Marquis d'Agen, he manifests the impatience with which he looks forward to winter quarters, and the satisfaction he felt at being able to take them up again without having suffered any serious loss. Whoever blames Frederick for this, and looks upon it as a sign that his spirit had sunk, would, we think, pass judgment without much reflection. If the entrenched camp at Bunzelwitz, the positions taken up by Prince Henry in Saxony and by the king in the Silesian mountains, do not appear to us now as measures on which a general should place his dependence in a last extremity, because a Bonaparte would soon have thrust his sword through such tactical cobwebs, we must not forget that times have changed, that war has become a totally different thing, is quickened with new energies, and that therefore positions might have been excellent at that time, although they are not so now, and that, in addition to all, the character of the enemy deserves attention. Against the army of the German States, against Daun and Butturlin, it might have been the height of wisdom to employ the means which Frederick would have despised if used against himself. The result justified this view. In the state of patient expectation, Frederick attained his object and got round difficulties in a collision with which his foes would have been dashed to pieces. The relation in point of numbers between the Russian and French armies opposed to each other at the opening of the campaign of 1812 was still more unfavourable to the former than between Frederick and his enemies in the 7 Years' War. But the Russians looked forward to being joined by large reinforcements in the course of the campaign. All Europe was in secret hostility to Bonaparte, his power had been screwed up to the highest point, a devouring war occupied him in Spain, and the vast extent of Russia allowed of pushing the exhaustion of the enemy's military means to the utmost extremity by a retreat over 100 miles of country. Under circumstances on this grand scale, a tremendous counterstroke was not only to be expected if the French enterprise failed, and how could it succeed if the Russian emperor would not make peace, or his subjects did not rise in insurrection, but this counterstroke might also end in the complete destruction of the enemy. The most profound sagacity could, therefore, not have devised a better plan of campaign than that which the Russians followed on the spur of the moment. That this was not the opinion at the time, and that such a view would then have been looked upon as preposterous, is no reason for our now denying it to be the right one. If we are to learn from history, we must look upon things which have actually happened as also possible in the future, and that the series of great events which succeeded the march upon Moscow is not a succession of mere accidents, everyone will grant who can claim to give an opinion on such subjects. If it had been possible for the Russians, with great efforts, to defend their frontier, it is certainly probable that in such case the French power would have sunk, and they would have at last suffered a reverse of fortune. But the reaction would certainly not have been so violent and decisive. By sufferings and sacrifices, which certainly in any other country would have been greater, and in most would have been impossible, Russia purchased this enormous success. Thus, a great positive success can never be obtained except through positive measures, planned not with a view to a mere state of waiting for, but with a view to a decision. In short, even on the defensive, there is no great gain to be won, except by a great stake. End of chapters 6 to 8. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 8, Chapter 9 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Plan of war when the destruction of the enemy is the object. Having characterized in detail the different aims to which war may be directed, we shall go through the organisation of war as a whole for each of the three separate gradations corresponding to these aims. In conformity with all that has been said on the subject up to the present, two fundamental principles reign throughout the whole plan of the war and serve as a guide for everything else. The first is to reduce the weight of the enemy's power into as few centres of gravity as possible, into one if it can be done. Again, to confine the attack against these centres of force to as few principal undertakings as possible, to one if possible. Lastly, to keep all secondary undertakings as subordinate as possible. In a word, the first principle is to act concentrated as much as possible. The second principle runs thus: to act as swiftly as possible, therefore to allow of no delay or detour without sufficient reason. The reducing of the enemy's power to one central point depends, 1. On the nature of its political connection. If it consists of armies of one power, there is generally no difficulty. If of allied armies, of which one is acting simply as an ally without any interest of its own, then the difficulty is not much greater. If of a coalition for a common object, then it depends on the cordiality of the alliance. We have already treated of this subject. 2. On the situation of the theatre of war upon which the different hostile armies make their appearance. If the enemy's forces are collected in one army upon one theatre of war, they constitute in reality a unity, and we need not inquire further. If they are upon one theatre of war, but in separate armies which belong to different powers, there is no longer absolute unity. There is, however, a sufficient interdependence of the parts for a decisive blow upon one part to throw down the other in concussion. If the armies are posted in theatres of war adjoining each other and not separated by any great natural obstacles, then there is in such a case also a decided influence of the one upon the other. But if the theatres of war are wide apart, if there is neutral territory, great mountains, etc. intervening between them, then the influence is very doubtful and improbable as well. If they are on quite opposite sides of the state against which the war is made, so that operations directed against them must diverge on eccentric lines, then almost every trace of connection is at an end. If Prussia was attacked by France and Russia at the same time, it would be, as respects the conduct of the war, much the same as if there were two separate wars. At the same time, the unity would appear in the negotiations. Saxony and Austria, on the contrary, as military powers in the 7 Years' War, were to be regarded as one. What they suffered, the other felt also, partly because the theatres of war lay in the same direction for Frederick the Great, partly because Saxony had no political independence. Numerous as were the enemies of Bonaparte in Germany in 1813, still they all stood very much in one direction in respect to him, and the theatres of war for their armies were in close connection and reciprocally influenced each other very powerfully. If a concentration of all his forces had been able to overpower the main army, such a defeat would have had a decisive effect on all the parts. If he had beaten the Bohemian Grand Army and marched upon Vienna by Prague, Blucher, however willing, could not have remained in Saxony, because he would have been called upon to co-operate in Bohemia, and the Crown Prince of Sweden as well would have been unwilling to remain in the Mark. On the other hand, Austria, if carrying on a war against the French on the Rhine and Italy at the same time, will always find it difficult to give a decision upon one of those theatres by means of a successful stroke on the other, partly because Switzerland with its mountains forms too strong a barrier between the two theatres, and partly because the direction of the roads on each side is divergent. France, again, can much sooner decide in the one by a successful result in the other, because the direction of its forces in both converges upon Vienna, the centre of power of the whole Austrian Empire. We may add further that a decisive blow in Italy will have more effect on the Rhine theatre than a success on the Rhine would have in Italy, because the blow from Italy strikes nearer to the centre, and that from the Rhine more upon the flank of the Austrian dominions. It proceeds from what we have said that the conception of separated or connected hostile power extends through all degrees of relationship, and that therefore in each case the first thing is to discover the influence which events in one theatre may have upon the other, according to which we may then afterwards settle how far the different forces of the enemy may be reduced into one centre of force. There is only one exception to the principle of directing all our strength against the centre of gravity of the enemy's power, that is, if ancillary expeditions promise extraordinary advantages, and still in this case it is a condition assumed that we have such a decisive superiority as enables us to undertake such enterprises without incurring too great a risk at the point which forms our great object. When General Bülow marched into Holland in 1814, it was to be foreseen that the 30,000 men comprising his corps would not only neutralise the same number of Frenchmen, but would besides give the English and Dutch an opportunity of entering the field with forces which otherwise would never have been brought into activity. Thus, therefore, the first consideration in the combination of a plan of war is to determine the centres of gravity of the enemy's power, and, if possible, to reduce them to one. The second is to unite the forces which are to be employed against the centre of force into one great action. Here, now, the following grounds for dividing our forces may present themselves. 1. The original position of the military forces, therefore also the situation of the states engaged in the offensive. If the concentration of the forces would occasion detours and loss of time, and the danger of advancing by separate lines is not too great, then the same may be justifiable on those grounds. For to effect an unnecessary concentration of forces with great loss of time, by which the freshness and rapidity of the first blow is diminished, would be contrary to the second leading principle we have laid down. In all cases in which there is hope of surprising the enemy in some measure, this deserves particular attention. But the case becomes still more important if the attack is undertaken by allied states which are not situated on a line directed towards the state attacked, not one behind the other, but situated side by side. If Prussia and Austria undertook a war against France, it would be a very erroneous measure, a squandering of time and force, if the armies of the two powers were obliged to set out from the same point, as the natural line for an army operating from Prussia against the heart of France is from the lower Rhine, and that of the Austrians is from the upper Rhine. Concentration, therefore, in this case could only be effected by a sacrifice. Consequently, in any particular instance, the question to be decided would be, is the necessity for concentration so great that this sacrifice must be made? 2. The attack by separate lines may offer greater results. As we are now speaking of advancing by separate lines against one centre of force, we are therefore supposing an advance by converging lines. A separate advance on parallel or eccentric lines belongs to the rubric of accessory undertakings, of which we have already spoken. Now, every convergent attack in strategy as well as in tactics holds out the prospect of great results, for if it succeeds, the consequence is not simply a defeat, but more or less the cutting off of the enemy. The concentric attack is therefore always that which may lead to the greatest results, but on account of the separation of the parts of the force and the enlargement of the theatre of war, it also involves the most risk. It is the same here as with the attack and defence. The weaker form holds out the greater results in prospect. The question, therefore, is whether the assailant feels strong enough to try for this great result. When Frederick the Great advanced upon Bohemia in the year 1757, he set out from Saxony and Silesia with his forces divided. The two principal reasons for his doing so were, first, that his forces were so cantoned in the winter that a concentration of them at one point would have divested the attack of all the advantages of surprise, and next, that by this concentric advance each of the two Austrian theatres of war was threatened in the flanks and the rear. The danger to which Frederick the Great exposed himself on that occasion was that one of his two armies might have been completely defeated by superior forces. Should the Austrians not see this, then they would have to give battle with their centre only, or run the risk of being thrown off their line of communication either on one side or the other, and meeting with a catastrophe. This was the great result which the king hoped for by this advance. The Austrians preferred the battle in the centre, but Prague, where they took up their position, was in a situation too much under the influence of the convergent attack, which, as they remained perfectly passive in their position, had time to develop its efficacy to the most. The consequence of this was that when they lost the battle it was a complete catastrophe, as is manifest from the fact that 2/3 of the army, with the commander-in-chief, were obliged to shut themselves up in Prague. This brilliant success at the opening of the campaign was attained by the bold stroke with a concentric attack. If Frederick considered the precision of his own movements, the energy of his generals, the moral superiority of his troops on one side, and the sluggishness of the Austrians on the other, as sufficient to ensure the success of his plan, who can blame him? But as we cannot leave these moral advantages out of consideration, neither can we ascribe the success solely to the mere geometrical form of the attack. Let us only think of that not less brilliant campaign of Bonaparte's in the year 1796, when the Austrians were so severely punished for their concentric march into Italy. The means which the French general had at command on that occasion, the Austrian general also had at his disposal in 1757, with the exception of the moral. Indeed, he had rather more, for he was not, like Bonaparte, weaker than his adversary. Therefore, when it is to be apprehended that the advance on separate converging lines may afford the enemy the means of counteracting the inequality of numerical forces by using interior lines, such a form of attack is not advisable, and if on account of the situation of the belligerents it must be resorted to, it can only be regarded as a necessary evil. If from this point of view we cast our eyes on the plan which was adopted for the invasion of France in 1814, it is impossible to give it approval. The Russian, Austrian and Prussian armies were concentrated at a point near Frankfurt on the Main, on the most natural and most direct line to the centre of the force of the French monarchy. These armies were then separated, that one might penetrate into France from Mayence, the other from Switzerland. As the enemy's force was so reduced that a defence of the frontier was out of the question, the whole advantage to be expected from this concentric advance, if it succeeded, was that while Lorraine and Alsace were conquered by one army, Franche-Comté would be taken by the other. Was this trifling advantage worth the trouble of marching into Switzerland? We know very well that there were other, but just as insufficient grounds which caused this march, but we confine ourselves here to the point which we are considering. On the other side, Bonaparte was a man who thoroughly understood the defensive to oppose to a concentric attack, as he had already shown in his masterly campaign of 1796, and although the Allies were very considerably superior in numbers, yet the preponderance due to his superiority as a general was on all occasions acknowledged. He joined his army too late near Chalons, and looked down rather too much generally on his opponents. Still, he was very near hitting the two armies separately, and what was the state he found them in at Brienne? Blucher had only 27,000 of his 65,000 men with him, and the great army, out of 200,000, had only 100,000 present. It was impossible to make a better game for the adversary, and from the moment that active work began, no greater want was felt than that of reunion. After all these reflections, we think that, although the concentric attack is in itself a means of obtaining greater results, still it should generally only proceed from a previous separation of the parts comprising the whole force, and that there are few cases in which we should do right in giving up the shortest and most direct line of operation for the sake of adopting that form. 3. The breadth of a theatre of war can be a motive for attacking on separate lines. If an army on the offensive, in its advances from any point, penetrates with some success to some distance into the interior of the enemy's country, then certainly the space which it commands is not restricted exactly to the line of road by which it marches. It will command a margin on each side. Still, that will depend very much, if we may use the figure, on the solidity and cohesion of the opposing state. If the state only hangs loosely together, if the people are an effeminate race unaccustomed to war, then, without our taking much trouble, a considerable extent of country will open behind our victorious army. But if we have to deal with a brave and loyal population, the space behind our army will form a triangle, more or less acute. In order to obviate this evil, the attacking force requires to regulate its advance on a certain width of front. If the enemy's force is concentrated at a particular point, this breadth of front can only be preserved as long as we are not in contact with the enemy, and must be contracted as we approach his position. That is easy to understand. But if the enemy himself has taken up a position with a certain extent of front, then there is nothing absurd in a corresponding extension on our part. We speak here of one theatre of war, or of several, if they are quite close to each other. Obviously, this is therefore the case when, according to our view, the chief operation is, at the same time, to be decisive on subordinate points. But now, can we always run the chance of this? And may we expose ourselves to the danger which must arise if the influence of the chief operation is not sufficient to decide at the minor points? Does not the want of a certain breadth for a theatre of war deserve special consideration? Here, as well as everywhere else, it is impossible to exhaust the number of combinations which may take place, but we maintain that, with few exceptions, the decision on the capital point will carry with it the decision on all minor points. Therefore, the action should be regulated in conformity with this principle, in all cases in which the contrary is not evident. When Bonaparte invaded Russia, he had good reason to believe that by conquering the main body of the Russian army, he would compel their forces on the upper Dwina to succumb. He left at first only the corps of Wiedenot to oppose them, but Wittgenstein assumed the offensive, and Bonaparte was then obliged to send also the 6th Corps to that quarter. On the other hand, at the beginning of the campaign, he directed part of his forces against Bagration, but that general was carried along by the influence of the backward movement in the centre, and Bonaparte was enabled then to recall that part of his force. If Wittgenstein had not had to cover the second capital, he would also have followed the retreat of the great army under Barclay. In the years 1805 and 1809, Bonaparte's victories at Ulm and Ratisbon decided matters in Italy, and also in the Tyrol, although the first was rather a distant theatre, and an independent one in itself. In the year 1806, his victories at Jena and Auerstadt were decisive in respect to everything that might have been attempted against him in Westphalia and Hesse, or on the Frankfurt road. Amongst the number of circumstances which may have an influence on the resistance at secondary points, there are two which are the most prominent. The first is that in a country of vast extent, and also relatively of great power like Russia, we can put off the decisive blow at the chief point for some time, and are not obliged to do all in a hurry. The second is, when a minor point, like Silesia in the year 1806, through a great number of fortresses, possesses an extraordinary degree of independent strength. And yet Bonaparte treated that point with great contempt, inasmuch as when he had to leave such a point completely in his rear, on the march to Warsaw, he only detached 20,000 men under his brother Jerome to that quarter. If it happens that the blow at the capital point, in all probability, will not shake such a secondary point, or has not done so, and if the enemy has still forces at that point, then to these, as a necessary evil, an adequate force must be opposed, because no one can absolutely lay open his line of communication from the very commencement. But prudence may go a step further. It may require that the advance upon the chief point shall keep pace with that on the secondary points, and consequently the principal undertaking must be delayed whenever the secondary points will not succumb. This principle does not directly contradict ours as uniting all action as far as possible in one great undertaking, but the spirit from which it springs is diametrically opposed to the spirit in which ours is conceived. By following such a principle, there would be such a measured pace in the movement, such a paralysation of the impulsive force, such room for the freak of chance, and such a loss of time as would be practically perfectly inconsistent with an offensive directed to the complete overthrow of the enemy. The difficulty becomes greater still if the forces stationed at these minor points can retire on divergent lines. What would then become of the unity of our attack? We must, therefore, declare ourselves completely opposed in principle to the dependence of the chief attack on minor attacks, and we maintain that an attack directed to the destruction of the enemy, which has not the boldness to shoot like the point of an arrow direct at the heart of the enemy's power, can never hit the mark. 4. Lastly, there is a fourth ground for a separate advance in the facility which it may afford for subsistence. It is certainly much pleasanter to march with a small army through an opulent country than a large army through a poor one, but by suitable measures and with an army accustomed to privations, the latter is not impossible, and therefore the first should never have such an influence on our plans as to lead us into a great danger. We have now done justice to the grounds for a separation of forces, which divides the chief operation into several, and if the separation takes place on any of these grounds, with a distinct conception of the object, and after due consideration of the advantages and disadvantages, we shall not venture to find fault. But if, as usually happens, a plan is drawn out by a learned general staff merely according to routine, if different theatres of war, like the squares of a chessboard, must each have its piece first placed on it before the moves begin, if these moves approach the aim in complicated lines and relations by dint of an imaginary profundity in the art of combination, if the armies are to separate today in order to apply all their skill in reuniting at the greatest risk in 14 days, then we have a perfect horror of this abandonment of the simple common sense road to rush intentionally into absolute confusion. This folly happens more easily the less the general-in-chief directs the war, and conducts it in the sense which we have pointed out in the first chapter as an act of his individuality invested with extraordinary powers. The more, therefore, the whole plan is manufactured by an inexperienced staff, and from the ideas of a dozen smatterers. We have still now to consider the third part of our first principle, that is, to keep the subordinate parts as much as possible in subordination. Whilst we endeavour to refer the whole of the operations of a war to one single aim, and to try and attain this as far as possible by one great effort, we deprive the other points of contact of the states at war with each other of a part of their independence. They become subordinate actions. If we could concentrate everything absolutely into one action, then those points of contact would be completely neutralised, but this is seldom possible, and therefore what we have to do is keep them so far within bounds that they shall not cause the abstraction of too many forces from the main action. Next, we maintain that the plan of the war itself should have this tendency, even if it is not possible to reduce the whole of the enemy's resistance to one point. Consequently, in case we are placed in the position already mentioned of carrying on two almost quite separate wars at the same time, the one must always be looked upon as the principal affair to which our forces and activity are to be chiefly devoted. In this view, it is advisable only to proceed offensively against that one principal point, and to preserve the defence upon all others, the attack there being only justifiable when invited by very exceptional circumstances. Further, we are to carry on this defensive, which takes place at minor points, with as few troops as possible, and to seek to avail ourselves of every advantage which the defensive form can give. This view applies with still more force to all theatres of war on which armies come forward belonging to different powers really, but still such as will be struck when the general centre of force is struck. But against the enemy at whom the great blow is aimed, there must be, according to this, no defensive on minor theatres of war. The chief attack itself and the secondary attacks, which for other reasons are combined with it, make up this blow, and make every defensive on points not directly covered by it superfluous. All depends on this principal attack. By it every loss will be compensated. If the forces are sufficient to make it reasonable to seek for that great decision, then the possibility of failure can be no ground for guarding oneself against injury at other points in any event, for just by such a course this failure will become more probable, and it therefore constitutes here a contradiction in our action. This same predominance of the principal action over the minor must be the principle observed in each of the separate branches of the attack, but as there are generally ulterior motives which determine what forces shall advance from one theatre of war and what from another against the common centre of the enemy's power, we only mean here that there must be an effort to make the chief action overruling, for everything will become simpler and less subject to the influence of chance events the nearer this state of preponderance can be attained. The second principle concerns the rapid use of forces. Every unnecessary expenditure of time, every unnecessary detour is a waste of power, and therefore contrary to the principles of strategy. It is most important to bear always in mind that almost the only advantage which the offensive possesses is the effect of surprise at the opening of the scene. Suddenness and irresistible impetuosity are its strongest pinions, and when the object is the complete overthrow of the enemy, it can rarely dispense with them. By this, therefore, theory demands the shortest way to the object and completely excludes from consideration endless discussions about right and left, here and there. If we call to mind what was said in the chapter on the subject of the strategic attack respecting the pit of the stomach in a state, and further what appears in the 4th chapter of this book on the influence of time, we believe no further argument is required to prove that the influence which we claim for the principle really belongs to it. Bonaparte never acted otherwise. The shortest high road from army to army, from one capital to another, was always the way he loved best, and in what will now consist the principal action to which we have referred everything, and for which we have demanded a swift and straightforward execution. In the 4th chapter we have explained, as far as it is possible, in a general way, what the total overthrow of the enemy means, and it is unnecessary to repeat it. Whatever that may depend on at last in particular cases, still the first step is always the same in all cases, namely, the destruction of the enemy's combatant force, that is, a great victory over the same, and its dispersion. The sooner, which means the nearer our own frontiers, this victory is sought for, the easier it is. The latter, that is, the further into the heart of the enemy's country it is gained, the more decisive it is. Here, as well as everywhere, the facility of success and its magnitude balance each other. If we are not so superior to the enemy that the victory is beyond doubt, then we should, when possible, seek him out, that is, his principal force. We say when possible, for if this endeavour to find him led to great detours, false directions, and a loss of time, it might very likely turn out a mistake. If the enemy's principal force is not on our own road, and our interests otherwise prevent our going in quest of him, we may be sure we shall meet him hereafter, for he will not fail to place himself in our way. We shall then, as we have just said, fight under less advantageous circumstances, an evil to which we must submit. However, if we gain the battle, it will be so much the more decisive. From this it follows that, in the case now assumed, it would be an error to pass by the enemy's principal force designedly, if it places itself in our way, at least if we expect thereby to facilitate a victory. On the other hand, it follows from what precedes that if we have a decided superiority over the enemy's principal force, we may designedly pass it by in order, at future time, to deliver a more decisive battle. We have been speaking of a complete victory, therefore a thorough defeat of the enemy, and not of a mere battle gained. But such a victory requires an enveloping attack, or a battle with an oblique front, for these two forms always give the result a decisive character. It is therefore an essential part of a plan of a war to make arrangements for this movement, both as regards the mass of forces required and the direction to be given them, of which more will be said in the chapter on the plan of campaign. It is certainly not impossible that even battles fought with parallel fronts may lead to complete defeats, and cases in point are not wanting in military history, but such an event is uncommon, and will be still more so the more armies become on par as regards discipline and handiness in the field. We no longer take 21 battalions in a village, as they did in Blenheim. Once the great victory is gained, the next question is not about rest, not about taking breath, not about considering, not about reorganising, etc., etc., but only of pursuit of fresh blows wherever necessary, of the capture of the enemy's capital, of the attack of the armies of his allies, or whatever else appears to be a rallying point for the enemy. If the tide of victory carries us near the enemy's fortresses, the laying siege to them or not will depend on our means. If we have a great superiority of forces, it would be a loss of time not to take them as soon as possible. But if we are not certain of further events before us, we must keep the fortresses in check with as few troops as possible, which precludes any irregular formal sieges. The moment that the siege of a fortress compels us to suspend our strategic advance, that advance as a rule has reached its culminating point. We demand therefore that the main body should press forward rapidly in pursuit without any rest. We have already condemned the idea of allowing the advance towards the principal point being made dependent on successes at secondary points. The consequence of this is that in all ordinary cases our chief army only keeps behind it a narrow strip of territory which it can call its own, and which therefore constitutes its theatre of war. How this weakens the momentum at the head, and the dangers for the offensive arising therefrom, we have shown already. Will not this difficulty, will not this intrinsic counterpoise come to a point which impedes further advance? Certainly that may occur. But just as we have already insisted that it would be a mistake to try and avoid this contracted theatre of war at the commencement, and for the sake of that object to rob the advance of its elasticity, so we now maintain that as long as the commander has not yet overthrown his opponent, as long as he considers himself strong enough to effect that object, so long must he also pursue it. He does so perhaps at an increased risk, but also with the prospect of a greater success. If he reaches a point which he cannot venture to go beyond, where in order to protect his rear he must extend himself left and right, well then, this is most probably the culminating point. The power of flight is spent, and if the enemy is not subdued, most probably he will not be now. All that the assailant now does to intensify his attack by conquest of fortresses, defiles, provinces, is no doubt still a slow advance, but it is only of a relative kind, it is no longer absolute. The enemy is no longer in flight, he is perhaps preparing a renewed resistance, and it is therefore already possible that, although the assailant still advances intensively, the position of the defence is every day improving. In short, we come back to this, that as a rule there is no second spring after a halt has once been necessary. Theory therefore only requires that as long as there is an intention of destroying the enemy, there must be no cessation in the advance of the attack. If the commander gives up this object because it is attended with too great a risk, he does right to stop and extend his force. Theory only objects to this when he does it with a view to more readily defeating the enemy. We are not so foolish as to maintain that no instance can be found of states having been gradually reduced to utmost extremity. In the first place, the principle we now maintain is no absolute truth, to which an exception is impossible, but one founded only on the ordinary and probable result. Next, we must make a distinction between cases in which the downfall of a state has been effected by a slow, gradual process, and those in which the event was the result of a first campaign. We are here only treating of the latter case, for it is only in such that there is the tension of forces which either overcomes the centre of gravity of the weight, or is in danger of being overcome by it. If in the first year we gain a moderate advantage, to which in the following we add another, and thus gradually advance towards our object, there is nowhere very imminent danger, but it is distributed over many points. Each pause between one result and another gives the enemy fresh chances. The effects of the first results have very little influence on those which follow, often none, often a negative only, because the enemy recovers himself, or is perhaps excited to increase resistance, or obtains foreign aid. Whereas, when all is done in one march, the success of yesterday brings on with itself that of today. One brand lights itself from another. If there are cases in which states have been overcome by successive blows, in which, consequently, time, generally the patron of the defensive, has proved adverse, how infinitely more numerous are the instances in which the designs of the aggressor have, by that means, utterly failed. Let us only think of the result of the 7 Years' War, in which the Austrians sought to attain their objects so comfortably, cautiously, and prudently, that they completely missed it. In this view, therefore, we cannot at all join in the opinion that the care which belongs to the preparation of a theatre of war, and the impulse which urges us onwards, are on a level in importance, and that the former must, to a certain extent, be a counterpoise to the latter, but we look upon any evil which springs out of the forward movement as an unavoidable evil which only deserves attention when there is no longer hope for us ahead by the forward movement. Bonaparte's case in 1812, very far from shaking our opinion, has rather confirmed us in it. His campaign did not miscarry because he advanced too swiftly or too far, as is commonly believed, but because the only means of success failed. The Russian Empire is no country which can be regularly conquered, that is to say, which can be held in possession, at least not by the forces of the present states of Europe, nor by the 500,000 men with which Bonaparte invaded the country. Such a country can only be subdued by its own weakness, and by the effects of internal dissension. In order to strike these vulnerable points in its political existence, the country must be agitated to its very centre. It was only by reaching Moscow with the force of his blow that Bonaparte could hope to shake the courage of the government, the loyalty and steadfastness of the people. In Moscow he expected to find peace, and this was the only rational object which he could set before himself in undertaking such a war. He therefore led his main body against that of the Russians, which fell back before him, trudged past the camp at Drissa, and did not stop until it reached Smolensk. He carried Bagration along in his movement, beat the principal Russian army, and took Moscow. He acted on this occasion as he had always done. It was only in that way that he made himself the arbiter of Europe, and only in that way was it possible for him to do so. He therefore, who admires Bonaparte in all his earlier campaigns as the greatest of generals, ought not to censure him in this instance. It is quite allowable to judge an event according to the result, as that is the best criticism upon it. (See 5th chapter, 2nd book). But this judgment derived merely from the result must not then be passed off as evidence of superior understanding. To seek out the causes of the failure of a campaign is not going the length of making a criticism upon it. It is only if we show that these causes should neither have been overlooked nor disregarded that we make a criticism and place ourselves above the general. Now, we maintain that anyone who pronounces the campaign of 1812 an absurdity merely on account of the tremendous reaction in it, and who, if it had been successful, would look upon it as a most splendid combination, shows an utter incapacity of judgment. If Bonaparte had remained in Lithuania, as most of his critics think he should, in order first to get possession of the fortresses, of which, moreover, except Riga, situated quite at one side, there is hardly one, because Bobruisk is a small, insignificant place of arms, he would have involved himself for the winter in a miserable defensive system. Then the same people would have been the first to exclaim, "This is not the old Bonaparte. How is it he has not got even as far as a first great battle? He who used to put the final seal to his conquests on the last ramparts of the enemy's states by victories such as Austerlitz and Friedland, has his heart failed him, that he has not taken the enemy's capital, the defenceless Moscow, ready to open its gates, and thus left a nucleus round which new elements of resistance may gather themselves? He had the singular luck to take this far-off and enormous colossus by surprise, as easily as one would surprise a neighbouring town, or as Frederick the Great entered the little state of Silesia lying at his door, and he makes no good use of his fortune, halts in the middle of his victorious career, as if some evil spirit laid at his heels. This is the way which he would have been judged of after the result, for this is the fashion of critics' judgments in general. In opposition to this, we say the campaign of 1812 did not succeed because the government remained firm, the people loyal and steadfast, because it therefore could not succeed. Bonaparte may have made a mistake in undertaking such an expedition. At all events, the result has shown that he deceived himself in his calculations. But we maintain that, supposing it necessary to seek the attainment of this object, it could not have been done in any other way upon the whole. Instead of burthening himself with an interminable, costly defensive war in the east, such as he had on his hands in the west, Bonaparte attempted the only means to gain his object, by one bold stroke to extort a peace from his astonished adversary. The destruction of his army was the danger to which he exposed himself in the venture. It was the stake in the game, the price of great expectations. If this destruction of his army was more complete than it need have been through his own fault, this fault was not in his having penetrated too far into the heart of the country, for that was his object and unavoidable, but in the late period at which the campaign opened, the sacrifice of life occasioned by his tactics, the want of due care for the supply of his army, and for his line of retreat, and lastly, in his having too long delayed his march from Moscow. That the Russians were able to reach the Beresina before him, intending regularly to cut off his retreat, is no strong argument against us, for in the first place, the failure of that attempt just shows how difficult it is really to cut off an army, as the army which was intercepted in this case under the most unfavourable circumstances that can be conceived, still managed at last to cut its way through. And although this act upon the whole contributed certainly to increase its catastrophe, still it was not essentially the cause of it. Secondly, it was only the very peculiar nature of the country which afforded the means to carry things as far as the Russians did, for if it had not been for the marshes of the Beresina, with its wooded impassable borders lying across the great road, the cutting off would have been still less possible. Thirdly, there is generally no means of guarding against such an eventuality except by making the forward movement with the front of the army of such a width as we have already disproved, For if we proceed on the plan of pushing on in advance with the centre, and covering the wings by armies detached right and left, then if either of these detached armies meets with a check, we must fall back with the centre, and then very little can be gained by the attack. Moreover, it cannot be said that Bonaparte neglected his wings. A superior force remained fronting Wittgenstein. A proportionate siege corps stood before Riga, which at the same time was not needed there, and in the south Schwarzburg had 50,000 men, with which he was superior to Tormasov and almost equal to Schischegau. In addition, there were 30,000 men under Victor covering the rear of the centre. Even in the month of November, therefore, at the decisive moment when the Russian armies had been reinforced and the French were very much reduced, the superiority of the Russians in rear of the Moscow army was not so very extraordinary. Wittgenstein, Schischegau and Sacken made up together a force of 100,000. Schwarzenberg, Regma, Victor, Widenot and Sincere had still 80,000 effectives. The most cautious general in advancing would scarcely devote a greater portion of his force to the protection of his flanks. If out of the 600,000 men who crossed the Niemen in 1812, Bonaparte had brought back 250,000, instead of the 50,000 who repassed it under Schwarzenberg, Riemer and Macdonald, which was possible by avoiding the mistakes with which he has been reproached, the campaign would still have been an unfortunate one, but theory would have had nothing to object to it, for the loss of half an army in such a case is not at all unusual, and only appears so to us in this instance on account of the enormous scale of the whole enterprise. So much for the principal operation, its necessary tendency, and the unavoidable risks. As regard the subordinate operations, there must be, above all things, a common aim for all, but this aim must be so situated as to not paralyse the action of any of the individual parts. If we invade France from the upper and middle Rhine and Holland with the intention of uniting at Paris, neither of the armies employed to risk anything on the advance but to keep itself intact until the concentration is effected, that is what we call a ruinous plan. There must be necessarily a constant comparison of the state of this threefold movement, causing delay, indecision and timidity in the forward movement of each of the armies. It is better to assign to each part its mission, and only to place the point of unison wherever these several activities become unity of themselves. Therefore, when a military force advances to the attack on separate theatres of war, to each army should be assigned an object against which the force of its shock is to be directed. Here the point is that these shocks should be given from all sides simultaneously, but not that proportional advantages should result from all of them. If the task assigned to one army is found too difficult because the enemy has made a disposition of his force different to that which was expected, if it sustains a defeat, this neither should nor must have any influence on the action of the others, or we should turn the probability of the general success against ourselves at the very outset. It is only the unsuccessful issue of the majority of enterprises, or of the principal one, which can and must have an influence upon the others, for then it comes under the head of a plan which has miscarried. This same rule applies to those armies and portions of them which have originally acted on the defensive, and owing to the successes gained have assumed the offensive, unless we prefer to attach such spare forces to the principal offensive, a point which will chiefly depend on the geographical situation of the theatre of war. But under these circumstances, what becomes of the geometrical form and unity of the whole attack? What of the flanks and rear of corps when those corps next to them are beaten? That is precisely what we wish chiefly to combat. This gluing down of a great offensive plan of attack on a geometrical square is losing one's way in the regions of fallacy. In the 15th chapter of the third book, we have shown that the geometrical element has less influence in strategy than in tactics, and we shall only here repeat the deduction there obtained, that in the attack especially, the actual results at the various points throughout deserve more attention than the geometrical figure, which may gradually be formed through the diversity of results. But in any case, it is quite certain that looking to the vast spaces with which strategy has to deal, the views and resolutions which the geometrical situation of the parts may create should be left to the general-in-chief, that therefore no subordinate general has a right to ask what his neighbour is doing or leaving undone, but each is to be directed peremptorily to follow out his object. If any serious incongruity really arises from this, a remedy can always be applied in time by the supreme authority. Thus then may be obviated the chief evil of this separate mode of action, which is, that in the place of realities a cloud of apprehensions and suppositions mix themselves up in the progress of an operation, that every accident affects not only the part it comes immediately in contact with, but also the whole, by the communication of impressions, and that a wide field of action is open for the personal failings and personal animosities of subordinate commanders. We think that these views will only appear paradoxical to those who have not studied military history long enough or with sufficient attention, who do not distinguish the important from the unimportant, nor make proper allowance for the influence of human weaknesses in general. If even in tactics there is a difficulty, which all experienced soldiers admit there is, in succeeding in an attack in separate columns, when it depends on the perfect connection of the several columns, how much more difficult, or rather how impossible, must this be in strategy where the separation is so much wider. Therefore, if a constant connection of all parts was a necessary condition of success, a strategic plan of attack of that nature must be at once given up. But on the one hand, it is not left to our option to discard it completely, because circumstances which we cannot control may determine in favour of it. On the other hand, even in tactics, this constant close conjunction of all parts at every moment of the execution is not at all necessary, and it is still less so in strategy. Therefore, in strategy we should pay the less attention to this point, and insist the more upon a distinct piece of work being assigned to each part. We have still to add one important observation. It relates to the proper allotment of parts. In the year 1793 and 1794, the principal Austrian army was in the Netherlands, that of the Prussians on the Upper Rhine. The Austrians marched from Vienna to Conde and Valenciennes, crossing the line of march of the Prussians from Berlin to Landau. The Austrians had certainly to defend their Belgian provinces in that quarter, and any conquests made in French Flanders would have been acquisitions conveniently situated for them. But that interest was not strong enough. After the death of Prince Kaunitz, the minister Thugut carried a measure for giving up the Netherlands entirely, for the better concentration of the Austrian forces. In fact, Austria is about twice as far from Flanders as from Alsace, and at a time when military resources were very limited and everything had to be paid for in ready money, that was no trifling consideration. Still, the minister Thugut had plainly something else in view. His object was, through the urgency of the danger, to compel Holland, England and Prussia, the powers interested in the defence of the Netherlands and Lower Rhine, to make greater efforts. He certainly deceived himself in his calculations, because nothing could be done with the Prussian cabinet at the time, but this occurrence always shows the influence of political interests on the course of a war. Prussia had neither anything to conquer nor to defend in Alsace. In the year 1792 it had undertaken the march through Lorraine into Champagne in a sort of chivalrous spirit, but as that enterprise ended in nothing, through the unfavourable course of circumstances, it continued the war with a feeling of very little interest. If the Prussian troops had been in the Netherlands, they would have been in direct communication with Holland, which they might look upon almost as their own country. Having conquered it in the year 1787, they would have covered the Lower Rhine, and consequently that part of the Prussian monarchy which lay next to the theatre of war. Prussia, on account of subsidies, would also have had a closer alliance with England, which under these circumstances would not so easily have degenerated into the crooked policy of which the Prussian cabinet was guilty at that time. A much better result, therefore, might have been expected if the Austrians had appeared with their principal force on the Upper Rhine, the Prussians with their whole force in the Netherlands, and the Austrians had left there only a corps of proportionate strength. If, instead of the enterprising Blucher, General Barclay had been placed at the head of the Silesian army in 1814, and Blucher and Schwarzenberg had been kept with the Great Army, the campaign would perhaps have turned out a complete failure. If the enterprising Loudon, instead of having his theatre of war at the strongest point of the Prussian dominions, namely in Silesia, had been in the position of the German States Army, perhaps the whole 7 Years' War would have had quite a different turn. In order to look at this subject more narrowly, we must look at the cases according to their chief distinctions. The first is, if we carry on war in conjunction with other powers, who not only take part as our allies, but also have an independent interest as well. The second is, if the army of the ally has come to our assistance. The third is, when it is only a question with regard to the personal characteristics of the general. In the first two cases, the point may be raised whether it is better to mix up the troops of the different powers completely, so that each separate army is composed of corps of different powers, as was done in the wars of 1813 and 1814, or to keep them separate as much as possible, so that the army of each power may continue distinct and act independently. Plainly, the first is the most salutary plan, but it supposes a degree of friendly feeling and community of interests which is seldom found. When there is this close good fellowship between the troops, it is much more difficult for the cabinets to separate their interests, and as regards the prejudicial influence of the egotistical views of commanders, it can only show itself under these circumstances amongst the subordinate generals, therefore only in the province of tactics, and even there not so freely or with such impunity as when there is a complete separation. In the latter case it affects the strategy, and therefore makes decided marks. But as already observed, for the first case there must be a rare spirit of conciliation on the part of the government. In the year 1813, the exigencies of the time impelled all governments in that direction, and yet we cannot sufficiently praise this in the Emperor of Russia, that although he entered the field with the strongest army, and the change of fortune was chiefly brought about by him, yet he set aside all pride about appearing at the head of a separate and independent Russian army, and placed his troops under the Prussian and Austrian commanders. If such a fusion of armies cannot be effected, a complete separation of them is certainly better than a half and half state of things. The worst of all is when two independent commanders of armies of different powers find themselves on the same theatre of war, as frequently happened in the 7 Years' War with the armies of Russia, Austria, and the German states. When there is a complete separation of forces, the burdens which must be borne are also better divided, and each suffers only from what is his own, consequently is more impelled to activity by the force of circumstances. But if they find themselves in close connection, or quite on the same theatre of war, this is not the case, and besides that, the ill will of one paralyses also the powers of the other as well. In the first of the three supposed cases, there will be no difficulty in the complete separation, as the natural interest of each state generally indicates to it a separate mode of employing its force. This may not be so in the second case, and then, as a rule, there is nothing to be done but to place oneself completely under the auxiliary army, if its strength is in any way proportionate to that measure, as the Austrians did in the later part of the campaign of 1815, and the Prussians in the campaign of 1807. With regard to the personal qualifications of the general, everything in this passes into what is particular and individual, but we must not omit to make one general remark, which is that we should not, as is generally done, place at the head of subordinate armies the most prudent and cautious commanders, but the most enterprising. For we repeat that in strategic operations conducted separately, there is nothing more important than that every part should develop its powers to the full. In that way, faults committed at one part may be compensated for by successes at others. This complete activity at all points, however, is only to be expected when the commanders are spirited, enterprising men, who are urged forwards by natural impulsiveness, by their own hearts, because a mere objective, coolly reasoned out, conviction of the necessity of action seldom suffices. Lastly, we have to remark that if circumstances in other respects permit, the troops and their commanders as regards their destination should be employed in accordance with their qualities and the nature of the country, that is, regular armies, ground troops, numerous cavalry, old, prudent, intelligent generals in an open country, militia, national levies, young, enterprising commanders in wooded country, mountains and defiles, auxiliary armies in rich provinces where they can make themselves comfortable. What we have now said upon a plan of a war in general, and in this chapter upon those in particular which are directed to the destruction of the enemy, is intended to give special prominence to the object of the same, and next to indicate principles which may serve as guides in the preparation of ways and means. Our desire has been in this way to give a clear perception of what is to be and should be done in such a war. We have tried to emphasise the necessary and general, and leave a margin for the play of the particular and accidental, but to include all that is arbitrary, unfounded, trifling, fantastical, or sophistical. If we have succeeded in this object, we look upon our problem as solved. Now, if anyone wonders at finding nothing here about turning rivers, about commanding mountains from their highest points, about avoiding strong positions and finding the keys of a country, he has not understood us. Neither does he as yet understand war in its general relations according to our views. In preceding books we have characterised these subjects in general, and we have arrived at the conclusion they are much more insignificant in their nature than we should think from their high repute. Therefore, so much the less can or ought they play a great part, that is, so far as to influence the whole plan of a war, when it is a war which has for its object the destruction of the enemy. At the end of the book we shall devote a chapter specially to the consideration of the chief command. The present chapter we shall close with an example. If Austria, Prussia, the German Confederation, the Netherlands, and England determine on a war with France, but Russia remains neutral, a case which has frequently happened during the last 150 years, they are able to carry on an offensive war, having for its object the overthrow of the enemy. For powerful and great as France is, it is still possible for it to see more than half its territory overrun by the enemy, its capital occupied, and itself reduced in its means to a state of complete inefficiency, without there being any power except Russia which can give it effectual support. Spain is too distant and too disadvantageously situated. The Italian states are at present too brittle and powerless. The countries we have named have, exclusive of their possessions out of Europe, above 75 million inhabitants. Reader's note, there is an asterisk here. The footnote reads, this chapter was probably written in 1828, since which time the numerical relations have considerably changed. ADH. Reader's note ends. Whilst France has only 30 million, and the army which they could call out for a war against France, really meant in earnest, would be as follows, without exaggeration: Austria 250,000, Prussia 200,000, the rest of Germany 150,000, Netherlands 75,000, England 50,000, total 725,000. Should this force be placed on a war footing, it would, in all probability, very much exceed that which France could oppose, for under Bonaparte the country never had an army of the like strength. Now, if we take into account the deductions required as garrisons for fortresses and depots to watch the coasts, etc., there can be no doubt the Allies would have a great superiority in the principal theatre of war, and upon that the object or plan of overthrowing the enemy is chiefly founded. The centre of gravity of the French power lies in its military force and in Paris. To defeat the former in one or more battles, to take Paris and drive the wreck of the French across the Loire, must be the object of the Allies. The pit of the stomach of the French monarchy is between Paris and Brussels. On that side, the frontier is only 30 miles from the capital. Part of the Allies, the English, Netherlanders, Prussian, and North German states, have their natural point of assembly in that direction, as these states lie partly in the immediate vicinity, partly in a direct line behind it. Austria and South Germany can only carry on their war conveniently from the Upper Rhine. Their natural direction is upon Troyes and Paris, or it may be Orleans. Both shocks, therefore, that from the Netherlands and the other from the Upper Rhine, are quite direct and natural, short and powerful, and both fall upon the centre of gravity of the enemy's power. Between these 2 points, therefore, the whole invading army should be divided. But there are 2 considerations which interfere with the simplicity of this plan. The Austrians would not lay bare their Italian dominions. They would wish to retain the mastery over events there, in any case, and therefore would not incur the risk of making an attack on the heart of France, by which they would leave Italy only indirectly covered. Looking to the political state of the country, this collateral consideration is not to be treated with contempt, but it would be a decided mistake if the old and oft-tried plan of attack from Italy, directed against the south of France, was bound up with it, and if on that account the force in Italy was increased to a size not required for mere security against contingencies in the first campaign. Only the number needed for that security should remain in Italy. Only that number should be withdrawn from the great undertaking. If we would not be unfaithful to that first maxim, unity of plan, concentration of force. To think of conquering France by the Rhone would be like trying to lift a musket by the point of its bayonet. But also, as an auxiliary enterprise, an attack on the south of France is to be condemned, for it only raises new forces against us. Whenever an attack is made on distant provinces, interests and activities are roused which would otherwise have lain dormant. It would only be in case that the forces left for the security of Italy were in excess of the number required, and therefore to avoid leaving them unemployed, that there would be any justification for an attack on the south of France from that quarter. We therefore repeat that the force left in Italy must be kept down as low as circumstances will permit, and it will be quite large enough if it will suffice to prevent the Austrians from losing the whole country in one campaign. Let us suppose that number to be 50,000 men for the purpose of our illustration. Another consideration deserving attention is the relation of France in respect to its sea coast. As England has the upper hand at sea, it follows that France must, on that account, be very susceptible with regard to the whole of her Atlantic coast, and consequently must protect it with garrisons of greater or less strength. Now, however weak this coast defence may be, still the French frontiers are tripled by it, and large drafts on that account cannot fail to be withdrawn from the French army on the theatre of war. 20 or 30,000 troops disposable to effect a landing, with which the English threaten France, would probably absorb twice or three times the number of French troops. And further, we must think not only of troops, but also of money, artillery, etc., etc., required for ships and coast batteries. Let us suppose that the English devote 25,000 to this object. Our plan of war would then consist simply in this: 1. That in the Netherlands 200,000 Prussians, 75,000 Netherlanders, 25,000 English, 50,000 North German Confederation, total 350,000, be assembled, of whom about 50,000 should be set aside to garrison frontier fortresses, and the remaining 300,000 should advance against Paris and engage the French army in a decisive battle. That 200,000 Austrians and 100,000 South German troops should assemble on the Upper Rhine to advance at the same time as the army of the Netherlands, the direction being towards the Upper Seine, and from thence towards the Loire, with a view likewise to a great battle. These two attacks would perhaps unite in one on the Loire. By this the chief point is determined. What we have to add is chiefly intended to root out false conceptions, and is as follows: 1. To seek for the great battle as prescribed and deliver it with such a relation in point of numerical strength and under such circumstances as promise a decisive victory, is the course for the chief commanders to follow. To this object everything must be sacrificed, and as few men as possible should be employed in sieges, blockades, garrisons, etc. If, like Schwarzenberg in 1814, as soon as they enter the enemy's provinces they spread out in eccentric rays, all is lost. That this did not take place in 1814, the Allies may thank the powerless state of France alone. The attack should be like a wedge well driven home, not like a soap bubble which distends itself until it bursts. 2. Switzerland must be left to its own forces. If it remains neutral and forms a good point d'appui on the Upper Rhine, if it is attacked by France, let her stand up for herself, which in more than one respect she is very well able to do. Nothing is more absurd than to attribute to Switzerland a predominant geographical influence upon events in war because it is the highest land in Europe. Such an influence only exists under certain very restricted conditions which are not to be found here. When the French are attacked in the heart of their country, they can undertake no offensive from Switzerland, either against Italy or Swabia, and, least of all, can the elevated situation of the country come into consideration as a decisive circumstance. The advantage of a country which is dominating in a strategic sense is, in the first place, chiefly important in the defensive, and any importance which it has in the offensive may manifest itself in a single encounter. Whoever does not know this has not thought over the thing and arrived at a clear perception of it. And in case that at any future council of potentates and generals some learned officer of the general staff should be found who, with an anxious brow, displays such wisdom, we now declare it beforehand to be mere folly, and wish that in the same council some true blade, some child of sound common sense, may be present who will stop his mouth. 3. The space between two attacks we think of very little consequence. When 600,000 assemble 30 or 40 miles from Paris to march against the heart of France, would anyone think of covering the middle Rhine, as well as Berlin, Dresden, Vienna and Munich? There would be no sense in such a thing. Are we to cover the communications? That would not be unimportant, but then we might soon be led into giving this covering the importance of an attack, and then instead of advancing on two lines, as the situation of the States positively requires, we should be led to advance upon three, which is not required. These three would then perhaps become 5 or perhaps 7, and in that way the old rigmarole would once more become the order of the day. Our two attacks have each their object. The forces employed on them are probably very superior to the enemy in numbers. If each pursues his march with vigour, they cannot fail to react advantageously upon each other. If one of the two attacks is unfortunate because the enemy has not divided his forces equally, we may fairly expect that the result of the other will of itself repair this disaster. And this is the true interdependence between the two, an interdependence extending to (open bracket) so as to be affected by (close bracket) the events of each day is impossible on account of the distance, neither is it necessary, and therefore the immediate, or rather the direct connection is of no such great value. Besides, the enemy attacked in the very centre of his dominions will have no forces worth speaking of to employ in interrupting this connection. All that is to be apprehended is that this interruption may be attempted by a co-operation of the inhabitants with the partisans, so that this object does not actually cost the enemy any troops. To prevent that, it is sufficient to send a corps of 10 or 15,000 men, particularly strong in cavalry, in the direction from Treves to Reims. It will be able to drive every partisan before it and keep in line with the grand army. This corps should neither invest nor watch fortresses, but march between them, depend on no fixed basis, but give way before superior forces in any direction. No great misfortune could happen to it, and if such did happen, it would again be no serious misfortune for the whole. Under these circumstances, such a corps might probably serve as an intermediate link between the two attacks. 4. The two subordinate undertakings, that is, the Austrian army in Italy and the English army for landing on the coast, might follow their object as appeared best. If they do not remain idle, their mission is fulfilled as regards the chief point, and on no account should either of the two great attacks be made dependent in any way on these minor ones. We are quite convinced that in this way France may be overthrown and chastised whenever it thinks fit to put on that insolent air with which it has oppressed Europe for 150 years. It is only on the other side of Paris, on the Loire, that those conditions can be obtained from it which are necessary for the peace of Europe. In this way alone, the natural relation between 30 millions of men and 75 millions will quickly make itself known. But not if the country from Dunkirk to Genoa is to be surrounded in the way it has been for 150 years by a girdle of armies, whilst 50 different small objects are aimed at, not one of which is powerful enough to overcome the inertia, friction, and extraneous influences which spring up and reproduce themselves everywhere, but more especially in allied armies. How little the provisional organisation of the German federal armies is adapted to such a disposition will strike the reader. By that organisation, the federative part of Germany forms the nucleus of the German power, and Prussia and Austria, thus weakened, lose their natural influence. But a federative state is a very brittle nucleus in war. There is in it no unity, no energy, no rational choice of a commander, no authority, no responsibility. Austria and Prussia are the two natural centres of force of the German Empire. They form the pivot or fulcrum, the forte of the sword. They are monarchical states used to war. They have well-defined interests, independence of power. They are predominant over the others. The organisation should follow these natural lineaments, and not a false notion about unity, which is an impossibility in such a case. And he who neglects the possible in quest for the impossible is a fool. End of chapter 9 and end of book 8. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 1, Part 1 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Karl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 1. Summary of the instruction given by the author to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the years 1810, 1811 and 1812. Part 1. Scheme which was laid before General von Gordy. Presuming that it is only a preliminary knowledge of the art of war which His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is to receive from me, with a view to His Royal Highness being enabled to understand modern military history, it is of the first importance that I should give the Prince a clear idea of war, and that I should do so in such a manner as to avoid diffuseness or taxing the Prince's faculties too much. In order to acquire a thorough knowledge of a science, it is necessary to apply one's mind chiefly to the study of it for some time, and it appears to be too soon for the Prince to do this. For these reasons, I have adopted the following course, which appears to me most in accordance with the natural direction of the ideas of a young man. In carrying it out, my chief endeavour will be, in the first place, to make myself always intelligible to the Prince, as otherwise the most attentive pupil must soon become wearied, confused, and disgusted. Secondly, in every case to avoid giving any erroneous ideas, through which his further instruction or progress of his own studies might be impeded or interfered with. For the sake of the first of these objects, I shall endeavour to keep the subject always in correspondence with the natural understanding as much as possible, and in this effort shall often deviate from the scientific spirit and scholastic forms. I now submit to your Excellency the plan I have sketched hastily, and beg you will do me the favour to correct my view in any points in which it may not be in accordance with your own. Next to a preparatory knowledge of weapons and the different kinds of troops, some conception of applied or higher tactics, as they are called, and strategy, is principally necessary in order to comprehend military history. Tactics, or the theory of fighting, is in reality the principal thing, partly because battles are decisive, partly because it comprises the most of what can be taught. Strategy, or the theory of combination of separate battles towards the object of the campaign, is a subject more of natural and matured power of judgment. Still, we must at least point out clearly the subjects which are therein to be found, and show their mutual connection and relation to the whole. Field fortification in such a synoptical course will be most suitably placed with the theory of the defensive in tactics, permanent fortification in or after strategy. Tactics itself comprises two different classes of subjects. One class may be understood without having any acquaintance with the strategic relations of the whole. To this belong the formation for tactical purposes and the mode of fighting of all the smaller parts, from the company or squadron up to the brigade of all arms, and in all kinds of country. Those of the other class are in intimate connection with strategic conceptions. To this class belong the usual action of whole corps and armies in battle, outpost services, and the minor operations of war, etc., etc., because in such there are introduced conceptions of position, battle, march, etc., which cannot be understood without previous conceptions of the combination of the whole campaign. I shall therefore separate the two classes of subjects, begin with a concise and very general description of war, pass on to tactics, or the action of the smaller divisions in battle, and then stop short when I reach the position, order of battle, of the whole corps or armies, in order to return to the general view of the campaign and to explain more in detail the connection of things. Then the remaining chapters on tactics will follow. Lastly, I shall begin strategy again with the idea of the course of a campaign, in order to consider the subject from this new point of view. From this now follows the arrangement as under: arms, powder, small arms, rifles, cannon, and all appertaining thereto; artillery, theory of charges for horizontal and vertical firing, service of cannon of all kinds, organisation of a battery, expense of guns and ammunition, etc., effect of artillery, ranges, probability of hitting; other kinds of troops, cavalry, light, heavy; infantry, ditto; formation, destination, character; applied or higher tactics, a general conception of war, battles, position of smaller divisions and their mode of fighting; a company of infantry with or without artillery on all kinds of ground; a squadron of cavalry the same, the two together; ditto in different kinds of ground; order of battle for a corps of several brigades; ditto of an army of several corps. The two last sections without relation to ground, because otherwise the idea of position would be introduced; more detailed explanation of a campaign; organisation of army at the commencement of a campaign. Whilst it marches and takes up positions, it requires measures of security, outposts, patrols, reconnaissances, detachments, minor warfare. When an army chooses a position, such arrangements must be made that the army can defend itself in the same; tactical, defensive, field fortification, attacks of the army in such positions, conduct to be observed in the combat itself, battle, retreat, pursuit, marches, defence of rivers, passage of rivers, lines of posts, cantonments. Strategy, view of a campaign and of a whole war in strategic respects, what determines the result in war, plan of operations, arrangements for subsistence, offensive war, defensive war, positions, lines of posts, battles, marches, defence and passage of rivers, cantonments, winter quarters, mountain warfare, system of war, etc., etc. Permanent fortifications and siege warfare either precede strategy or form a conclusion to the whole. The most important principles of the art of war to complete my course of instruction of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although these principles are the result of much reflection and an assiduous study of military history, they have only been drawn up hastily on the present occasion, and the form in which they appear will not bear any stringent criticism. Besides, from the multiplicity of subjects, only the most important have been selected, a certain conciseness being essentially necessary. These principles, therefore, do not constitute a complete course of instruction for your Royal Highness. They are only intended as a foundation for reflection on your own part, and to serve as a guide in these reflections. 1. General principles to be observed in war. 1. The great object of the theory of war is to guide us to the way of obtaining a preponderance of physical force and advantages at the decisive points. But if this is not possible, theory teaches also how to speculate upon the moral powers, upon the probable errors of the enemy, upon the impression made by a bold spirit of enterprise, etc., etc., even upon our own desperation. All this is by no means beyond the province of the art of war and its theory, for that theory is nothing but rational reflection upon all situations in which we can be placed in war. The most dangerous positions in which we can be placed are just those which we should look upon as most likely to occur, and those about which we should most distinctly make up our minds. That leads to heroic resolves founded on reason. Whoever represents the affair to your Royal Highness in any other manner is a pedant who can only do harm by the views he advances. In the critical moments of life, in the tumult of battle, you will one day feel clearly that no other view can give any help when help is most necessary, and when a dry pedantry of figures leaves us to our fate. 2. Naturally, in war, we always seek to have the probability of success on our side, whether it be that we count upon a physical or moral superiority. But this is not always possible. We must often undertake things when the probability of our succeeding is against us, if, for instance, we can do nothing better. If in such a case we despair, then our rational reflection and judgment leave us just when most wanted, when everything seems to conspire against us. Therefore, even when the probability of success is against us, we must not, on that account, consider our undertaking as impossible or unreasonable. Reasonable it will always be if we can do nothing better, and if we employ the few means we have to the best advantage, in order that in such cases we may never lose equanimity and firmness, two qualities which in war are always the first to be in peril, which in such a situation are difficult to maintain, but without which, with the most brilliant qualities of mind, we can effect nothing. We must familiarise ourselves with the idea of falling with honour. Cherish that idea constantly and completely accustom ourselves to it. Be convinced, most noble Prince, that without this firm determination nothing great can be effected in the most fortunate war, to say nothing of an unfortunate one. We may be certain that this idea often occupied the mind of Frederick II during his first Silesian campaign, and because he was accustomed to it, he made the attack at Leuthen on that memorable 5th of December, and not because he had made a calculation that with the oblique order of battle he would in all probability beat the Austrians. 3. Amongst all the operations left to your choice in any given case, amongst all the manoeuvres which are open to adoption, there will always be a choice between the bold and the prudent. Some people think that theory is always on the side of the prudent. That is false. If theory could give advice in the matter, it would counsel the most decisive, consequently the boldest, as that is the most consistent with the nature of war, but it leaves to the general to choose, according to the measure of his own courage, of his spirit of enterprise and confidence in himself. Choose then according to the measure of these inner powers, always remembering that there was never a great general who was wanting in boldness. 2. Tactics, or the theory of combat. War consists of a combination of many distinct battles. Now, although this combination may be either skillful or the reverse, and the result in a great measure depends upon that point, Still, the battle itself stands before it in a point of importance, for nothing but a combination of successful battles gives a good result. Therefore, the thing of the highest importance in war will always be the art of conquering the enemy in battle. On this, your Royal Highness cannot bestow too much attention and thought. The following principles I hold to be the most important. 1. General principles. A for the defence. 1. To keep troops on the defensive under cover from fire as long as possible. As we may be attacked, consequently may have to defend ourselves at any moment, except when we are ourselves acting on the offensive, we must therefore always take up a position as much under cover as possible. 2. Not to bring the whole force into action at once. If this fault is committed, all rational guidance of the combat is at an end. It is only with disposable troops that we can turn the course of a battle. 3. To trouble ourselves little about the width of our front, as it is a matter of little consequence in itself, and the depth of the position, that is, the number of troops placed one behind the other, is diminished by an extension of the front. Troops which are in rear of the front line are disposable. They can either be used to restore the combat at that point, or brought forward at other adjacent points. This principle follows from the preceding. 4. As the enemy, whilst he attacks some part of the front, often seeks to outflank and envelop at the same time, therefore the troops placed at the rear are available to repel such attempts, and accordingly supply the want of local obstacles on which to rest the flanks. They are better placed for that purpose than if they stood in line and extended the width of the front, for in such case they themselves would be easily turned by the enemy. This point also further establishes the second. 5. If there are many troops to be posted in the rear, only a part should be placed directly behind the front, the rest are placed in an oblique direction in echelon to the rear beyond either flank. From this last position, the enemy's columns approaching to turn our flank can in turn be taken in flank. It is a first maxim never to remain perfectly passive, but to fall upon the enemy in front and flank, even when he is in the act of making an attack upon us. We adopt the defensive, therefore, on a certain line, only to compel the enemy to develop his forces for the attack of that line, and we then pass over to the offensive with troops which have been kept in reserve. As your Royal Highness once justly remarked, the art of field fortification is not to serve the defender like a wall behind which he can stand in greater security, but to aid him in attacking the enemy with more success. The same applies to every passive defence. It is always only the means of attacking the enemy with advantage on ground that we have looked out and prepared for ourselves, and where we have drawn up our troops. This attack belonging to the defensive may be made either at the moment the enemy opens his attack on us, or whilst he is on the march to do so. It may also be arranged that when the enemy commences his attack, we draw back and thus lure him onto ground of which he is ignorant, in order to fall upon him on all sides. For all dispositions of this kind, the deep formation of an army, that is, an order in which only 2/3 or the half or even less are in front, and the rest posted directly and obliquely in rear, under cover if possible, is very well suited, and therefore this order of battle is a point of infinite importance. 8. Therefore, if we have 2 divisions, it is better to place one behind the other than to place them in line. With 3 divisions, 1 at least should be placed in rear, with 4 probably 2, with 5 at least 2, in many cases 3, etc., etc. 9. At the points where we remain passive, we should make use of field fortification, but only in separate enclosed works of bold profile. 10. In forming a plan of battle, we should have a great object in view, as, for example, the attack of a strong column of the enemy, and a complete victory over it. If we only choose a small object, whilst the enemy pursues a great one, we shall evidently be the losers. We play with thalers against pfennigs. 11. If our plan of defence is aimed at some great object, open bracket, the destruction of a column of the enemy, etc., close bracket, we must follow it up with the utmost energy, expend upon it all our forces. In most cases, the efforts of the assailant will be in some other direction. Whilst we fall upon his right wing, he will be seeking to gain an advantage with his left. If we slacken our efforts sooner than the enemy, if we follow up our object with less energy than he does, he will attain his object. He will gain his advantage completely, whilst we shall only half reach ours. Thus the enemy obtains the preponderance, thus the victory becomes his, and we must give up even our half advantage gained. If your Royal Highness reads attentively the account of the battles of Ratisbon and Wagram, you will see the truth and importance of this. In both these battles, the Emperor Napoleon attacked with his right wing, standing on the defensive with the left. The Archduke Charles did the same, but the one did it with full resolution and energy, the other was undecided and stopped always halfway. The successes gained by that portion of the Archduke's army which was victorious were unimportant. Those which the Emperor Napoleon gained in the same time at the opposite point were decisive. 12. If I may be allowed to bring forward once more the two last principles, the combination of them yields a maxim which in the modern art of war may be regarded as the first among all causes of victory, that is, to follow up a great and decisive object with energy and perseverance. 13. Danger in case of failure is increased thereby, it is true, but prudence increased at the cost of victory is no art. It is a false prudence which, as already said, is opposed to the very nature of war. For great ends we must venture much. True prudence is, if we risk anything in war, to select and apply carefully the means to our end, and to neglect nothing through indolence or want of consideration. Of this kind was the prudence of the Emperor Napoleon, who never followed great objects timidly and with half measures through over-prudence. Among the few victorious defensive battles that are noted in history, you will find, noble sir, that the greatest were fought in the spirit of these principles, for they are principles derived from the study of history. At Minden, the Duke Ferdinand suddenly appeared on a field of battle on which the enemy did not expect him, and proceeded to the attack, whilst at Tannhausen he defended himself passively behind entrenchments. At Rossbach, Frederick II threw himself on the enemy at a point and at a time where his attack was not expected. At Liegnitz, the Austrians found the king in the night in quite a different position from that in which they had seen him the day before. He fell upon a column of the enemy with the whole weight of his army and defeated it before the others could take part in the engagement. At Hohenlinden, Moreau had 5 divisions in his front and 4 behind him, either directly or obliquely to the rear. He turned the enemy and fell upon the right flank column before it could carry out its intended attack. At Ratisbon, Marshal Davos defended himself passively, while Napoleon with the right wing attacked the 5th and 6th Corps d'Armée and completely defeated them. At Wagram, the Austrians were in reality on the defensive. Still, as they attacked the Emperor on the second day with the greater part of their force, we may look upon the latter as acting on the defensive. With his right wing he attacked the Austrian left, turned and beat it, not troubling himself meanwhile about his weak left wing, consisting of a single division, resting on the Danube. But by means of his strong reserves, deep position, he prevented the victory of the Austrian right wing from having any influence on the victory which he had gained on the Russbach. With these reserves, he retook Aderklaa. All the foregoing principles are not plainly exemplified in each of the battles enumerated, but all are examples of an active defensive. The mobility of the Prussian army under Frederick II was a means to victory for him, upon which we can no longer build, as other armies are capable of moving as ours now. On the other hand, at that time the turning a flank was less generally in vogue, and therefore the deep order of battle was less imperative. B. For the attack. 1. We try to fall upon a point in the enemy's position, that is, a part of his army, a division, a corps, with a great preponderance of force, whilst we keep the other parts in uncertainty, that is to say, occupy them. It is only in this way that when our forces are equal or inferior, we can fight with the superiority on our side, that is, with a probability of success. If we are very weak, then we can only spare very few troops to occupy the enemy at other points, that we may be as strong as possible at the decisive point. Unquestionably, Frederick II only gained the Battle of Leuthen because he had his small army on one spot and well concentrated as compared with the enemy. 2. The principal blow is directed against a wing of the enemy's force by an attack in front and flank, or by completely going round it and attacking it in rear. It is only if we push the enemy off his line of retreat by victory that we gain a great success. 3. Even when in strong force, we often choose only one point for the great shock, and give the blow against that point the greatest strength, for to surround an army completely is seldom possible, or supposes an immense preponderance both physically and morally, but the enemy may also be cut off from his line of retreat by an attack directed against a point in one of his flanks, and that is generally sufficient to ensure great results. Generally the certainty, high probability of the victory that is, the certainty of being able to drive the enemy from the field of battle, is the principal point. Upon this, as an object or end, the plan of battle must be formed, for a victory once gained, even if it is not decisive, is easily made so by energy in pursuit. 5. We endeavour to make our attack concentrically on that wing of the enemy which is to receive the shock of our main body, that is, in such a form that his troops find themselves engaged on all sides at once. Allowing the enemy has troops enough to show a front in all directions, still the troops under such circumstances become more easily discouraged, they suffer more, are sooner thrown into disorder, etc. In short, we may expect to make them give way sooner. 6. This turning of the enemy compels the assailant to develop a greater force in front than the defender. Reader's note: there follows a diagram. In the diagram there are 3 white rectangles and 1 black rectangle. The white rectangles are labelled A, B and C. The black rectangle is labelled E. The white rectangles form a loose horseshoe around the black rectangle. Reader's note ends. If the corps A, B, C are to fall concentrically, or by converging lines, on the part E of the enemy's army, they must naturally stand on lines contiguous to each other. But this development of our force in front must never be carried so far that we do not retain strong reserves. That would be the greatest error possible, and would lead to defeat if the enemy is in only some measure prepared against being outflanked. Reader's note: there follows a diagram which is an elaboration of the previous diagram. A, B and C form a loose horseshoe about the thin edge of the black rectangle E. Assuming E's point of view, behind rectangle A there are now 2 further white rectangles, G and F. Reader's note ends. If A, B, C are corps intended to attack E as part of the enemy's army, then the corps F, G must be kept in reserve. With this deep formation we can incessantly renew our attacks upon the same point, and if our troops are repulsed at the opposite extremity of the enemy's position, we are not obliged to give up the day at this, because we have to set off any success the enemy may have gained. It was thus with the French at Wagram. The left wing, which was opposed to the Austrian right, resting on the Danube, was extremely weak and was totally defeated. Even their centre at Adaklar was not very strong and was obliged to give way to the Austrians on the first day, but that did not signify, because the Emperor's right, with which he attacked the Austrian left in front and flank, had such a depth that he brought a heavy column of cavalry and horse artillery to bear upon the Austrians in Adaklar, and if he did not beat them, was able at all events to stop their progress. 7. As in the defensive, so in the offensive, that part of the enemy's army which in its destruction will yield decisive advantages should be the object of attack. 8. As in the defensive, so here we must not relax our efforts till we have attained our object, or that our means are entirely exhausted. If the defender is also active, if he attacks us at other points, we have no chance of the victory except by surpassing him in energy and boldness. If he remains passive, then, in that case, we run no great danger. 9. Long continuous lines of troops are to be particularly avoided. They only lead to parallel attacks, which are now no longer to the purpose. Each division makes its own attack, although in conformity with the plans of higher authority, and consequently so that they accord with each other, but one division, 8,000 to 10,000 men, is never now formed in one line, always in 3 or 4. From this it follows that no long continuous lines can be used any more. 10. The attacks or divisions of army corps in concert must not be combined with the intention of their being under one guidance, so that although at distance from each other, and perhaps even separated by the enemy, they still remain in communication, even alighting themselves on each other, etc. This is an erroneous, bad method of carrying out a co-operation, which is liable to 1,000 accidents, through which nothing great can ever be effected, and by which one is almost certain to be well beaten if we have to deal with an active, vigorous enemy. The true way is to give each corps or division commander the general control of his march, to give him the enemy as the point on which his march is to be directed, and the victory over the enemy as the object of his march. Each commander of a column has, therefore, the order to attack the enemy where he finds him, and to do so with all his strength. He must not be made answerable for the result, for that leads to indecision. He must be responsible for nothing more than that his corps joins in the fight with all its energies and makes any sacrifice that may be necessary. 11. A well-organised independent corps can resist the attacks of a vastly superior force for a certain length of time, some hours, and is therefore not to be destroyed in a moment. Therefore, if it has even been engaged with the enemy too soon and is beaten, still its action is not lost on the whole. The enemy must have deployed his forces and expended a certain portion of them on this corps, and thus given our other corps a favourable opportunity for attack. Of the organisation of a corps for this purpose we shall speak hereafter. We ensure the harmonious action of the whole in concert, when each corps has in this manner a certain independence, and seeks out the enemy and attacks him at any cost. 12. One of the most important principles for offensive war is the surprise of the enemy. The more the attack partakes of the nature of a surprise, the more successful we may expect it to be. The surprise which the defender effects by the concealment of his dispositions, by the covered position in which he places his troops, the offensive can only effect by the unexpected march to the attack. This is an occurrence which rarely happens in modern warfare. This is partly owing to better measures for the security of an army, partly owing to wars being now prosecuted with more vigour, so that there are not now those long pauses in the operations which lulled the one party to sleep and gave the other a favourable opportunity to make a sudden attack. Under these circumstances, except by a regular night surprise, such as at Hochkirch, which is always possible, the only way now to surprise an enemy is to make a march to the flank or the rear and then suddenly return upon him, or if we are at a distance, then by forced marches and by great efforts to reach the enemy's position sooner than he expects. 13. The regular surprise by night, as at Hochkirch, affords the best chance of doing something when our army is small, but it is attended with more risks for the assailant if the defender knows the country better than he does. The less we know of the country and of the enemy's arrangements, the greater these risks are. Therefore, such attacks in many instances can only be regarded as desperate means. 14. In such attacks, all the arrangements must be more simple, and we must keep still more concentrated than by day. 2. Principles for the use of troops. 1. If we cannot dispense with the use of firearms, and if we could, why should we carry them at all, we must open the combat with them, and the cavalry should not be employed until the enemy has suffered considerably by the action of infantry and artillery. From this follows A. That the cavalry should be posted behind the infantry, B. That we must not be induced to bring the cavalry into action too soon. The cavalry should not be launched boldly to the attack until such disorder prevails in the enemy's ranks that we may hope for success by his hasty retreat. 2. The fire of artillery produces greater effect than that of infantry. A battery of 8 6-pounders does not occupy a third part of the front of a battalion of infantry, is worked by an eighth of the number of men composing a battalion, and does certainly twice, if not 3 times, as much execution with its fire. On the other hand, artillery has the disadvantage of not being so easily moved as infantry. This applies in general, even to the lightest description of horse artillery, for it cannot be used like infantry upon any ground. From the commencement, therefore, the artillery must be kept united at the most important points, because it cannot, like the infantry, concentrate itself at those points during the progress of the battle. A great battery of 20 or 30 guns is in most cases decisive at the point where it is placed. 3. From the particulars just specified and others which are evident, the following rules present themselves for the use of the different arms of the service respectively. A. The battle is commenced by artillery, the greater proportion of that arm being brought into use from the very first. It is only with large masses of troops that both horse and foot artillery are kept in reserve. Artillery is used in large masses brought together at single points. 20 or 30 guns defend the principal point in one great battery, or batter the point in the enemy's line which it is intended to attack. B. We use light infantry, either marksmen, riflemen, or fusiliers, principally in order not to bring too many troops into action at once. We try first to feel what there is in our front, for that can seldom be properly examined. We want to see which direction the fight is likely to take. If we can maintain an equal fight with the enemy with this line of skirmishers, and that there is no reason for hastening the affair, We should do wrong to hurry forward other forces. We should weary out the enemy with this kind of fight as much as possible. C. If the enemy brings so many troops into the combat as to overpower our line of skirmishers, or we cannot delay any longer, we bring forward a full line of infantry which deploys itself at 100 or 200 paces from the enemy, and either opens fire or advances to the charge according to circumstances. D. This is the chief purpose for which the infantry is destined. If we are drawn up in such deep formation that we have still a line of infantry in column in reserve, we are tolerably well master of the combat at this point. This second line of infantry should, if possible, be used only in columns to decide the day. E. The cavalry during this time keeps in rear of the troops engaged in action as near as it can, without suffering much loss, that is, beyond the reach of grape and musketry. It must, however, be at hand, that we may be able to profit by any success which takes place in the course of the combat. For, in following these rules more or less strictly, we must keep in view the following principle, on which I cannot insist too strongly, viz. Not to make a venture with all our forces at once, because we thus throw away all means of directing them. To weary our adversary with as few troops as possible, and keep in hand a considerable mass for the last decisive moment. Once this last reserve is staked, it must be led with the utmost boldness. 5. An order of battle, that is, a method of drawing up the troops before and during the battle, must be established for the whole campaign or the whole war. This order of battle is to be observed in all cases where there is not time to make special dispositions. It must, therefore, be based chiefly with a view to the defensive. This order of battle will reduce the form or manner in which the army fights to a kind of method, which is very necessary as well as salutary, because a great number of the generals of second order and other officers at the head of smaller divisions have little knowledge of tactics and no special aptitude at all for war. By this, a certain methodicism is instituted which takes the place of art where the latter is wanting. My persuasion is that this exists to the greatest degree in the French army. 6. According to what has been said respecting the use of the different arms of the service, this order of battle for a brigade would look something like the following. Reader's note, there follows a diagram. The caption of the diagram is as follows. AB is a line of light infantry which opens the battle, and in a broken, uneven country serves in some measure as an advanced guard. Then comes the artillery, CD, intended to be placed in battery at advantageous points. Until put in position, it remains behind the first line of infantry. EF is the first line of infantry intended to deploy and open fire. In this case, it is formed of 4 battalions. GH, 2 regiments of cavalry. IK, the second line of infantry, which constitutes the reserve intended to decide the result of the battle. LM, its cavalry. Caption ends. The diagram also shows an extra line marked horse artillery behind the lines mentioned in the caption. Reader's note ends. According to the same principles, a similar disposition may be established for a corps of larger proportions. At the same time, it is not essential that the order adopted should be precisely that now laid down. It may differ in some respects, so that it is in conformity with the foregoing principles. Thus, for instance, the usual position of the cavalry GH may be in the line LM, and then it is only brought forward when it is found to be too far in rear at LM. 7. The army consists of several such independent corps, which have their generals and staff. They are drawn up in line or one behind another, according as that may be prescribed by the general principles for the combat. One thing we have still to add, which is that if we are not too weak in cavalry, we should form a special reserve of that arm, which naturally will be placed quite in rear, and is for the following purposes. A. To press upon the enemy if he retreats from the field, and to attack the cavalry which he employs in covering his retreat. If the enemy's cavalry is beaten at that moment, great results must follow, unless the enemy's infantry performs prodigies of valour. Small bodies of cavalry will not answer the purpose on such an occasion. B. To hasten the pursuit of the enemy if, without being beaten, he makes a retreat, or if, after a lost battle, he continues to retire on the following day. Cavalry marches quicker than infantry, and is more dreaded by troops that are retreating. And next to beating the enemy, the pursuit is the most important thing in war. C. If our object is to make a great turning movement, to turn the enemy strategically, and on account of the detour we must employ an arm which marches quicker, then we may take this reserve cavalry for that purpose. In order to make this corps more independent, horse artillery should be attached to it, for there is a greater strength in a combination of several arms. 8. The order of battle for the troops has relation to the battle, it is their disposition for that end. The order of march is, in its essentials, as follows. A. Each complete corps, whether brigade or division, has its own advance and rear guard, and forms a column of itself. That does not, however, prevent several such corps from marching on the same road one after another, and thus to a certain extent forming, as a whole, one great column. B. The corps march according to their position in the general order of battle. That is to say, according to their appointed place in that order may happen to be in line with, or in rear of, each other, so they march. C. In the corps themselves, the following order is invariably observed. The light infantry form the advanced and rear guards, accompanied by a proportion of cavalry, then follow the infantry, then the artillery, last of all the rest of the cavalry. This order is kept whether we move against the enemy, in which case it is the natural order, or parallel with the enemy, in which case properly those who in the order of battle are to stand behind one another should march side by side. If we have to form a line of battle, there can never be want of time to such a degree that we cannot withdraw the cavalry and the second line by one flank or the other. 3. Principles for the use of ground. 1. The terrain, the ground or country, gives two advantages in war. The first is that obstacles to approach are thus presented which either render it impossible for an enemy to reach certain points or compel him to march slowly to keep in column, etc. The second is that obstacles of ground enable us to conceal the position of our troops. Both advantages are very important, but the second appears to me the greatest. At all events, it is certainly the one which we can most frequently make use of, because even the most level country, in most cases, still allows of drawing up of troops more or less under cover. Formerly, the first of these advantages was almost the only one known, and very little use was made of the second. Now the mobility of all armies is such that the first is of less service, and just on that account we must make use the more frequently of the second. The first of these two advantages is only serviceable in the defensive, and the second in both attack and defence. 2. The ground considered as an obstacle to approach is of use chiefly in the following points: A. As a support for the flanks, B. As a means of strengthening the front. 3. As a fit support for a flank, an obstacle should be quite impassable, such as a large river, a lake, an impassable swamp. These are all impediments which are rarely met with, and therefore perfect supports for the flanks are seldom to be found, and the want of them is felt now more frequently than formerly, because armies move more, do not remain so long in one position, consequently require a greater number of positions in the theatre of war. If the obstacle to approach is not an impassable barrier, then it is, properly speaking, no point d'appui for a flank. It is only a point which strengthens the position. Troops must then be placed behind it, and then again it becomes in relation to these an obstacle to approach. It is certainly always of advantage to strengthen the flanks in this manner, as fewer troops are then required at these points, but we must take precautions against two things. The first is placing too much reliance on such supports for the flank, and thus neglecting to have strong reserves behind them. The second is covering both wings with obstacles of this description, for as they do not completely secure either, they do not prevent the possibility of a combat on both flanks. This may easily become a most disadvantageous defensive, for the obstacles will not allow us easily to sally forth with an active defence on one wing, and thus we may be reduced to defend ourselves in the most unfavourable of all forms, with both flanks thrown back. Reader's note: there is a diagram at this point which shows a semicircle enveloping a rectangular shape, the points of the rectangle being the position of the two flanks before and after they are thrown back. Reader's note ends. For these considerations lead again to the deep order of battle. The less we are able to find secure support for the wings, the more corps we must have in rear, with which we may in turn outflank any portion of the enemy's army which shall seek to act against our flank. 5. All kinds of ground which cannot be passed by troops marching in line, all villages, all enclosures of parcels of ground by hedges and ditches, marshy meadows, lastly all hills which can only be mounted with some difficulty, come under the head of terrain hindrances of this kind, that is, of obstacles that cannot be passed except with difficulty and slowly, and which therefore add greatly to the strength of the troops posted behind them in the combat. Woods can only be included in this category when the underwood is very thick and the ground marshy. A common wood of high trees is as easy to pass as a plain. There is one point, however, in respect to a wood which must not be overlooked, that is, that it may serve to conceal the enemy. If we place ourselves inside it, then there is the same disadvantage for both sides, but it is very dangerous, and at the same time a great mistake, to have woods in front or on the flank. Such a thing can never be allowable unless there are very few roads by which they can be traversed. Abatis intended to bar the passages are so easily removed that they are not of much use. 6. From all this follows that we should endeavour to make use of such obstacles upon one flank in order to offer there a relatively strong resistance with few troops, whilst we carry out our intended offensive on the other flank. With these obstacles, the use of entrenchments may be combined with great advantage, because then, if the enemy passes the obstacle, the fire from the entrenchments may secure our weak force from being overwhelmed by superior numbers and thrown back too suddenly. 7. When we are on the defensive, every obstacle covering our front is of great value. All hills on which positions are taken up are only occupied on this account, for an elevated position has seldom any important influence, often none at all, on the effect of arms in use. If we stand above the enemy as he approaches, he must descend with difficulty, therefore he advances only slowly, his ranks get into disorder, and he reaches us with his physical powers exhausted. Advantages for us which, with equal bravery and numbers on each side, ought to be decisive. The great effect morally of a rapid charge at full speed is a point which must not on any account be overlooked. The soldier who is advancing becomes insensible even to danger. The one who is standing still loses his presence of mind. It is therefore always advantageous to place the first lines of infantry and artillery on high ground. If the slope of the hill is so steep, its declivity so broken and uneven, that we cannot sweep it well with our fire, which is often the case, then instead of placing our front line on the summit ridge, that part should at most only be occupied by skirmishers, and the full line should be so placed on the reverse slope that at the moment when the enemy reaches the summit ridge and begins to rally his ranks, he is exposed to the greatest fire. All other local features which form obstacles to approach, such as small rivers, streams, hollow ways, etc., serve to make breaks in the enemy's front. He must, after passing them, halt to reform, and that delays him. Therefore, he should then be brought within range of our most effectual fire. The most effectual fire is grape, 400 to 600 yards, if there is plenty of artillery available. The fire of musketry, 150 to 200 yards, if there is little artillery at hand. 8. Through this, it becomes a rule to include within the zone of our most effective fire every obstacle to approach with which we wish to strengthen our front, but at the same time it is important to observe that our whole defence should never depend entirely on our fire, but a considerable portion of our troops, 1/3 to 1/2, should always be kept ready to attack with the bayonet. Therefore, if we are very weak, we must merely place the line of fire, riflemen and artillery, near enough to cover the obstacle with their fire, and place the rest of the troops in columns 600 or 800 yards further back, and if possible under cover. 9. Another way of making use of obstacles to approach in front is to let them be a little further in front of our line, so that they shall be within the effective range of cannon shot, 1000 to 2000 yards, and if the enemy's columns pass them, to attack him from all sides. At Minden, the Duke Ferdinand did something like this. In this manner, an obstacle of ground is favourable to the plan of actively defending ourselves, and this active defence, of which we have already spoken elsewhere, then takes place on our front. 10. In the preceding observations, obstacles of ground and country have been considered chiefly as connected lines in relation to extensive positions, but it is necessary to say something about single points. Isolated points in general can only be defended either by entrenchments or by a strong natural obstacle of ground. Of the first we do not speak at present. Obstacles of ground which, standing isolated, may have to be defended can only be a. Isolated steep heights. In this case, entrenchments are indispensable, because the enemy can always advance against the defender with a front more or less extended, and the defender must then at last be taken in rear, because he will rarely be strong enough to show a front on all sides. b. Defiles. Under this term we include every narrow way forming the only approach by which the enemy can reach a particular point. Bridges, embankments, rocky gullies with precipitous sides belong to this class. In respect to all these cases, it is to be observed that either it is impossible for the assailant to turn the obstacle, as for instance a bridge over a great river, in which case the defender may boldly use all his force in order to bring as much fire as possible to bear on the point of passage, or we are not secure against the obstacle being turned, as in the case of bridges over small streams, and the greater number of mountain defiles. Then it is necessary to reserve a considerable part of the force, 1/3 to 1/2, for an attack in close order. c. buildings and enclosures, villages, small towns, etc. If troops are brave and carry on a war with enthusiasm, there is no place or condition of things in which a few can so well resist many as in the defence of houses. But if we are not quite certain of the men individually, it is better only to occupy the houses, gardens, etc. with riflemen, and to plant cannon at the approaches, and to draw up the greater part of the troops, 1/3 to 1/2, in close column, in the place itself, or behind it under cover, in order to rush upon the enemy with this reserve when he attempts to enter. 11. These isolated posts serve the great operations partly as outposts, not intended to offer an absolute defence, but mostly only to detain the enemy, partly, at points which are of importance in the combinations planned for the whole army. It is also often necessary to hold a distant point in order to gain time for the development of active defensive measures which we have in view. If the point is remote, it is naturally on that account isolated. 12. It is only now necessary to add 2 remarks concerning isolated points. The first is, that we must hold troops in readiness behind these points for the detachments to rally upon in case of being driven out. The second is that whoever includes such a defence in the series of his combinations should never reckon too much upon it, let the strength of the natural obstacles of ground be ever so great. That, on the other hand, whoever is entrusted with the defence must determine to carry out the object, let circumstances be ever so adverse to him. For this, a spirit of resolution and self-devotion is required, which can only spring from a thirst for glory and from enthusiasm. For this reason, people must be chosen for such duties who are not deficient in these noble qualities of the soul. 13. All that concerns the use of the ground as a means of covering our position and our march up to occupy it requires no elaborate exposition. We do not now place ourselves on a hill we wish to defend, open bracket, as was often done formerly, close bracket, but behind it. We do not place ourselves before a wood, but in it, or behind it, the latter only when we can overlook the wood or thicket. We keep our troops in columns, that they may be more easily concealed. We take advantage of villages, plantations, all undulations of the ground, in order to conceal our troops behind them. In advancing, we choose the most broken, intersected country, etc. In cultivated countries, there are hardly any localities so much overlooked that it is not possible, by a skilful use of such obstacles and features as the ground presents, to keep a great part of the troops on the defensive from being seen. For the assailant, there is more difficulty in keeping a march secret, because he must follow the high road. Of course, when the ground is made use of for purposes of concealment of troops, this must be done with a due regard to the end and the combinations which have been decided upon. Therefore, in this we must take care above all things that we do not pull to pieces the order of battle, although some small deviations may be allowable. 14. If we sum up what has now been said on ground, we deduce from it as respects the defensive, that is, the choice of positions, that the following points are those of most importance. A. Support one or both flanks. B. Open view before front and flanks. C. Obstacles to the approach in front. D. Masked positions for troops. To this may be added E. A broken country in rear, because that makes pursuit difficult in case of disaster, but no defiles too near, as at Friedland, for that causes delay and confusion. 15. It would be pedantic to suppose that all these advantages are to be obtained at every position which it is necessary to take up in war. All positions are not of equal importance. Their importance increases in proportion to the probability of our being attacked in them. It is only in the most important that we try to combine, if possible, all these advantages. In others, we try to do so more or less. 16. The considerations which the assailant has to study in respect to ground are principally embraced in 2 leading points: not to choose an over-difficult country for the point of attack, and next, on all those occasions, to advance through the country so that the enemy could see as little as possible of our movements. 17. I close these observations on the use of ground with a maxim of the highest importance for the defence, and which is to be regarded as the keystone of the whole theory of defence, which is, not to expect everything from the strength of the ground, consequently never to be enticed into a passive defence by a strong country. For if the country is in reality so strong that it is impossible for the assailant to drive us out of our position, he will turn it, which is always possible, and then the strongest country is useless. We are then compelled to fight under quite different circumstances in quite a different country, and we might as well not have included the other locality in our combinations. But if the ground is not of such strength, if it is possible to attack it, still the advantages of such a position will never outweigh the disadvantages of a passive defence. All obstacles of ground must therefore only be taken advantage of for a partial defensive, in order to offer a relatively great resistance with few troops, and to gain time for the offensive, by which the real victory is to be gained at other points. End of Appendix 1, Part 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 1, Part 2 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 1, Summary of the instruction given by the author to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the years 1810, 1811 and 1812. Part 2. 3. Strategy. This is the combination of the single battles of a war in order to attain the object of the campaign or war. If we know how to fight, if we know how to conquer, there is not much more wanted. To combine successful results is easy, because it is merely an affair of a well-practiced judgment, and does not depend, like the direction of a battle, on special knowledge. All that is essential in the few principles which there are, and which depend chiefly on the constitution of states and armies, may, therefore, be brought within a small compass. 1. General principles. 1. There are three principal objects in carrying on war. A. To conquer and destroy the enemy's armed force. B. To get possession of the material elements of aggression, and of the other sources of existence of the hostile army. C. To gain public opinion. 2. To attain the first of these objects, the chief operation must be directed against the enemy's principal army, or at least against a very important portion of the hostile force, for it must be beaten before we can follow up the other two objects with success. 3. In order to seize the material forces, operations are directed against those points at which these resources are chiefly concentrated: principal towns, magazines, great fortresses. On the road to these, the enemy's principal force, or a considerable part of his army, will be encountered. 4. Public opinion is ultimately gained by great victories, and by the possession of the enemy's capital. 5. The first and most important maxim which we can set before us for the attainment of these objects is to employ all the forces which we can make available with the utmost energy. In every modification which manifests itself in these respects, there is a shortcoming as respects the object. Even if the result is tolerably certain in itself, it is extremely unwise not to use the utmost efforts to make it perfectly certain, for these efforts can never produce injurious effects. Let the country suffer ever so much by it, no disadvantage can arise from that, because the pressure of the war is the sooner removed. The moral impression produced by vigorous preparations is of infinite value. Everyone feels certain of success. This is the best means of raising the spirits of the nation. 8. The second principle is to concentrate our force as much as is possible at the point where the decisive blows are to be struck, to run the risk even of being at a disadvantage at other points, in order to make sure of the result at the decisive point. The success at that point will compensate for all defeats at secondary points. 7. The third principle is not to lose time. If no special and considerable advantage will arise by delay, it is important to commence work as quickly as possible. By rapidity, many measures of the enemy are nipped in the bud, and public opinion is gained in our favour. Surprise plays a much greater part in strategy than in tactics. It is the most powerful element of victory. Alexander, Hannibal, Caesar, Gustavus Adolphus, Frederick II, Napoleon owe the brightest rays of their fame to their promptitude. 8. Lastly, the fourth principle is to follow up the success we gain with the utmost energy. The pursuit of the enemy when defeated is the only means of gathering up the fruits of victory. 9. The first of these principles is the foundation of the three others. If we have followed the first principle, we can venture any length with respect to the others without risking our all. It gives the means of continually creating new forces behind us, and with fresh forces every disaster may be repaired. In this, and not in going forward with timid steps, lies that prudence which may be called wise. 10. Small states in the present day cannot make any wars of conquest, but at the same time, for a defensive war, even their means are very great. Therefore I am perfectly convinced that whoever calls forth all his powers in order to appear incessantly with new masses, whoever adopts every imaginable means of preparation, whoever concentrates his force at the decisive point, whoever thus armed pursues a great object with resolution and energy, has done all that can be done in a general way for the strategical conduct of the war, and that unless he is altogether unfortunate in battle, he will undoubtedly be victorious in the same measure as his adversary has fallen short of this exertion and energy. 11. Due attention being paid to these principles, the form in which the operations are carried on is in the end of little consequence. I shall, however, try to explain in a few words what is most important. In tactics, we always seek to get round the enemy, that is to say, that portion of his force against which our principal attack is directed, partly because the convergent action of the combatant force is more advantageous than the parallel, partly because it is the only method of cutting the enemy off from his line of retreat. If this, which relates to the enemy and his position tactically, is used strategically and applied to the enemy's theatre of war (therefore also his subsistence lines), then the separate columns or armies which should envelop the enemy will be in most cases so far apart from each other that they cannot take part in one and the same battle. The enemy will be in the middle, and may be able to turn with the mass of his forces against these corps singly and beat them in detail. Frederick II's campaigns furnish examples of this, more especially those of 1757 and 1758. Now, as the battle is the principal affair, the decisive one, the party acting on converging lines, unless he has a most decisive superiority in numbers, will lose by battles all the advantages which the enveloping movement would have gained him, for an operation against the lines of communication only takes effect very slowly, but victory in battle very quickly. Therefore, in strategy, he who finds himself in the midst of his enemies is better off than his opponent who tries to envelop him, particularly if the forces on each side are equal, and of course still more so if there is an inferiority on the enveloping side. A strategic enveloping or turning movement is no doubt a very effective means of cutting the enemy off from his line of retreat, but as this object may also just as well be attained by a tactical turning movement, the strategic enveloping movement is therefore never advisable unless we are physically and morally so superior that we shall be strong enough at the decisive point, and yet can at the same time dispatch with a detached corps. Napoleon never engaged in attempts to turn his enemy strategically, although he was so often, indeed almost always, both physically and morally superior. Frederick II only did it once, in the attack on Bohemia 1757. Certainly, by that means, the Austrians were prevented from bringing on a battle until they got to Prague. But what was the benefit to him of the conquest of Bohemia as far as Prague, without a decisive battle? The Battle of Koldin forced him to give it up again, a proof that battles decide all. At Prague, he was obviously in danger of being attacked by the whole of the Austrian forces before the arrival of Schwerin. He would not have exposed himself to this danger if he had marched through Saxony with all his forces united. The first battle would, in that case, probably have been fought at Budin, on the Eger, and that would have been as decisive as the Battle of Prague. This concentric march into Bohemia was unquestionably a consequence of the Prussian army having been broken up during the winter in cantonments in Silesia and Saxony, and it is of importance to observe that reasons of this kind in most cases are more influential than the advantages in the form of the disposition itself, for the facility of operations is favourable to their rapid execution, and the friction inherent in the immense machinery of a great armed force is in any case so great that we should never add to it except from necessity. 12. Besides this, the principle just stated of concentrating as much as possible at the decisive point is opposed to the idea of enveloping strategically, and the order of battle for our troops naturally springs from that principle of itself. On that account, I said, with reason, that the form of battle is of little consequence. There is, however, one case in which the operating strategically against the enemy's flanks leads to greater results, similar to those of a battle. That is, when in poor or impoverished country the enemy, by great exertions, has formed large magazines, on the preservation of which his operations entirely depend. In such a case it may perhaps be advisable not to march with the mass of our forces against the enemy's principal force, but to push forward against his base. For this there are, however, two conditions requisite: a, that the enemy is so far from his base that he will be forced by this means to make a long retreat, and that with a few troops and the help of natural and artificial obstacles we shall be able to harass him in such a manner on the road which his principal force must take, that no conquests he can make in that direction will compensate for the loss of his base. 13. The subsistence of troops being a condition which is indispensable in the conduct of war, it has a great influence on the operations of the war, particularly in this way, that it will only allow of the concentration of troops to a certain degree, and as it must be considered in the choice of the line of operations, therefore it has an influence in determining the theatre of war. 14. The subsistence of troops is provided, whenever the state of a country allows of it, at the cost of the country, by requisitions. According to the present mode of making war, armies take up considerably more space than formerly. The formation of separate independent corps has made this possible without our being placed at a disadvantage if opposed by an enemy who is concentrated in the old manner (with 70 to 100,000 men) at one spot. For one of these corps, so organised as they now are, can sustain itself for some time against an enemy twice or three times superior in numbers. During this time other corps arrive, and therefore even if this corps is actually beaten, it will not have fought in vain, as we have already observed elsewhere. Accordingly now single divisions or corps take the field, marching separately, either in line with each other, or in succession one after another, and only so far in connection that if they belong to the same army, they can take part in any battle which may occur. This makes it practicable to subsist an army for some time without magazines. It is facilitated by the organisation of the corps itself, by its staff, and its commissariat department. 15. When important reasons, as for instance the position of the enemy's principal army, do not decide otherwise, one should choose the richest and most productive provinces to operate in, for facility of subsistence promotes rapidity of movement. There is nothing which in importance surpasses the subsistence except the position of the enemy's principal army, which we are seeking, the situation of the capital city or strong place which we wish to take. All other considerations, for instance the advantageous form of drawing up the armed force, order of battle, of which we have already spoken, are, as a rule, much less important. 16. In spite of this new method of subsisting, we are very far from being able to dispense with all magazines, and a wise commander, even if the resources of the province are quite sufficient, will not neglect to form magazines behind him as a provision against unforeseen events, and so as to be able the more readily to concentrate his strength at certain points. This is one of those measures of precaution which are no detriment to the main object. 2. Defensive. In political language, a defensive war is one which a state carries on to maintain its independence. In strategy, a defensive war is a campaign in which we limit ourselves to contending with the enemy in a theatre of war which has been prepared by us for the purpose. Whether the battles we fight in this theatre of war are offensive or defensive makes no difference in this respect. We choose the strategic defensive chiefly when the enemy is superior in force. Naturally, fortresses and entrenched camps, which are to be regarded as the chief preparations of a theatre of war, afford great advantages, to which may be added knowledge of the country and the possession of good maps and surveys. With these advantages, a small army, or an army which is based on a small state and limited resources, will be more in a condition to oppose the enemy than without the aid of such assistance. There are, besides, the two following grounds upon which we may choose the defensive form of war by preference. First, if the poverty of the provinces surrounding our theatre of war makes the operations of war extremely difficult on account of the question of subsistence. In that case we escape the disadvantage and the enemy must submit to it. This is, for instance, at this moment, 1812, the case of the Russian army. Secondly, if the army has greater advantages for carrying on the war. In a theatre of war prepared, which we know, where all the surrounding circumstances are in our favour, war is more easily conducted. there will not be so many faults committed. In this case, that is, when the little dependence to be placed on our troops and generals compels us to resort to the defensive, we gladly combine the tactical defensive with the strategic, that is, we give battle in positions prepared beforehand. We do so further because there is less risk of our committing faults. 3. In defensive war, just as much as in the offensive, a great object should be pursued. This can be nothing else than to annihilate the enemy's army, either in a battle or by making his subsistence so difficult as to produce disorganisation and compel him to retreat, by which he must necessarily suffer considerable losses. Wellington's campaigns in the years 1810 and 1811 is an instance of this. The defensive war, therefore, does not consist in an indolent waiting for events. We must only pursue the waiting for system when there is a palpable and decisive utility in that mode of procedure. That sort of calm before a storm, whilst the offensive is gathering up new force for great blows, is extremely dangerous for the defender. If the Austrians, after the Battle of Aspern, had reinforced themselves to 3 times the strength of the French Emperor, which they certainly might have done, then the time of rest, which took place before the Battle of Wagram, might have been advantageous to them, but only on that condition. As they did not do so, that was only so much lost time for them, and it would have been wiser if they had taken advantage of Napoleon's critical position to reap the fruits of their success at Aspern. 4. Fortresses are intended to occupy an important part of the enemy's army in besieging them. This period must, therefore, be taken advantage of to beat the rest of the army. Our battles should be fought behind our fortresses, not in front of them. At the same time, however, we must not quietly look on at their being captured, as Benningsen did during the siege of Danzig. 5. A great river, that is, as such as we cannot build a bridge across without considerable difficulty, rivers like the Danube, below Vienna, and the lower Rhine, afford a natural line of defence. Not by distributing our forces equally along its banks, and seeking to hinder the passage absolutely, which is a dangerous measure, but by watching it, and when the enemy passes, then falling upon him from all sides just at the moment when he has not yet got all his forces under command, and is still hemmed in within a narrow space close to the river. The Battle of Aspern is an instance. At the Battle of Wagram, the Austrians, without any necessity, allowed the French to get possession of far too much space, by which means they did away with the disadvantages peculiarly inherent to the passage of a river. 6. Mountains are the second natural obstacles of ground which afford a good line of defence, as we can either have them in front and only occupy them with a few light troops, treat them to a certain extent as a river which the enemy must cross, and as soon as he debouches with single columns fall upon one of them with our whole weight, or we may ourselves take position in the mountains. In the last case, we must only defend the single passes with small corps, and a considerable part of the army, a third or a half, must remain in reserve in order to fall in superior numbers on any column which forces its way through. This great reserve must, however, not be split up with a view to absolutely preventing all the columns from passing, but we must from the first resolve to make use of it to attack that column which we suppose to be the strongest. If in this way we rout a considerable part of the enemy's force, the other columns which have forced their way through will of themselves retire again. The formation of mountain ranges in general is such that about the centre of the masses there are plateaus or plains at a greater or less elevation, and the sides next to the level country are intersected by deep valleys forming the entrances or avenues. The defender therefore has in the mountains a district in which he can make rapid movements right or left, whilst the attacking columns are separated from each other by steep inaccessible ridges. It is only a mountain mass of this kind that is well adapted for a good defence. If it is rugged and impassable generally throughout, so that the corps on the defensive must be scattered and disconnected, then to undertake the defence with the principal army is a dangerous measure, for under such circumstances all the advantages are on the side of the assailant, who can fall upon any of the isolated posts with far superior numbers, as no pass, no single post is so strong that it cannot soon be taken by superior numbers. 7. With regard to mountain warfare, it is specially to be observed that in it a great deal depends on the aptitude of subordinate officers, but still more on the high spirit which animates the ranks. Great skill in manoeuvring is not here requisite, but a military spirit and a heart in the cause, for every one is more or less left to act independently. This is why national levies find their account in mountain warfare. for while they are deficient in the first quality, they possess the other in the highest degree. 8. Lastly, in respect to the strategic defensive, it is to be observed that while it is in itself stronger than the offensive, it should only be used to gain the first great result, and that if this object is attained and peace does not immediately follow upon that, greater results can only be obtained by the offensive. For whoever remains always on the defensive exposes himself to the disadvantage of always carrying on the war at his own expense. No state can endure that for more than a certain time, and therefore, if it exposes itself to the blows of its adversary without ever striking in return, it is almost sure in the end to become exhausted and be obliged to submit. We should therefore begin with the defensive, that we may, with more certainty, end with the offensive. 3. Attack. 1. The strategic attack pursues the aim of the war directly, for it is aimed directly at the destruction of the enemy's armed force, whilst the strategic defence seeks to obtain this object partly, only indirectly. From this it comes that the principles of the attack are already contained in the general principles of strategy. Only two subjects require special mention. 2. The first is the keeping of the army constantly complete in men and arms. To the defender, this is relatively easier from the proximity of his resources. The assailant, although in most cases possessed of the resources of a powerful state, must bring his means more or less from a distance, and therefore, of course, with greater difficulty. That he may not run short in means, he must make such arrangements that the levy of recruits and transport of arms anticipate his wants in these respects. The roads of his line of operations must be incessantly covered with reinforcements, and trains of supplies moving to the front. On these roads, military stations must be formed to expedite the transport. 3. Even in the most prosperous circumstances, and with the greatest moral and physical superiority, the assailant must keep in view the possibility of a great change of fortune. For this reason, he must provide points on the line of operations suitable for refuge in the event of his army being beaten. Such are fortresses with entrenched camps, or simply entrenched camps. Large rivers afford the best means of checking the pursuit of an enemy for a time. We should therefore secure the passages across them with bridgeheads surrounded with a girdle of strong redoubts. For the defence of these points, and as garrisons for important towns and fortresses, troops in greater or less number must be left behind, according as we have to apprehend attacks from the enemy or the hostility of the inhabitants of the country. These, with the reinforcements coming up, form new corps, which in case of success follow the army, but in case of disaster are stationed at the points which have been fortified to secure the retreat. Napoleon always showed great foresight in the provision he made in this manner in the rear of his army, and in that way, even in his boldest operations, he incurred less risks than might be imagined at first sight. 4. On the practice in war of the principles now laid down. 1. The principles of the art of war are in themselves very simple, and are quite within the compass of sound common sense, and although in tactics they rest rather more than in strategy upon special knowledge, still even this knowledge is so limited that it can hardly be compared with any other science, either in diversity or extent. Learning and profound science are therefore not at all requisite, nor are even great powers of understanding. If any special faculty of understanding besides a practised judgment is required, it is clear from all that precedes that it is a talent for artifice or stratagem. The exact contrary has been long maintained, but merely from a misplaced feeling of awe regarding the subject, and the vanity of authors who have written on the subject. An impartial consideration must convince us of this, but experience tends to impress upon us this conviction still more forcibly. In the late Revolutionary War, many men have made themselves conspicuous as skilful generals, often as generals of the first order, without having had the benefit of any military education. As regards Conde, Wallenstein, Suwarrow, and many others, it is at least a very doubtful point. That the conduct itself of war is very difficult is a matter of no doubt, but the difficulty is not that special learning or great genius is required to comprehend the true principles of conducting war. That can be done by any well-organised head, with a mind free from prejudice, and not altogether ignorant of the subject. Even the application of these principles on a map and on paper presents no difficulty, and even a good plan of operations is still no great masterpiece. The great difficulty is to adhere steadfastly in execution to the principles which we have adopted. The object of this concluding observation is to fix attention on this difficulty, to give your Royal Highness a lucid and distinct idea of it. for I look upon that as being the most important point which I can attain by this paper. The whole conduct of war is like the action of a complicated machine, with an immense amount of friction, so that combinations which are easily made on paper can only be carried into execution by very great exertion. Therefore, the free will, the mind of the general, finds itself impeded in its action at every instant, and requires a peculiar strength of mind and understanding to overcome this resistance. By this friction many a good idea is lost, and we are obliged to lay down a plain, simple scheme, when by a somewhat more complicated one greater results might be attained. To enumerate the causes of this friction in full is perhaps not possible, but the following are the greatest. 1. We always know much less of the actual condition and of the designs of the enemy than we assume on supposition in forming our plans. Innumerable doubts rise up at the moment of the execution of a resolution, doubts caused by the dangers to which we see we are exposed, if it should prove that we have been much deceived in the conjectures we have formed. That feeling of anxiety which so easily seizes men in general in the execution of great designs then overpowers us, and from this state of anxiety to a state of irresolution, from that to half measures, is a short step not perceptible. 2. Not only are we uncertain as to the strength of the enemy, but rumour (open bracket), all intelligence which we receive through outposts, spies, or by accident (close bracket), increases his numbers. The great masses of the people are timid by nature, and thereby danger is invariably exaggerated. All the influences brought to bear on the general, therefore, tend to give him a false impression of the strength of the enemy before him, and herein lies a new source of irresolution. We cannot imagine the full extent of this uncertainty, and it is, therefore, important to prepare for it beforehand. If we have quietly reflected on everything beforehand, if we have impartially considered, if we have sought for, and if we have made up our minds on the probabilities of the case, we should not be ready to give up at once the first opinion, but carefully criticise reports as they come in, compare several with each other, send out for further information, etc. Very often by this means false intelligence is detected on the spot. Often the first information is confirmed. In both cases, therefore, we attain to certainty, and can form a resolution accordingly. If we cannot obtain this certainty, then we must say to ourselves that in war nothing can be carried out without a risk, that the nature of war never allows us thoroughly to see at all times which way we are going, that the probable will still always remain the probable, even if it does not strike upon our senses at once, and that if we have made judicious arrangements generally, we shall not be completely ruined at once, even if there is one error. 3. The uncertainty as to the existing state of things at any given moment applies to our own army as well as the enemy's. Our own army can seldom be kept so concentrated that we can at any moment clearly command a view of all parts. Now, if we are disposed to be anxious, then new doubts will thus arise. We shall wish to wait and see, and a delay in the action of the whole is the inevitable consequence. We must, therefore, feel so much confidence in the arrangements we have made as to believe that we will meet our expectations. To this belongs in a special manner a reliance on the subordinate generals. We must therefore make it a rule to select officers upon whom we can rely, making every other consideration give way to that. If we have made the dispositions which are suitable, if we have provided for contingent mishaps, and so arranged that in case such should occur during the execution of our measures we shall not be completely ruined, then we must step boldly forward through the night of uncertainty. 4. When we want to carry on a war which causes a great strain upon our powers, then subordinate generals, and even the troops, if they are not used to war, will often find obstacles which they represent as insuperable. They will find the march too long, the fatigue too great, the subsistence impracticable. If we should listen to all these difficulties, as Frederick II called them, we should soon have to succumb to them and remain powerless and inactive, instead of acting with force and energy. To withstand all this, a degree of confidence in our own sagacity and convictions is requisite, which commonly looks like obstinacy at the moment, but which is that power of understanding and character which we call firmness. 5. None of the effects upon which we calculate in war come to pass so exactly as anyone would imagine who has not watched war attentively and been accustomed to it in reality. We often make a mistake of several hours as to the march of a column, and yet we are unable to tell where to fix the cause of the delay. Obstacles often present themselves which could not be calculated upon beforehand. Often we expect to arrive at a certain point with an army and find ourselves obliged to halt some miles short of it. Often a post which we have established renders much less service than we expected. One of the enemies, on the contrary, much more. Often the resources of a province do not amount to as much as we anticipated, etc. Any such obstruction can only be got over by great efforts, which the general can only succeed in getting by strictness bordering on severity. Only by such means, only when he is certain that the utmost possible will be done, can he feel secure that these little impediments will not exercise a great influence on his operations, that he will not fall short of the object which he has proposed to attain. 6. We may feel certain that an army is never in the condition in which a person following its operations in a room supposes it to be. If he is in favour of the army, he will figure it to himself as being from a third to a half stronger and better than it really is. It is natural enough that the commander should find himself in the same case in relation to the first plan of his operations, that he should afterwards see his army melt away in a manner he never anticipated, his artillery and cavalry become unserviceable, etc. Thus, what appeared to the observer and the general as possible and easy at the opening of the campaign will often prove difficult or impossible in the execution. Now, if the commander is a man who, impelled by a lofty ambition, still follows his object with boldness and energetic will, then he will attain it, whilst an ordinary man will think himself fully justified in abandoning it, owing to the condition of his army. Messina showed in Genoa and Portugal the power which a general has over his troops through the strength of his will. In one case, by the force, we might say the severity, of his character, he drove the men to extraordinary exertions, which were crowned with success. In the other, in Portugal, he held out at least much longer than anyone else would have done. In most cases, the enemy's army finds itself in a similar condition. Think of Wallenstein and Gustavus Adolphus at Nuremberg, of Napoleon and Berengsen after the Battle of Eylau. The state of the enemy we do not see, our own is before our eyes. Therefore the latter makes a much greater impression than the former, because in ordinary mortals sensuous impressions are more powerful than the language of the understanding. 7. The subsistence of the troops in whatever way it may be managed (whether by magazines or requisitions) presents such difficulties that it must always have a very decisive voice in the choice of measures. It is often opposed to the most effectual combination, and an army is compelled sometimes to go in quest of its subsistence when it might be on the way to victory, to brilliant successes. Through this chiefly the whole machine acquires the unwieldiness by which the effects realised fall far short of the flight of great plans. A general who, with a tyrannical power, demands from his troops the utmost efforts, the most extreme hardships, an army accustomed to these sacrifices through wars of long duration, what advantages will they not have over their opponents? How much more rapidly will they pursue their object in spite of all obstacles? With equally good plans, how different will be the result? 8. Generally, and in all the foregoing cases, we cannot keep our eyes too intently fixed on the following truth. The sensuous impressions which come before us in the course of execution are more vivid than those obtained previously through mature reflection. They are, however, only first appearances of things, and that, as we know, seldom corresponds exactly with reality. We are, therefore, in danger of sacrificing our mature reflection to first appearance. That this first appearance as a rule produces fear and over-caution is owing to the natural timidity of man, who takes only a partial view of everything. Against this we must therefore arm ourselves and place a firm reliance on the results of our own past mature reflections, in order to fortify ourselves by that means against the weakening impressions of the moment. In this difficulty of execution a great deal depends on the certainty and firmness of our own convictions. On that account the study of military history is therefore important, because by it we learn the thing itself. We see the development of events themselves. The principles which we have learnt by theoretical instruction are only suited to facilitate the study of, and direct our attention to, the points of greatest importance in military history. Your Highness must therefore make yourself acquainted with these principles, with a view to proving them by the study of military history, and seeing where they coincide with the course of actual events, and where they are modified or overthrown by the same. But besides this, the study of military history is the only means of supplying the place of actual experience, by giving a clear idea of which we have termed the friction of the whole machine. To this end, we must not confine ourselves to the leading events, much less keep to the reasoning of historians, but study details as much as possible, for historians rarely make perfect fidelity of representation their object. In general, they desire to embellish the deeds of their army, or to prove a consonance between actual events and some imaginary rules. They invent history instead of writing it. Much reading of history is not required for the above object. The knowledge of a few separate battles, in their details, is more useful than a general knowledge of several campaigns. On this account, it is more advantageous to read particular narratives and journals than regular works of history. The account of the defence of Menin in the year 1794, in the memoirs of General Scharnost, is a pattern of this kind of narration which cannot be surpassed. This narrative, especially the account of the sortie, and the mode in which the garrison cut their way through the enemy, will serve your Majesty as a criterion for the style in which military history should be written. No battle in the world has more thoroughly convinced me that in war we should not despair of success up to the last moment, and that the effects of good principles, which can never manifest themselves in such a regular manner as we suppose, will unexpectedly make their appearance, even in the most desperate cases, when we believe any such influences are completely lost. Some great sentiment must stimulate great abilities in the general, either ambition, as in Caesar, hatred of the enemy, as in Hannibal, the pride of falling gloriously, as in Frederick the Great. Open your heart to a feeling of this kind. Be bold and astute in your designs, firm and persevering in executing them, determined to find a glorious end, and destiny will press on your youthful brow a radiant crown, fit emblem of a prince, the rays of which will carry your image into the bosom of your latest descendants. End of Appendix 1, Part 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 2 and 3 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendices 2 and 3 on the Organic Division of Armed Forces and Sketch of a Plan for Tactics. Reader's note: the heading is followed by an asterisk, which marks a footnote which reads, "To serve as an elucidation of Chapter 5 of Book 5. Reader's note ends. That the grounds which determine the division and strength of the different parts of the army, and which have their root in elementary tactics, are not very distinct, and allow of much that is arbitrary, we must suppose, if we look upon the various modes of formation which actually exist. But no great reflection is required to convince us that these grounds cannot determine the matter more exactly. What is usually adduced in relation to the subject, as, for instance, if a cavalry officer tries to prove that a cavalry regiment can never be too strong, because otherwise it is not in a condition to do anything, deserves no serious notice. This is the state of things as regards the small divisions with which elementary tactics is concerned. That is, companies, squadrons, battalions, and regiments, but it is much worse with still larger divisions, which are beyond elementary tactics, and where the question depends on higher tactics or the theory of dispositions for a battle in conjunction with strategy. We shall now take up the subject of these greater divisions, brigades, divisions, corps, and armies. Let us first consider for a moment the reasonable grounds, the philosophy, of the thing. Why are the masses as a universal rule divided into parts? Plainly because one person can only exercise direct command over a limited number. The general cannot take 50,000 soldiers and place each man upon a particular spot and keep him there, and order him to do this and not to do that, which, if such a thing was conceivable, would plainly be the best thing that could be done, for none of the countless subordinate commanders ever intensifies. At least, it would be an anomaly if he did, but each more or less diminishes the force of the original order, and takes from the first idea something of its original precision. Besides this, if there are a number of subordinate divisions, the order takes considerably more time to reach its destination. From this it follows that the divisions and subdivisions, by reason of which orders must pass through many hands in succession, constitute a necessary evil. Here ends our philosophy, and we enter upon tactics and strategy. A mass entirely isolated, which is opposed to the enemy as an independent whole, whether great or small, has three parts which are essential, and without which such a body can hardly be imagined. That is to say, one part which it throws out in advance, one which in case of unforeseen events it places in the rear, and the main body between these two parts. Reader's note, there follows a diagram which is simply the letters A, B and C in a vertical column, A at the top, B in the middle, C at the bottom. Reader's note ends. Therefore, if the division of the greater whole is made with a view to independence, it must never have less than three parts, if the permanent division is to be in accordance with that constant requirement of independence, which must naturally be an object. But it is easy to observe that even these three parts do not constitute quite a natural arrangement, for no one would willingly make his advanced and rear guards each of the same strength with the centre or main body. Therefore, it would be more natural to conceive the centre as consisting of at least two parts, consequently to make a division of the whole into four parts in this order. Reader's note, there follows a diagram in which 4 points are highlighted with letters. The 4 points form a diamond. The diamond's broader axis runs across the page, its narrower axis up the page. The points labelled clockwise are A, C, D and B. Reader's note ends. But even here it is plain we have not yet got to the most natural point, for notwithstanding the depth which it is usual now to give an order of battle, all distributions of forces, either tactical or strategic, invariably assume the linear form. Consequently, there arises of itself the want of a right wing, of a left wing, and of a centre, and 5 may therefore now be looked upon as the natural number of divisions in this form. Reader's note, there follows a diagram in which 5 points are highlighted. The 5 points form a diamond, and again the longer axis of the diamond is across the page, the narrower axis up the page. The points of the diamond are labelled clockwise A, D, E and B. A point at the centre of the diamond, where the two axes cross, is labelled C. Reader's note ends. This formation now allows of one, or in the case of urgent necessity, of two parts of the principal mass being detached right or left. Whoever, like myself, is a friend of strong reserves, will perhaps find the party in rear, reserve, too weak in relation to the whole, and therefore will add, on that account, another part, in order to have 1/3 in reserve. Then the whole order will be organised as under. Reader's note, there follows a diagram in which 6 points are delineated. The 6 points are in 3 rows across the page. The topmost row contains only the letter A. The second row contains the letters B, C and D. And in the second row, the letter C is directly underneath the A in the previous row. The third row contains the letters E and F. E and F are placed so that each is placed halfway between two of the letters in the previous row, E between B and C, and F between C and D. Reader's note ends. If the force we have to organise is very large, a considerable army, then strategy has to remark that such an army almost always finds it necessary to detach parts to the right and left, that therefore on this account, with such a force, 2 more parts must generally be added. We then get the following strategic figure. Reader's note, there follows a diagram in which 8 points are highlighted with letters. The points are divided into 3 rows. The topmost row contains only the letter A. The second row contains the letters B, C, D, E and F. B and F, at the extreme right and extreme left edge, are at some distance from C, D and E, which form a tighter group in the centre of the row, with D directly beneath A in the row before it. The third row contains the letters G and H. G and H are placed so that they are halfway between two of the letters on the previous row. G is between C and D, H is between D and E. The diagram appears therefore to be a pentagon with the points A, E, H, G and C forming the points of the pentagon, with D at the pentagon's central point. To the right and left of the pentagon, in the central row and at some distance, are B on the pentagon's left and F on the pentagon's right. Reader's note ends. From this we deduce as a result that a whole mass of troops should never be divided into less than 3 or more than 8 parts, but still in this there appears very little that is definite, for what a number of different combinations may be made if we reflect that we might divide an army into 3 times 3 times 3. If we should base corps, divisions and brigades upon that number, which would give 27 brigades, or in any other possible product of the given factors. But there are still some important points remaining for consideration. We have not yet entered upon the strength of battalions and regiments, leaving that for elementary tactics. From what has just been said, it only follows that we should make the brigades consist of not less than 3 battalions. Upon this we certainly insist, and shall probably not encounter any opposition. But it is more difficult to limit the greatest strength which the brigade should have. As a rule, a brigade is considered to be such a body as can and must be guided by one man directly, that is to say, through the instrumentality of his voice. If we adhere to that, then it should not exceed a strength of 4,000 or 5,000 men, and consequently will consist of 6 or 8 battalions, according to the strength of the battalion. But here we must bring in another subject which forms a new element in the inquiry. This element is the combination of the different arms. That this combination should begin in a body of troops lower down the steps than a whole army is a point on which there is but one opinion throughout Europe, but some would only commence with it in corps, that is, in masses of 20,000 to 30,000 men. Others would have it in divisions, that is, masses from 8,000 to 12,000 men. We shall not enter into this controversy at present, but confine ourselves to this, which will hardly be disputed, that the independence of any body of troops is chiefly constituted by the combination of all 3 arms, and that therefore in all events, for divisions which are destined to find themselves frequently isolated in war, this combination is very desirable. Further, we have not only to take into consideration the combination of all 3 arms, but also that of 2 of them, namely artillery and infantry. This combination, according to the generally prevailing custom, takes place very much sooner, although artillerymen, excited by the example of cavalrymen, show no slight inclination to form again a little army of their own. They have, however, as yet obliged to content themselves to be divided amongst the brigades. Through this combination, therefore, of artillery with infantry, the idea of a brigade takes a somewhat different form, and the only question to be considered is what should be the minimum size of a body of infantry, to which, as a rule, a portion of artillery must always be attached in a permanent manner. This question is more readily answered than one would at first sight suppose, for the number of guns which, for every 1,000 men, we can take into the field seldom depends on our will. It is settled by a variety of other, partly very remote causes. Then again, the number of guns which are united in a battery rests upon much more substantial tactical grounds than any similar organisation. Thus it is that we do not ask how many guns shall this mass of infantry, for instance a brigade, have, but what mass of infantry is to be joined by a battery of artillery. If we have, for example, 3 guns per 1,000 men with the army, and then deduct 1 for the reserve, there remains 2 to distribute amongst the rest of the troops, which allows a mass of 4,000 infantry for a battery of 8 guns. As this is the ordinary proportion, it is evident that with our calculation we come nearly to what has been found to answer best in practice. After this, we shall add no more in regard to the size of a brigade than that it should consist accordingly of from 3,000 to 5,000 men. Although the field of division is limited on one side in this way, and on the other it was already limited by the strength of the army as a given quantity, a great number of combinations still always remain possible, and we cannot let them be disposed of at once by a rigorous application of the principle of the least possible number of parts. We have still to take into consideration some points of a general nature, and we must also allow special considerations in particular cases to have their rights. First, we must observe that great bodies must be split into more parts than smaller ones, in order to be made sufficiently handy, as already noticed, and that small bodies with too many subdivisions or branches are not easy to handle. If an army is formed into two principal corps, each of which has its own special commander, readers note there is an asterisk here which refers to a footnote. The footnote reads, "The commander is the true base of division. If a field marshal commands 100,000 men, of which 50,000 are under the orders of a general specifically designated, whilst the field marshal in person conducts the other 50,000 formed in 5 divisions, a case which often happens, the whole is not in reality divided in 2 parts, but into 6, only that one of them is 5 times as large as the others." Footnote ends, reader's note ends. That is as much as to neutralise the commander-in-chief. Everyone who has military experience will understand this without any further elucidation. It is not much better if the army is divided into 3 parts, for in such a case there can be no expeditious movements, no suitable dispositions for battle, without an incessant breaking up of these 3 principal corps, by which their commanders are very soon put out of temper. The greater the number of parts, the greater becomes the power of the commander-in-chief and the mobility of the whole mass. There is, therefore, a reason for going as far as possible in this direction. As there are more means of putting orders in a train of execution at a headquarters, like that of commander of an army, than with the limited staff of a corps or division, therefore, on general grounds, it is best to divide an army into not less than 8 parts. If other circumstances require it, this number of parts may be increased to 9 or 10. If there are more than 10 parts, a difficulty arises in transmitting orders with the necessary rapidity and exactitude, for we must not forget that it is not the mere question of the order, else an army might have as many divisions as there are heads in a company, but that with orders many directions and inquiries are connected, which it is easier to arrange for 6 or 8 divisions than for 12 or 15. Again, a division, if it is small as regards absolute strength in numbers, one which therefore may be supposed to form part of a corps, can always make shift with fewer parts than we have given as the normal number, quite easily with 4, in case of urgency with 3. 6 and 8 would be inconvenient because its means are not sufficient to transmit orders rapidly enough to so many parts. This revision of our proper normal number gives as a result that an army should have at least 5 parts and not more than 10, that the division should not have above 5 and may be reduced to 4. Between the two now lies the corps, and both the question of its strength and the general question whether it should exist at all depend on the adjustment of the 2 other combinations. 200,000 men in 10 divisions, and the division split into 5 brigades, gives the brigade a strength of 4,000 men. In such a force we could, therefore, do very well with divisions only. We could certainly divide this force into 5 corps, and the corps into 4 divisions, and the division into 4 brigades. Then each brigade would be 2,500 men strong. To me, the first arrangement appears the best, for in the first place it has one less step in the gradation of ranks, therefore orders are transmitted quicker, etc. Secondly, 5 branches are too few for an army, it is not sufficiently pliable with that number. The same applies to a corps divided into 4 divisions, and 2,500 men form a weak brigade, of which there are in this scheme 80, instead of which the other organisation makes only 50 and is therefore simpler. These advantages are sacrificed for the sake of only having to give orders direct to 5 generals instead of 10. So far general considerations extend, but the points which require to be determined in particular cases are of infinite importance. 10 divisions may be easily commanded in a level country. In widely extended mountain positions the thing may be perfectly impossible. A great river which divides an army creates a necessity for the appointment of a separate commander on one side. General rules are powerless against the force of circumstances in all such particular cases. However, it is to be remarked that when such special circumstances make their appearance, Those disadvantages which a multiplicity of divisions otherwise produces generally disappear at the same time. Certainly even here abuses may arise, as for instance if a bad organisation is made to gratify the unseasonable ambition of individuals, or out of want of firmness to resist personal considerations. But however far the requirements of particular cases may extend, still experience teaches us that the system of divisioning, as a rule, is dependent on general principles. End of On the Organic Division of Armed Forces. Sketch of a plan for tactics, or the theory of combat. Open bracket, nota bene, according to this distribution, this first part is to be revised and completed. Close bracket. Reader's note, the following section is a table of headings. In this reading, a pause will indicate the presence of an M dash. Reader's note ends. Roman numeral 1. Introduction. Definition of the distinction between the concepts of strategy and tactics. Roman numeral 2. General theory of the combat. Open bracket, combat, cantonments, camps, marches. Close bracket. 1. Nature of the combat. Active elements in the same. Hatred and hostility. Modification. Other moral forces. Judgment and talent. 2. More precise definition of a combat. Independent combat. Partial combat. How the latter arise. 3. Object of the combat, victory. Degree, splendour and weight of victory. 4. Causes of victory, that is, of the enemy leaving the field. 5. Kinds of combat according to arms. Close combat. Fire combat. 6. Different acts of the combat. Destructive act. Decisive act. 7. Kinds of combat according as its motive is positive or negative. Attack and defence. 8. Plan of the combat. Strategic object of the combat. Its aims. Means. Determination of the kind of combat. Time. Space. Reciprocal action. Conduct. Roman numeral 3. Combats, definite subdivisions in the abstract. Open bracket, formation, order of battle, elementary tactics. Close bracket. A. The different arms. 1. Infantry. 2. Artillery. 3. Cavalry. Reader's note, the headings infantry, artillery and cavalry are all pointed out with a bracer, and the bracer has the following words written to its right. Effects produced in action of each arm, the formation and elementary tactics of each in attack and defence based on those effects. Reader's note ends. B. The different arms combined in attack and defence. 1. Theory of the combination of arms. A. Infantry and artillery. B. Infantry and cavalry. C. Cavalry and artillery. D. All three united. 2. Fixed divisions which are formed out of them. A. Brigades. B. Divisions. C. Corps. D. Armies. Reader's note, these four headings, brigades, divisions, corps and armies, are highlighted with a right brace, and to the right of the brace are the following words: their order of battle, position, movement, combat. Reader's note ends. Roman numeral 4. Battles in connection with country and ground. A. On the influence of ground on the combat in general. 1. On the defensive, 2. On the attack. Nota bene, our reflections here must leave the proper logical chain on account of practical considerations. The ground must be taken into view as soon as possible, and this cannot be done without our at once imagining to ourselves the combat as taking place under one of the two forms, attack or defence. This is why the two subjects merge into one. B. General theory of the defence. C. ditto ditto attack. D. Defensive combats of definite bodies. 1. Of a small number of troops, 2. Of a brigade, 3. Of a division, 4. Of a corps, 5. Of an army. E. Offensive combats of definite bodies. 1. Of a small number of troops, 2. Of a brigade, 3. Of a division, 4. Of a corps, 5. Of an army. Roman numeral 5. Combats with definite objects. A. Defence. 1. Measures of security. A. Guards. B. Patrols. C. Supports. D. Small posts. E. Chains of advanced posts. F. Intermediate posts. G. Advanced guards. H. Rear guards. I. Advanced corps. K. Covering the flanks on the march. L. Detachments to procure intelligence. M. Detachments of observation. N. Reconnaissances. Reader's note, in the original text, there is no item J in the list. Reader's note ends. 2. Covering. A. Of single posts. B. Of convoys. C. Of foraging parties. 3. Lines of posts. Diversity of objects. A. In mountains. B. Along rivers. C. Near morasses. D. In woods. 4. Battles. Diversity of objects. Destruction of the enemy's armed force. Possession of country. Mere moral ascendancy. Credit of arms. A. Defensive battle without preparations. B. In a prepared position. C. In an entrenched position. 5. Retreats. A. The simple retreat, the retiring in presence of the enemy. A. Before a battle. B. In the course of the same. C. After a battle. B. Strategic retreat, that is, several consecutive simple retreats in their tactical dispositions. B. The attack. 1. Divided and treated according to the objects of the defence. 2. According to the particular objects of the attack. A. Surprise. B. Cutting through the enemy. Roman numeral 6. Of camps and cantonments. Roman numeral 7. Of marches. End of Sketch of a Plan for Tactics or the Theory of the Combat. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 3, Appendix 4, Part 1 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Karl von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Guide to Tactics or the Theory of Combat. Part 1. Roman numeral 1. General Theory of the Combat. Object of the combat. 1. What is the object of the combat? A. Destruction of the enemy's armed forces. B. To gain possession of some object. C. Merely victory for the credit of our arms. D. Two of these objects or all three taken together. Theory of victory. 2. Any of these four objects can only be obtained by a victory. 3. Victory is the retirement of the enemy from the field of battle. 4. The enemy is moved to this, A. If his loss is excessive, A. And he therefore fears he will be overpowered, B. Or finds that the object will cost him too much, B. If the formation of his army, consequently the efficiency of the whole, is too much shaken, C. If he begins to get on disadvantageous ground and therefore has to fear excessive loss if he continues the combat. In this is therefore included the loss of the position. D. If the form of the order of battle is attended with too great disadvantages. E. If he is taken by surprise in any way or suddenly attacked, and therefore has not the time to make suitable dispositions to give his measures their proper development. F. If he perceives that his opponent is too superior to him in numbers. G. If he perceives that his opponent has too great a superiority in moral forces. 5. In all these cases a commander may give up the combat because he has no hope of matters taking a favourable turn, and has to apprehend that his situation will become still worse than it is at present. 6. Except upon one of these grounds a retreat is not justifiable, and therefore cannot be the decision of the general or commander. 7. But a retreat can be made in point of fact without his will: a, if the troops from want of courage or of goodwill give way; b, if a panic drives them off. 8. Under these circumstances, the victory may be conceded to the enemy against the will of the commander, and even when the results springing from the other relations enumerated from A to F incline in our favour. 9. This case can and must often happen with small bodies of troops. The short duration of the whole act often hardly leaves the commander time to form a resolution. 10a. But with large masses, such a case can only occur with parts of the force, not easily with the whole. Should, however, several parts yield the victory thus easily to the enemy, a disadvantageous result for the whole may ensue in those respects noted from A to E, and thus the commander may be compelled to resolve upon withdrawing from the field. 10b. When a large mass, the disadvantageous relations specified under A, B, C and D do not exhibit themselves to the commander in the arithmetical sum of all partial disadvantages which have taken place, for the general view is never so complete, but they show themselves where, being compressed into a narrow compass, they form an imposing whole. This may be the case either with the principal body or an important part of that body. The resolution then is decided by this predominant feature of the whole act. 11. Lastly, the commander may be prompted to give up the combat, and therefore to retreat for reasons which do not lie in the combat, but which may be regarded as foreign to it, such as intelligence, which does away with the object or materially alters the strategic relations. This would be a breaking off of the combat, and does not belong to this place, because it is a strategic, not a tactical act. 12. The giving up of the combat is, therefore, an acknowledgement of the temporary superiority of our opponent, let it be either physically or morally, and a yielding to his will. In that consists the first moral force of victory. 13. As we can only give up the combat by leaving the field of battle, therefore the retirement from the field is the sign of this acknowledgement, the lowering of our flag, as it were. 14. But the sign of victory still decides nothing as to its greatness, importance, or splendour. These three things often coincide, but are by no means identical. 15. The greatness of a victory depends on the greatness of the masses over which it has been gained, as well as on the greatness of the trophies. Captured guns, prisoners, baggage taken, killed, wounded, belong to this. Therefore, over a small body of troops, no great victory can be gained. 16. The importance of the victory depends on the importance of the object which it secures to us. The conquest of an important position may make an insignificant victory very important. 17. The splendour of a victory depends on the proportion which the number of trophies bears to the strength of the victorious army. 18. There are, therefore, victories of different kinds and of many different degrees. Strictly speaking, there can be no combat without a decision, consequently without a victory. But the ordinary use of language and the nature of the thing require that we should only consider those results of combats as victories which have been preceded by very considerable efforts. If the enemy contents himself with doing just sufficient to ascertain our designs, and as soon as he has found them out gives way, we cannot call that a victory. If he does more than that, it can only be done with a view to becoming conqueror in reality, and therefore in that case, if he gives up the combat, he is to be considered as conquered. 20. As the combat can only cease by one or other or both of the parties who have been in contact retiring partially, therefore it can never be said, properly speaking, that both parties have kept the field. In so far, however, as the nature of the thing and the ordinary use of language require us to understand by the term battlefield the position of the principal masses of the contending armies, and because the first consequences of victory only commence with the retreat of the principal masses, therefore there may be battles which remain quite indecisive. The combat is the means of gaining a victory. 21. The means to obtain victory is the combat. As the points specified in number 4 from A to G establish the victory, therefore also the combat is directed on those points as its immediate objects. 22. We must now make ourselves acquainted with the combat in its various phases. What is an independent combat? 23. In reality, every combat may be separated into as many single combats as there are combatants, but the individual only appears as a separate item when he fights singly, that is, independently. 24. From single combats, the units ascend to fresh units coordinately with the ascending scale of subdivisions of command. 25. These units are bound together through the object and plan, still not as closely that the members do not retain a certain degree of independence. This becomes always greater the higher the rank of the units. How this gain of independence on the part of the members takes place we shall show afterwards, number 97, etc. 26. Thus every total combat consists of a great number of separate combats in descending order of members down to the lowest member acting independently. 27. But a total combat consists also of separate combats following one another in succession. 28. All separate combats we call partial combats, and the whole of them a total combat. But we connect the conception of a whole combat with the supposed condition of a personal combat, and therefore only that belongs to one combat which is directed by one will. (In cordon positions, the limits between the two can never be defined). 29. What has been said here on the theory of combat relates to the total combat as well as to the partial combat. Principles of combat. 30. Every fight is an expression of hostility which passes into combat instinctively. 31. This instinct to attack and destroy the enemy is the real element of war. 32. Even amongst the most savage tribes, this impulse to hostility is not pure instinct alone. The reflecting intelligence supervenes, aimless instinct becomes an act with a purpose. 33. In this manner, the feelings are made submissive to the understanding. 34. But we can never consider them as completely eliminated and the pure object of reason substituted in their place, for if they were swallowed up in the object of reason, they would come to life again spontaneously in the heat of combat. 35. As our wars are not utterances of the hostility of individuals opposed to individuals, so the combat seems to be divested of all real hostility, and therefore to be a purely reasonable action. 36. But it is not so by any means. Partly, there is never wanting a collective hatred between the parties, which then manifests itself more or less effectively in the individual, so that from hating and warring against a party, he hates and wars against the individual man as well. Partly, in the course of a combat itself, a real feeling of hostility is kindled more or less in the individuals engaged. 37. Desire of fame, ambition, self-interest, and esprit de corps, along with other feelings, take the place of hostility when that does not exist. 38. Therefore, the mere will of the commander, the mere prescribed object, is seldom or never the sole motive of action in the combatants. Instead of that, a very notable portion of the emotional forces will always be in activity. 39. This activity is increased by the circumstances of the combat, moving in the region of danger, in which all emotional forces have greater weight. 40. But even the intelligence which guides the combat can never be a power purely of the understanding, and therefore the combat can never be a subject of pure calculation. A, because it is the collision of living physical and moral forces, which can only be estimated generally but never subjected to any regular calculation. B, because the emotions which come into play make the combat a subject of enthusiasm, and through that a subject for higher judgment. 41. The combat may therefore be an act of talent and genius in opposition to calculating reason. 42. Now the feelings and genius which manifest themselves in the combat must be regarded as separate moral agents which, owing to their great diversity and elasticity, incessantly break out beyond the limits of calculating reason. 43. It is the duty of the art of war to take account of these forces in theory and in practice. 44. The more they are used to the utmost, the more vigorous and fruitful of results will be the combat. 45. All inventions of art, such as arms, organisation, exercising tactics, the principles of the use of the different arms in the combat, are restrictions on the natural instinct, which has to be led by indirect means to a more efficient use of its powers. But the emotional forces will not submit to be thus clipped, and if we go too far in trying to make instruments of them, we rob them of their impulse and force. There must therefore always be given them a certain room to play between the rules of theory and its practical execution. This entails the necessity of a higher point of view, of great wisdom as respects theory, and great tact of judgment as respects practice. Two modes of fighting: close combat and fire combat. 46. Of all weapons which have yet been invented by human ingenuity, those which bring the combatants into closest contact, those which are nearest to the pugilistic encounter, are the most natural, and correspond most with instinct. The dagger and the battle axe are more so than the lance, the javelin, or the sling. 47. Weapons with which the enemy can be attacked while he is at a distance are more instruments for the understanding. They allow the feelings, the instinct for fighting properly called, to remain almost at rest, and this so much the more according as the range of their effects is greater. With a sling we can imagine to ourselves a certain degree of anger accompanying the throw. There is less of this feeling in discharging a musket, and still less in firing a cannon shot. 48. Although there are shades of difference, still all modern weapons may be placed under one or other of two great classes, that is, the cut and thrust weapons and firearms, the former for close combat, the latter for fighting at a distance. 49. Therefore it follows that there are two modes of fighting, the close combat, hand to hand, and the combat with firearms. 50. Both have for their object the destruction of the enemy. 51. In close combat this effect is quite certain. In the combat with firearms it is only more or less probable. From this difference follows a very different signification in the two modes of fighting. 52. As the destruction in hand-to-hand fighting is inevitable, the smallest superiority, either through advantages or in courage, is decisive, and the party at a disadvantage or inferior in courage tries to escape the danger by flight. 53. This occurs so regularly, so commonly, and so soon in all hand-to-hand fights in which several are engaged, that the destructive effects properly belonging to this kind of fight are very much diminished thereby, and its principal effects consists rather in driving the enemy off the field than in destroying him. 54. If, therefore, we look for the practical effect of close combat, we must place our object not in the destruction of the enemy, but in his expulsion from the field. The destruction becomes the means. 55. In the hand-to-hand fight, originally the destruction of the enemy was the object. So, in the combat with firearms, the primary object is to put the enemy to flight, and the destruction is only the means. We fire upon the enemy to drive him away, and to spare ourselves the close combat for which we are not prepared. 56. But the danger caused by the combat with firearms is not quite inevitable, it is only more or less probable. Its effect, therefore, is not so great on the senses of individuals, and only becomes great through continuance, and through its whole sum, which, as it does not affect the senses so much, is not such a direct impression. It is therefore not essentially necessary that one of the two sides should withdraw from under it. From this it follows that one party is not put to flight at once, and in many cases may not be at all. 57. If this is the case, then, as a rule, at the conclusion of the combat with firearms, the close combat must be resorted to in order to put the enemy to flight. 58. On the other hand, the destructive effect gains in intensity by continuance of the fire combat, just as much as it loses in the close combat by the quick decision. 59. From this it follows that instead of putting the enemy to flight being the general object of the fire combat, that object is to be looked for in the direct effect of the applied means, that is, the destruction and weakening of the enemy's forces. 60. If the object of the close combat is to drive the enemy from the field, that of the combat with firearms is to destroy his armed force. Then the former is the real instrument for the decisive stroke, the latter is to be regarded as the preparation. 61. In each, however, there is a certain amount of the effect pertaining to both principles. The close combat is not devoid of destructive effects, neither is the combat with firearms ineffectual to drive the enemy from the field. 62. The destructive effect of the close combat is in most cases extremely insignificant, very often it amounts to nil. It would therefore hardly be taken account of if it did not sometimes become of considerable importance by increasing the number of prisoners. 63. But it is well to observe that these cases generally occur after the fire has produced considerable effect. 64. Close combat in the existing relation of arms would, therefore, have but an insignificant destructive effect without the assistance of fire. 65. The destructive force of firearms in combat may, by continuance, be intensified to the utmost extremity, that is, to the shaking and extinction of courage. 66. The consequence of that is, that by far the greatest share in the destruction of the enemy's combatant powers is due to the effects of firearms. 67. The weakening of the enemy through the fire combat either A. causes his retreat, or B. serves as a preparation for the hand-to-hand encounter. 68. By putting the enemy to flight, which is the object of the hand-to-hand combat, the real victory may be attained, because driving the enemy from the field constitutes a victory. If the whole mass engaged is small, then such a victory may embrace the whole, and be a decisive result. 69. But when the close combat has only taken place between portions of the whole mass of forces, or when several close combats in succession make up the whole combat, then the results in one single one can only be considered as a victory in a partial combat. 70. If the conquered division is a considerable part of the whole, then in its defeat it may carry the whole along with it, and thus from the victory over a part, a victory over the whole army may immediately follow. 71. Even if a success in close combat does not amount to a victory over the mass of the enemy's forces, still it always ensures the following advantages: A. Gain of ground. B. Shaking of moral force. C. Disorder in the enemy's ranks. D. Destruction of physical force. 72. In a partial combat, the fire combat is therefore to be regarded as a destroying act, the close combat as a decisive act. How these points are to be viewed in relation to the total combat we shall consider at a future time. Relation of the two forms of combat in regard to attack and defence. 73. The combat consists further of attack and defence. 74. The attack is the positive intention, the defence the negative. The first aims at putting the enemy to flight, the latter merely at keeping possession. 75. But this keeping possession is no mere holding out, not passive endurance. Its success depends on a vigorous reaction. This reaction is the destruction of the attacking forces. Therefore, it is only the object, not the means, which is to be regarded as negative. 76. But it follows of itself that if the defender maintains his position, the adversary must give way. Therefore, although the defender has the negative object, the retreat, that is, the giving way of the enemy, is the sign of victory also for the defender. 77. Naturally, on account of a like object, the close combat is the element of attack. 78. But as close combat contains in itself so little of the destructive principle, the assailant who confines himself to use of it alone would hardly be considered as a combatant in most cases, and in any case would play a very unequal game. 79. Except when small bodies only are engaged, or bodies consisting entirely of cavalry, the close combat can never constitute the whole attack. The larger the masses engaged, the more artillery and infantry come into play, the less will it suffice for the end. 80. The attack must therefore also include in itself as much of the fire combat as is necessary. 81. In this, that is, in the fire combat, both sides are to be regarded as upon an equality so far as respects the mode of fighting. Therefore, the greater the proportion of fighting with firearms as compared with close combat, the more the original inequality between attack and defence is diminished. As regards the remaining disadvantages of the close combat, to which the assailant must ultimately have recourse, they must be compensated for by such advantages as are inherent in that form, and by superiority of numbers. 82. The fire combat is the natural element of the defensive. 83. When a successful result, the retreat of the assailant, is obtained by that form of combat, there is no necessity to have recourse to close combat. 84. When that result is not obtained, and the assailant resorts to close combat, the defender must do the same. 85. Generally the defence does not by any means exclude the close combat, if the advantages to be expected from it appear greater than those of the combat with firearms. Advantageous conditions in both forms of combat. 86. We must now examine more closely the nature in general of both combats, in order to ascertain the points which give the preponderance in the same. 87. The fire combat. A. Superiority in the use of the arms. (This depends on the organisation and the quality of the troops). B. Superiority in the formation, tactical organisation, and the elementary tactics as established dispositions. See Methodicism, page 63, volume 1. In a question of the employment of regularly disciplined troops in the combat, these things do not come into consideration, because they are supposed to belong to the idea of troops, but as a subject of the theory of the combat in its widest sense, they may and should be considered. C. The number. D. The form of the line of battle, so far as it is not already contained in B. E. The ground. 88. As we are only now treating of the employment of disciplined troops, we have nothing to do with A and B. They are only given to be taken into consideration as given quantities. 89. A. Superiority of numbers. If two unequal bodies of infantry or artillery are drawn up opposite to each other on parallel lines of the same extent, then if every shot fired is directed like a target shoot against a separate individual, the number of hits will be in proportion to the number of men firing. The proportion of hits would bear just the same relation if the shots were directed against a full target. Therefore, if the mark were no longer a single man but a battalion, a line, etc. This is, indeed, also the way in which the shots fired by skirmishers in war may, for the most part, be estimated. but here the target is not full. Instead of that, it is a line of men with intervals between them. The intervals decrease as the number of men increases in a given space. Consequently, the effect of a fire combat between bodies of troops of unequal number will be a sum made out of the number of those firing and the number of the enemy's troops they are firing against. That is, in other words, the superiority in number in fire combat produces no preponderating effect, because that which is gained through the number of shots is lost again through a greater number of the enemies taking effect. Suppose that 50 men place themselves upon the same extent of ground as 500 opposite them. Let 30 shots out of 50 be supposed to strike the target, that is the quadrilateral occupied by the enemy's battalion. Then, out of the enemy's 500 shots, 300 will strike the quadrilateral occupied by our 50 men. But the 500 men stand 10 times as close as the 50, therefore our balls will hit 10 times as many as the enemy's, and thus by our 50 shots, exactly as many of the enemy are hit as are hit on our side by his 500. Reader's note, there is an asterisk here. The asterisk leads to a footnote that says, see chapter 12, book 3, translator. Reader's note ends. Although this result does not exactly correspond with the reality, and there is a small advantage in general on the side of the superior numbers, still there is no doubt that it is essentially correct, and that the efficacy on either side, that is, the result in a combat with firearms, far from keeping exact pace with the superiority in numbers, is scarcely increased at all by that superiority. The result is of the utmost importance, for it constitutes the basis of that economy of forces in the preparatory destructive act which may be regarded as one of the surest means of victory. 89b. Let it not be thought that this result may lead to an absurdity, and that, for example, 2 men, the smallest number who can take up the line of our supposed target, must do just as much execution as 2,000, provided the 2 men are placed at a distance apart equal to the front of the 2,000. If the 2,000 always fired directly to their front, that might be the case, but if the number of the weaker side is so small that the stronger directs its concentrated fire upon individuals, then naturally there must follow a great difference in the effect, for in such a case our supposition of simple target firing is set aside. Likewise, a very weak line of fire would never oblige the enemy to engage in a fire combat. Instead of that, such a line would be driven from the field by him at once. We see, therefore, that the foregoing result is not to be carried to an extreme in application, but yet is of great importance for the reasons given. Hundreds of times a line of fire has maintained its own against one of twice its strength, and it is easy to see what consequence may result from that in the economy of force. 89c. We may, therefore, say that either of the opposing sides has it in his power to increase or reduce the mutual, that is, the total effect of the fire, according as he brings or does not bring more combatants into the line which is firing. 90. The form of the line of battle may be A, with parallel fronts of equal length, then it is the same for both sides. B, with parallel front but outflanking the enemy, then it is advantageous, but we may easily conceive the advantage is small on account of the limited range of firearms. C, enveloping. This is advantageous on account of the double effect of the shots, and because the greater extent of front follows of itself from that form. Forms the reverse of B and C are obviously disadvantageous. 91. Ground is advantageous in combat with firearms, A, by affording cover like a breastwork, B, by intercepting the view of the enemy, thus forming an obstacle to his taking aim, C, as an obstacle to approach by which the enemy is kept long under our fire and impeded in the delivery of his own fire. 92. In close combat, the advantages afforded by ground are the same as in fire combat. 93. The two first subjects, A and B, number 87, do not come into consideration here. But we must observe that superiority in the use of weapons does not make as great a difference in close combat as in the fire combat, and on the other hand, courage plays a most decisive part. The subjects touched upon under B, number 87, are especially important for cavalry, the arm by which most close combats are fought. 94. In close combat, number is much more decisive than in combat with firearms. It is almost the chief thing. 95. The form of the order of battle is also much more decisive than in the combat with firearms, and when the front is parallel, a small instead of a great extent of front is the most advantageous. 96. The ground. A, as obstacle to approach. In this consists by far its greatest efficacy in close combat. B, as a means of concealment. This favours a surprise, which is especially important in close combat. Analysis of the combat. 97. In number 23 we have seen that every combat is a whole composed of many members or parts, in which the independence of the parts is very unequal, inasmuch as it diminishes by a descending scale. We shall now examine this point more closely. 98. We can easily imagine as a single member such a number as can be led into the fight by the word of command, for instance a battalion, a battery, or a regiment of cavalry, if these masses are really in close order. 99. When the word of command no longer suffices, a written or verbal order commences. 100. The word of command admits of no gradations. In point of fact, it is a part of the execution, but the order has degrees, from the utmost distinctness approaching to the word of command, down to the utmost generality. It is not the execution itself, but only a commission to execute. 101. No one subject to the word of command has any will of his own, but whenever instead of that word an order is given, a certain independence of members begins, because the order is of a general nature, and the will of the leader must supply any insufficiency in its terms. 102. If a combat admitted of being perfectly prearranged and foreseen in all its coincident and successive parts and events, if, that is to say, its plan could descend into the minutest details, as in the construction of a piece of inanimate machinery, then the order would have none of this indefiniteness. 103. But belligerents do not cease to be men, and individuals can never be converted into machines having no will of their own, and the ground on which they fight will seldom or never be a complete and bare level, which can exercise no influence on the combat. It is therefore quite impossible to calculate beforehand all that is to take place. 104. This insufficiency of plan increases with the duration of the combat, and with the number of the combatants. The close combat of a small troop is almost completely contained in its plan, but the plan for a combat with firearms of even very small bodies can never be thoroughly complete to the same degree on account of its duration and the incidents which spring up. Then again, the close combat of large masses, as, for instance, of a cavalry division of 2,000 or 3,000 horse, cannot be carried out so completely in conformity with the original plan that the will of its single leaders is not frequently obliged to supply something. As for the plan of a great battle, except as regards the preliminary part, it can only be a very general outline. 105. As this insufficiency of plan, disposition, increases with the time and space which the combat takes, so therefore, as a rule, a greater margin for contingencies must be allowed to large than to smaller bodies of troops, and the order will increase in its precision as it descends the scale down to those parts which are governed by word of command. 106. Further, the independence of the parts will also differ according to the circumstances in which they are placed. Space, time, the character of the ground and country, and the nature of the duty will diminish or increase this independence as respects one and the same subdivision. 107. Besides this systematic division of the entire combat into separate parts according to a plan, a casual division may also take place thus: A, by our own views expanding beyond the limits of the original plan; B, by an unforeseen separation of parts, which we intended to have kept under word of command. 108. This fresh division depends on circumstances which cannot be foreseen. 109. The consequence is unequal results in parts which should have been all united as one whole, because, in point of fact, they become placed in different relations. 110. Thus arises at certain points the necessity for a change not contemplated in the general plan: A, that these parts may avoid disadvantages of ground, or of numbers, or of position; B, that advantages gained in all these different respects may be turned to account. 111. The consequence of this is that, involuntarily, often more or less designedly, a fire combat passes into close combat, or the other way, the latter into the former. 112. The problem, then, is to make these changes fit into the general plan, so that A, if they lead to a disadvantage, it may be remedied in one way or another; B, if they lead to a success, it may be used as far as possible, short of exposing us to the risk of a reverse. 113. It is therefore the intentional or unintentional division of the total combat into a greater or less number of minor independent combats which causes the form of combat to change from close combat to fire combat, as well as from attack to defence, during the total combat. Now the whole remains to be considered in this relation. End of Appendix 4, Part 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 4, Part 2 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Guide to Tactics, Part 2. The combat consists of two acts, the destructive and the decisive act. 114. From the fire combat with its destructive principle, and from the close combat with its principle of putting to flight, according to number 72, proceed two different acts in the partial combat, the destructive and the decisive act. 115. The smaller the masses are, the more these two acts will resolve themselves into one simple fire combat or one close combat. 116. The greater the masses, the more must these two acts be taken in a collective sense, in such manner that the destructive act is made up of a number of simultaneous and successive fire combats, and the decisive act, in the same manner, of several close combats. 117. In this manner the division of the combat not only continues, but also extends itself more and more, the greater the masses brought into conflict, whilst the destructive act and the decisive act are further and further separated from each other in time. The destructive act. 118. The greater the mass of troops, the more important becomes the physical destruction, for a. The influence of the commander is so much the less, his influence is greater in close combat than in fire combat. b. The moral inequality is so much less. With large masses, whole armies for instance, there is nothing but the difference of nationality, whilst in smaller bodies there is to be added that of the corps and of individuals, and lastly of special accidental circumstances which in large bodies balance each other. c. The order of battle is so much the deeper, that is, there are so many more reserves to renew the combat, as we shall see in the sequel. The number of partial combats therefore increases, and consequently the duration of the total combat, and by that means the influence of the first moment, which is so very decisive in putting the enemy to flight, is lessened. 119. From the preceding number it follows that the greater the mass of the army, the greater must be the physical destruction as a preparation for the decision. 120. This preparation consists in this, that the number of combatants diminishes on both sides, but the relation alters in our favour. 121. The first of these is sufficient if we are already morally and physically superior. The second is requisite if such is not the case. 122. The destruction of the enemy's combatant force is made up a. Of all that are put physically hors de combat, killed, wounded and prisoners, b. Of whatever part is spent physically and morally. 123. After a fire combat of several hours' duration, in which a body of troops has suffered severe loss, for instance a quarter or one-third of its numbers, the debris may for the time be looked upon as a heap of cinders, for a. The men are physically exhausted, b. They have spent their ammunition, c. Their arms want cleaning, d. Many have left the field with the wounded, although not themselves wounded, e. The rest think they have done their part for the day, and if once they get beyond the sphere of danger, do not willingly return to it. F. The feeling of courage with which they started has had the edge taken off, the longing for the fight is satisfied. G. The original organisation and formation are partly destroyed or thrown into disorder. 124. The consequences E and F make their appearance more or less according as the combat has been successful or the reverse. A body of troops which has gained ground or successfully maintained the original position assigned to it can be made further use of more easily than one that has been repulsed. 125a. There are two deductions from number 123, which we must bring under notice. The first is the economy of force, which is made by the use of a smaller number of men in the combat with firearms than the enemy employs. For, if the dilapidation of forces in the fire combat consists not only in the loss of those placed hors de combat, but further in this, that all who have fought are lowered in their powers, then naturally this lowering of powers will be less on the side which brings the fewest troops into action. If 500 men have been able to maintain their ground against 1,000, if the losses are equal on each side, say 200 men, then on the one side there will remain 300 men who are fatigued, while the other side will have 800, of whom 300 are fatigued, but 500 are fresh. Reader's note, in the preceding sentence there are 2 marks leading to footnotes. The footnotes read, according to chapter 12, page 109, volume 1, it seems that this passage should read thus: if out of a body of 1,000 men, 500 have been placed in reserve, and the remaining 500 men, etc. The second footnote marks the first occurrence of the number 300 with a dagger and reads 800, see chapter 12, page 109, volume 1. I will reread the sentence with the substitutions suggested in the footnotes. If, out of a body of 1,000 men, 500 have been placed in reserve, and the remaining 500 men have been able to maintain their ground against 1,000, if the losses are equal on each side, say 200 men, then on the one side there will remain 800 men who are fatigued, while the other side will have 800, of whom 300 are fatigued, but 500 are fresh. 125b. The second deduction is that the weakening of the enemy, consequently the dilapidation of the enemy's combative power, is of much greater extent than the mere number of killed, wounded and prisoners would seem to represent. This number amounts to, perhaps, only 1/6 of the whole. There should, therefore, remain 5/6. But out of that 5/6, in all probability only the untouched reserve, and some troops which, although they have been in action, have suffered very little, are in reality to be regarded as serviceable, and the remainder, perhaps 4/6, may be looked upon for the present as a caput mortuum. 126. This diminution of the efficient mass is the first aim of the destructive act. The real decision can only be accomplished by smaller masses of troops. 127. But although the absolute size of the masses is not an unimportant matter, as 50 men opposed to 50 can proceed to a decision on the spot, while 50,000 opposed to 50,000 cannot do so, still it is the relative, not the absolute size of the masses which is an obstacle to the decision. Thus, if 5/6 of the whole have measured their powers in the destructive act, then both generals, even if they have continued on an equality, will be much nearer to the final resolution which they have to make, and it is only a relatively small impulse which is required to bring on the decisive act. It is all the same whether the 6th part remaining is 1/6 of an army of 30,000, therefore 5,000 men, or 1/6 of an army of 150,000 men, that is 25,000 men. 128. The principal object of each side in the destructive act is to work out for itself a preponderance for the decisive act. 129. This superiority can be obtained by the destruction of the enemy's physical force, but it may also be obtained by the other causes enumerated under number 4. 130. There is, therefore, in the destructive act a natural endeavour to profit by all the advantages which offer as far as circumstances will admit. 131. Now the combat of large masses is always split into several partial combats, number 23, which are more or less independent, and therefore must frequently contain in themselves both a destructive and a decisive act, if the advantages obtained from the first of these acts are to be turned into account. 132. Through the skilful and successful mixture of the close combat, we chiefly obtain the advantages which are to be derived from shaking the enemy's courage, creating disorder in his ranks, and gaining ground. 133. Even the physical destruction of the enemy's forces is much increased by that means, for prisoners can only be made in close combat. Thus we conceive that if an enemy's battalion is shaken by our fire, if our bayonet attack drives it out of an advantageous position and we follow him in his flight with a couple of squadrons, this partial success may place important advantages of all kinds in the scale of the general result, but then it is a condition that it be done without involving this victorious troop in difficulty, for if our battalion and our squadron through this means should fall into the hands of superior forces of the enemy, then this partial decision has been ill-timed. 134. The utilising of these partial successes is in the hands of the subordinate commanders, and gives a great advantage to an army which has experienced officers at the head of its divisions, brigades, regiments, battalions, batteries, etc. 135. Thus each of the two commanders seeks to obtain for himself in the course of the destructive act those advantages which bring about the decision, and at all events pave the way for it. 136. The most important of these objects are always captured guns and ground gained. 137. The importance of the latter is increased if the enemy has made it an object to defend a strong position. 138. Thus the destructive act on both sides, but especially on that of the assailant, is a cautious advance towards the object. 139. As numbers are so little decisive in the fire combat, number 53, therefore the endeavour naturally follows to keep up the combat with as few troops as possible. 140. As the fire combat predominates in the destructive act, therefore the greatest economy of force must be the prevailing principle in the same. 141. As numerical force is so essential in close combat, therefore for the decision of partial combats in the destructive act, superior numbers must frequently be employed. 142. But upon the whole, the character of thrift must rule here also, and, in general, only those decisions are to the purpose which realise themselves of themselves, as it were, without any great preponderance of numbers. 143. An inopportune endeavour to gain the decision leads to the following consequences. A. If it is undertaken with economy of our forces, we get involved with superior forces. B. If the requisite force is used, we get exhausted before the right time. 144. The question whether it is opportune to try for a decision recurs very frequently during the destructive act. Nevertheless, as respects the great ultimate decision, it presents itself at the end of the destructive act. 145. The destructive act on this account naturally strives at certain points to pass into the decisive act, because no advantage developed in the course of that act will attain completeness except through the decisive act, which is its necessary complement. 146. The more fruitful in results the means applied in the destructive act are, or the greater the physical and moral superiority, the stronger will be this tendency of the whole. 147. But when the results are small or negative, or when the enemy has superiority, this tendency likewise may be so rare and so feeble at isolated points that as respects the whole it is much the same as if it did not exist at all. 148. This natural tendency may lead to ill-timed decisions in partial combats as well as in the total combat, but it is very far from being an evil on that account. It is rather a necessary property of the destructive act, because without it much would be neglected. 149. The judgment of the leader at each point, and of the commander-in-chief in the total combat, must determine whether an opportunity which presents itself is advantageous for a decisive blow or not. That is, whether it may not lead to a counter-blow, and thus to a negative result. 150. The conduct of a combat in relation to the preparation preceding the decisive stroke, or rather, the preparation expressly for that stroke, consists therefore in organising a fire combat, and in a wider sense a destructive act, and giving to it a proportionate duration, that is, in only proceeding to the decisive stroke when it appears that the destructive act has produced sufficient effect. 151. The judgment on this point must be guided less by the clock, that is, less by the mere relations of time, than by the events which have taken place, by the evident signs of a superiority having been obtained. 152. Now, as the destructive act, if attended with good results, strives of itself already towards the decisive act, therefore, the duty of the chief consists principally in determining when and where the moment arrives to give reins to this tendency. 153. If the tendency towards the decisive act is very weak during the destructive act, that is a tolerably sure sign that victory cannot be calculated on. 154. In such a case, therefore, the chief and his generals will usually not give, but receive the decisive shock. 155. If still it must be given, then it takes place by an express order, which must be accompanied by the use of all the personal means of inspiring the men, all the stimulating influence which the general has at his command. The decisive act. 156. The decision is that event which produces in one of the generals a resolution to quit the field. 157. The grounds for quitting the field we have given in number 4. These grounds may come forth gradually by one small disaster after another being heaped up in the course of the destructive act, and the resolution may therefore be taken without a really decisive event. In such a case, no decisive act in particular takes place. 158. But the resolution may also be produced by one single very disastrous event, therefore suddenly, when up to that moment everything has been evenly balanced. 159. Then that act of the enemy which has called forth this resolution is to be regarded as the decisive act. 160. The most common case is that the decision ripens gradually in the course of the destructive act, but the resolution of the vanquished gets its final impulse from some particular event. Therefore, in this case also the decisive act is to be considered as having been given. 161. If a decisive act is given, then it must be a positive action. A. It may be an attack. B. Or it may be only the advance of reserves hitherto held under cover. 162. With small bodies, close combat by a single charge is often decisive. 163. When larger masses are engaged, the attack by means of close combat may also suffice, but a single charge will then hardly be sufficient. 164. If the masses are still larger, there is then a mixture of the fire combat, as in the case of horse artillery supporting the charge of heavy masses of cavalry. 165. With great bodies composed of all arms, a decision can never result from close combat alone. A renewed fire combat is necessary. 166. But this renewed fire combat will be of the nature of an attack itself. It will be carried out in close masses, therefore with an action concentrated in time and space, as a short preparation for the real attack. 167. When the decision is not the result of a particular close combat, but of a number of simultaneous and consecutive combats of both kinds, it then becomes a distinct act belonging to the entire combat, as has already been said in a general way, number 115. 168. In this act the close combat predominates. 169. In the same measure as the close combat predominates, so will also the offensive, although at certain points the defensive may be preserved. 170. Towards the close of a battle, the line of retreat is always regarded with increased jealousy, therefore a threat against that line is always then a potent means of bringing on the decision. 171. On that account, when circumstances permit, the plan of battle will be aimed at that point from the very first. 172. The more the battle or combat develops itself in the sense of a plan of this kind, so much the more seriously the enemy's line of retreat will be menaced. 173. Another great step towards victory is breaking the order of formation. The regular formation in which the troops commence the action suffers considerably in the long destructive combats, in which they themselves wring out their strength. If this wear and tear and exhaustion has reached a certain point, then a rapid advance in concentrated masses on one side against the line of battle of the other may produce a degree of disorder which forbids the latter any longer to think of victory, and calls in requisition all his powers to place the separate parts of his line in safety, and to restore the connection of the whole in the best way he can for the moment. 174. From what precedes, it is evident that, as in the preparatory acts, the utmost economy of force must predominate, so in the decisive act, to win the mastery through numbers must be the ruling idea. 175. Just as in the preparatory acts, endurance, firmness and coolness are the first qualities, so in the decisive act, boldness and fiery spirit must predominate. 176. Usually only one of the opposing commanders delivers the deciding stroke, the other receives it. 177. As long as all continues in equilibrium, he who gives the decisive blow may be A. the assailant, B. or the defender. 178. As the assailant has the positive object, it is most natural that he should deliver it, and therefore this is what occurs most frequently. 179. But if the equilibrium is much disturbed, then the decision may be given, A, by the commander who has the advantage, B, by the one who is under the disadvantage. 180. The first is plainly more natural, and if this commander is also the assailant, it is still more natural. Therefore, there are few cases in which the decision does not emanate from this commander. 181. But if the defender is the party who has the advantage, then it is also natural that he should give the decision, so that the relative situation which is produced by degrees has more influence than the original intention of offensive and defensive. 182. When the decision is given by the assailant, although he has palpably the disadvantage, it looks like a last attempt to gain his original object. If the defender, who has gained advantages, gives him time to do so, it is certainly consistent with the nature of the positive intention of the assailant to make such a last attempt. 183a. A defender who, although decidedly at a disadvantage, still proceeds to give the decision, does that which is contrary to the nature of things, and which may be regarded as an act of desperation. The result in the decisive stage is conformable to the relations just developed, so that, as a rule, it will only be favourable to the side which gives the decision if he is naturally led to do so by the relations in which he stands. 184. When all is still in a state of equilibrium, the result is generally favourable to the side which gives the decision, for at the moment when a battle is ripe for decision, when the forces have worn themselves out on each other, the positive principle is of much greater weight than at the commencement. 185. The general who receives the decision must either determine on an immediate retreat in consequence and decline all further combat, or he may continue the combat. 186. If he continues the engagement, he can only do so as a commencement of his retreat, because he wants time to make the requisite arrangements, or b. a virtual struggle through which he still hopes for victory. 187. If the general who accepts the decision stands in very favourable relations, he may, in so doing, also adhere to the defensive. 188a. But if the decision proceeds naturally from the advantageous situation of the side giving it, then the general who accepts it must also pass over to a more or less active defence, that is, he must oppose attack by attack, partly because the natural advantages of the defence, position, order, surprise, wear themselves out by degrees in the course of the combat, and at last there is not enough of them left, partly because, as we have said in number 184, the positive principle acquires incessantly more and more weight. Their separation as regards time. 188b. The view here propounded that every combat is composed of two separate acts will meet with strong opposition at first sight. 189. This opposition will proceed partly from a false view of the combat, which has become habitual, partly from an over-pedantic importance being ascribed to the idea of such a division. 190. We imagine to ourselves the opposition between attack and defence as too decided, the two activities as too completely antithetical, or rather, we assume the antithesis to be where it is not to be found in practice. 191. From this it results that we imagine the assailant, from the first moment to the last, as steadily and unremittingly striving to advance, and every modification in that advance as an entirely involuntary and compulsory one, which proceeds directly from the resistance encountered. 192. According to this idea, nothing would be more natural than that every attack should begin with the furious energy of an assault. 193. Still, even those who adhere to this kind of idea have become accustomed to a preparatory act on the part of the artillery, because it was too plain that without it an assault would generally be useless. 194. But otherwise, that absolute tendency to advance to the attack has been considered so natural that an attack without a shot being fired is looked upon as the ideal of perfection. Even Frederick the Great, up to the time of the Battle of Zorndorf, looked upon fire in the attack as something exceptionable. 195. Although there has since been a disposition to modify that notion, still there are numbers at the present time who think that the assailant cannot make himself master of the important points in a position too soon. 196. Those who make the greatest concessions to fire at the same time advocate an immediate advance to the attack, the delivery of a few volleys by battalion close to the enemy's position, and then an onset with the bayonet. 197. But military history and a glance at the nature of our arms show that absolutely to despise the use of fire in the attack is an absurdity. 198. A little acquaintance with the nature of the combat, and above all actual experience, teaches also that a body of troops which has been engaged under fire is seldom fit for a vigorous assault. Therefore, the concession mentioned in number 196 is worth noting. 199. Lastly, military history gives instances without number in which, owing to a premature advance, advantages previously gained have had to be abandoned with serious loss. Therefore, the principle mentioned in number 195 is also not admissible. 200. We maintain accordingly that the idea now alluded to of an unmixed kind of attack, if we may use that expression, is entirely false, because it only answers to a very few extremely exceptional cases. 201. But if a commencement with close combat, and a decision without preparation in a great battle, are not consistent with the nature of things, then of itself there arises a distinction between the preparation by fire for the decision and the decision itself, therefore between the two acts which we have been discussing. 202. We have granted that this distinction may fall to the ground in affairs which are quite of a minor nature, as for instance between small bodies of cavalry, The question now is whether it does not also come to an end if the masses attain to certain proportions. Not as to whether the employment of fire might cease, for that would be a contradiction in itself, but whether the sharp distinction between the two activities ceases, so that they can no longer be considered as two separate acts. 203. It may perhaps be maintained that a battalion should fire before it charges with the bayonet. The one must precede the other, and thus two different acts take place, but only as regards the battalion, not as respects the greater subdivision of the brigade, etc. These have no fire period and decision period. They seek to come in contact with the object pointed out to them as speedily as possible, and must leave the way in which it is done to the battalions. 204. Do we not perceive that in this way all unity would be lost? As one battalion fights quite close to another, the successes and reverses of one must have a necessary influence on others, and as the effect of our musketry fire is so small that it requires considerable duration to make it efficacious, the influence just noticed must be greater and more decisive through that duration. Even on this ground alone, there must be for the brigade, as well as for the battalion, a certain general division of time as respects the destructive and the decisive combats. 205. But another more substantial reason is that for the decision we are glad to use fresh troops, at least troops that have not been engaged in the destructive act, but these must be taken from the reserve, and the reserve by their nature are common property, and on that account cannot be divided beforehand amongst the battalions. 206. Now, as the necessity of a division in the combat passes on from the battalion to the brigade, therefore from that it passes on to the division, and from the division to still larger bodies. 207. But as the parts of a whole, divisions of the first order, always become more independent the larger the whole is, therefore it is true the unity of the whole will also press less stringently on them, and thus it happens that in the course of a partial combat more decisive acts may and will always take place according as the whole is greater. 208. The decisions, when corps are large, will therefore not unite themselves into a whole to the same degree as in the case of corps of smaller size, but will distribute themselves more as regards time and space. Still, between the beginning and the end, a notable distinction between the two different acts is always observable. 209. Now the parts, corps, may be so large, and their separation from each other so wide, that although their action in the combat is certainly still directed by the will of one general, a necessary condition to constitute an independent combat, yet this direction limits itself to instructions at the commencement, or at most to a few orders in the course of the combat. In this case, such a part, corps, has in itself almost complete power to organise its whole combat. 210. The more important the decisions which rest with a corps by its situation, so much the more they will influence the decision of the whole. Indeed, we may even suppose the relation of some parts to be such that in their decisions that of the whole is at once contained, and therefore a separate decisive act for the whole is no longer required. 211. Example. In a great battle, in which the parts of the army of the first rank are corps, a brigade may receive the order at the commencement to take a village. For this purpose it will make use for itself of its destructive act and its decisive act. Now the taking of this village may have more or less an influence on the ultimate decision of the whole, but it is not in the nature of things that it should greatly influence, and much less that it should affect the decision of itself, because a brigade is too small a body to give a decision at the commencement of a battle. But we may very well conceive that the effectual taking of this village forms nevertheless part of the destructive measure by which the enemy's force is to be shattered and reduced. On the other hand, if we suppose an order given to a considerable corps, perhaps a third or half of the whole force, to take a certain important part of the enemy's position, then the result expected through this corps may easily be so important as to be decisive for the whole, and if this corps attains its object, no further decisive act may then be necessary. Now, it is easy to conceive further that owing to distance and the nature of the country, very few orders can be transmitted to this corps in the course of the battle, consequently that both preparatory and decisive measures must be left to its decision. In this manner, one common decisive act falls to the ground altogether, and it is divided into separate decisive acts of some of the great parts. 212. This indeed frequently takes place in great battles, and a pedantic notion of the severance of the two acts of which we conceive the battle to consist would therefore be in contradiction with the course of such a battle. 213. Although we set up this distinction in the working of a battle as a point of great importance, it is far from our intention to place importance on the regular severance and division of these two activities, and to insist upon that as a practical principle. We only wish to separate in idea two things which are essentially different, and to show how this inherent difference governs of itself the form of the combat. 214. The difference in the form shows itself most plainly in small combats, where the simple fire and close combat form a complete contrast to each other. The contrast is less decided when the parts are longer, because then in the two acts, the two forms of combat from which they proceed unite themselves again. But the acts themselves are greater, take more time, and consequently are further separated from each other in time. 215. There may be no separation also as regards the whole, insofar that the decision has already been handed over to separate corps of the first order. But still, even then, a trace of it will be found in the whole, as it must be our endeavour to bring the decisions of these different corps into concert in relation to time, whether it be that we consider it necessary that the decision should take place simultaneously, or that the decision should take place in a certain order of succession. 216. The difference between these two acts will, therefore, never be completely lost as respects the whole, and that which is lost for the whole will reappear in the elements of the first order. 217. This is the way in which our view is to be understood, and if thus understood, then, on the one hand, it will not come short of the reality, and on the other, it will direct the attention of the leader of a combat, let it be great or small, partial or general, to giving each of the two acts of activity its due share, that there may be neither precipitation nor negligence. 218. Precipitation there will be if space and time sufficient are not allowed to the destructive act. If things are broken across the knee, an unfortunate issue of the decision results, which either cannot be repaired at all, or at all events remains a substantial disadvantage. Reader's note, in the previous sentence there is an asterisk marking a footnote. The footnote says, done hand over head, and it is placed after the phrase, if things are broken across the knee. Reader's note ends. 219. Negligence in general there will be if a complete decision does not take place, either from want of courage or from a wrong view of the situation. The result of this is always waste of force, but it may further be a positive disadvantage because the maturity of the decision does not quite depend upon the duration of the destructive act, but on other circumstances as well, that is to say, on a favourable opportunity. End of Appendix 4, Part 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 4, Section 3 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Guide to Tactics, Part 3. Plan of Battle, Definition. 220a. The plan of the battle makes its unity possible. Every action in common requires such unity. This unity is nothing else but the object of the combat. From it proceed the directions which require to be given to all the different parts in order to attain the object in the best way. The appointment of the object and the arrangements consequent upon it form therefore the plan. 220b. We mean here by plan everything which is prescribed respecting the battle, whether beforehand, at the commencement, or in the course of the engagement, consequently the whole operation of the intelligence on matter. 220c. But there is plainly an essential difference between such directions on the one hand, as must be and can be given previously, and those on the other hand, which the exigencies of the moment require. 220d. The first constitutes the plan in the proper sense, the latter we may call the conduct of the battle. 221. As these determinations which the moment calls forth are chiefly derived from the reciprocal action of the opposing parties, we shall leave the discussion and analysis of this difference until we come to the subject of the reciprocal action. 222. A part of the plan lies ready-made in the formation, tactical organisation, of the combatant forces, by which the great number of parts is reduced to a few. 223. In a partial combat, this formation is a thing of more consequence than in the total combat. In the former it often constitutes the whole plan, and the smaller the body, the more this will be the case. A battalion in a great battle does not use many other dispositions than those prescribed by the regulations, and on the drill ground, but that is not sufficient for a division. There particular directions become more necessary. 224. But in the total combat the formation is seldom the whole plan, even for the smallest body. The plan often modifies the formation to afford scope for special dispositions. A squadron undertaking the surprise of one of the enemy's small posts divides itself into several separate parts, just as well as the largest army. Aim of the plan. 225. The object of the combat makes the unity of the plan. We may regard it as its aim, that is, the direction to which all activity should converge. 226. The object of a combat is victory, in other words, everything which is a condition of victory, and which is included in number 4. 227. None of the objects enumerated in number 4 can be attained in battle except by the destruction of the enemy's force, which therefore appears to be the means for all. 228. It is itself in most cases the principal object as well. 229. If that is the case, the plan is aimed at the greatest possible destruction of the enemy's forces. 230. When some of the things named in number 1 are of greater importance than the destruction of the enemy's force, it takes a subordinate place as a means. Then the greatest possible is no longer demanded, but only a sufficient destruction, and we may then take the nearest way to the aim. 231a. There are cases in which the points named in number 4, C, D, E, F, G, which lead to the retreat of the enemy, may be attained without any destruction of the enemy's armed forces. Then the enemy is conquered by a manoeuvre, not by a combat, but this is no victory, therefore only for use when we have something else than a victory for an object. 231b. In such cases, the employment of military force will still always imply the idea, certainly, of a combat, therefore of a destruction of the enemy's force, but only as possible, not as probable. For inasmuch as our views are aimed at something else than the destruction of the enemy's forces, we presuppose these other things to be effectual, and that they will prevent any serious opposition from taking place. If we cannot make such a presupposition, then we ought not to choose these other things for our end, and if we err in the presupposition, the plan will miss its aim. 232. From the preceding number it follows that whenever a considerable destruction of the enemy's forces is the condition of victory, it must also be the chief object of the plan. Now, as a manoeuvre is not in itself a combat, but a combat takes place if a manoeuvre does not succeed, therefore neither can the rules which apply to total combat suit the case of a manoeuvre, and the particular things which are efficacious in a manoeuvre can contribute nothing to the theory of the combat. 234. Many mixed relations certainly arise in practice, but there is no reason against separating things in theory which in themselves are essentially different. If we know the nature of each part, then the combination of them may easily be made. 235. The destruction of the enemy's armed force is therefore in all cases the aim, and the things named in number 4, B, C, D, E, F, are first called forth by it, but then certainly enter into reciprocal action with it as powers in themselves. 236. Such of these things as perpetually recur, that is to say, are not the consequence of special relations, ought also properly to be regarded as effects of the destruction of the enemy's forces. 237. So far, therefore, as it is possible to establish anything quite general as to the plan of a battle, it can only relate to the most effectual application of our own forces to the destruction of the enemy's. Relation between the magnitude and certainty of the result. 238. In war, and therefore, of course, in combat, we have to deal with moral forces and effects which cannot be nicely calculated. There must, consequently, always remain a great uncertainty as to the result of the means applied. 239. This is still further increased by the number of contingencies with which operations in war are brought into contact. 240. Wherever there is uncertainty, risk becomes an essential element. 241. To risk, in the ordinary acceptation, means to build upon things which are more improbable than probable. To risk in the widest sense is to suppose things which are not certain. We shall take it here in the latter sense. 242. Now, if there was in all cases a clearly defined line between probability and improbability, the idea might occur to us to make it the boundary line of risk, and hold the passing of that line as inadmissible, that is, as risk in the restricted sense of the word. 243. But in the first place such a line is a chimera, and in the next the combat is not an act of reflection only, but of passion and courage as well. These things cannot be shut out. If we should try to confine them too closely, we should divest our own powers of the most powerful springs of action in war, and involve ourselves in constant disadvantage, for in most cases the falling short of the true line, which is so unavoidable and frequent, is only compensated by our sometimes overstepping it. 244. The more favourable our presuppositions, that is to say, the greater the risk we run, so much the greater are the results which we expect by these same means, and therefore the objects which we have in view. 245. The more we risk, the less the probability and consequently the certainty of the result. 246. The greatness of the result and the certainty of it stand therefore in opposition to each other when the means given are the same. 247. The first question now is, how much value we should put upon one or other of these two opposite principles. 248. Upon this nothing general can be laid down. On the contrary, of all questions in war, it is the one most dependent on the particular circumstances in each case. In the first place, it is determined by relations which, in many cases, oblige us to run the greatest risks. Secondly, the spirit of enterprise and courage are things purely subjective, which cannot be prescribed. We can require of a commander that he should judge of his means and relations with professional knowledge, and not overestimate their effects. If he does this, then we must trust to him to turn his means to the best advantage with the aid of his courage. Relation between the magnitude of the result and the price. 249. The second question in relation to the destruction of the enemy's forces concerns the price to be paid for it. 250. With the intention of destroying the enemy's forces is certainly in general included the idea of destroying more than we shall in turn sacrifice on our own part. But this is by no means a necessary condition, for there may be cases, for instance when we have a great superiority in numbers, when the mere diminution of the enemy's forces is an advantage, even if we pay for it by the greater loss on our own side. 251. But even if we aim decidedly at destroying more of the enemy's force than we sacrifice on our own side, still there always remains the question of how great is the sacrifice to be, for according to it the chance of the result naturally rises and falls. 252. We readily perceive that the answer to this question depends on the value which we place on our forces, therefore on individual interests. To these interests the decision must be left, and we can neither say that it is a rule to spare our own troops as much as possible, or to make a lavish use of them. Determination of the nature of combat for the separate parts, cause, etc. 253. The plan of the battle fixes for each single division where, when, and how it is to fight, that is, it fixes time, place, and form of the combat. 254. Here, as well as everywhere, the general relations, that is, those proceeding from the abstract idea, are to be distinguished from those which the particular case brings with it. 255. The manifold diversity in plans of battles must naturally proceed from the special relations in each case, because when the special advantages and disadvantages are sought for and discovered, the former are brought into use and the latter are neutralised. 256. But the general relations also give certain results, and although few in number and simple in form, still they are very important, because they belong to the very essence of the thing, and constitute the basis in all other decisions. Attack and defence. 257. In regard to the nature of the combat, there are only two distinctions which always appear and are therefore general. The first arises from the positive or negative intention, and is the distinction between the attack or defence. The other arises from the nature of arms, and is the distinction between the fire combat and close combat. 258. In the strictest sense, defence should only be the warding off of a blow, and should therefore require no other weapon than a shield. 259. But that would be a pure negation, a state absolutely passive, and making war is anything but patient endurance. The idea of thorough passivity can therefore never be laid at the root of defence. 260. Strictly considered, firearms, the most passive of weapons, have still something positive and active in their nature. Now, the defence makes use in general of the same weapons and also of the same forms of combat as the attack, both in fire and close combat. 261. The defence is therefore to be considered a contest, just as much as the attack. 262. The object of this contest can be nothing but victory, which is therefore just as much an object for the defence as for the attack. 263. There is nothing to justify the conception of the defender's victory being something negative. If somewhat like it in certain cases, that lies in particular conditions. In the conception of the defence, that notion must not enter, otherwise it reacts logically on the whole idea of combat, and introduces into it contradictions, or leads back again by strict deduction to that absurdity, a state of absolute endurance and sufferance. 264. And yet there is a difference between attack and defence, which, while it is one only in principle, is also a very essential one. It is that the assailant wills the action, the combat, and calls it into life, whilst the defender waits for it. 265. This principle runs through all war, therefore through the whole province of combat, and in it all differences between attack and defence have their origin. 266. But whoever wills an action must aim at something thereby, and this object must be something positive, because the intention that nothing should be done could call forth no action. The offensive must therefore have a positive object. 267. Victory cannot be this object, for it is only a means. Even in a case where victory is sought entirely on account of itself, on account of the mere honour of arms, or to influence the political negotiations by its moral weight, still that effect, and not the victory itself, is always the object. 268. The defender, just as well as the aggressor, must have victory in view, but in each the desire springs from a different source. In the offensive, from the object which the victory is to serve; in the defender, from the mere fact of the combat. The one looks down upon it, as it were, from a higher standpoint, the other looks up to it from a lower position. Whoever fights can only fight for the victory. 269. Now, why does the defender fight? That is, why does he accept the combat? Because he will not concede the positive object of the offensive, or in other words, because he wants to maintain the status quo. This is the primary and necessary object of the defender. Whatever further may attach itself to this is not necessary. 270. The necessary intention of the defender, or rather the necessary part of the defender's intention, is therefore negative. 271a. Wherever there is this negativity on the part of the defender, that is, wherever and whenever it is in his interest that nothing should be done, but that things should remain as they are, he is thereby enjoined not to act, but to wait until his opponent acts. But the moment that the latter acts, the defender can no longer attain his object by waiting and not acting. He therefore now acts just as well as his opponent, and the difference ceases. 271b. If we apply this in the first place to the whole combat only, then all difference between attack and defence will consist in this, that the one waits for the other, but the force of the actual combat will not be further influenced by it. 272. But this principle of the defence may also be applied to partial combats. It may be for the interest of corps or parts of an army that no change should take place, and in that way they may also be led to adopt the expectative. 273. This is not only possible as regards branches and corps on the side of the defender, but also as respects those on the side of the assailant. It takes place in reality on both sides. 274. It is natural, however, that it should occur more frequently in the case of the defender than in that of the assailant, but this can only be shown when the particular circumstances in connection with the defensive principle come under consideration. 275. The more we imagine the defensive principle descending to the smallest branches in a total combat, and the more generally it is diffused through all the branches, so much the more passive becomes the whole resistance, so much the more the defence approaches to that point of absolute endurance which we look upon as an absurdity. 276. The point in this direction at which the advantage to the defender of waiting ceases, that is, the point where its efficacy is exhausted, where, to a certain extent, it is satiated, we shall only be able to examine closely hereafter. 277. For the present, all that we deduce from what has been said is that the offensive or defensive intention not only determines something as to the commencement of the combat, but may also pervade its whole course, that by that means there are therefore in reality two different kinds of combats. 278. The plan of the combat must therefore determine in every case whether as a whole it is to be an offensive or defensive combat. 279. It must also determine this point for those corps which have been assigned to them a mission different from that of the general body. 280. If we now leave out of consideration for the present every particular circumstance which might decide the choice of attack and defence, then there is only one rule which presents itself, namely, that when we wish to defer the solution we must act defensively, when we seek it offensively. 281. We shall see this principle come into connection presently with another which will make it plainer. Fire combat and close combat. 282. The plan of the combat must further determine the choice of the form of combat in its relation to arms, that is, fire combat and close combat. 283. But these forms are not so much branches of combat as essential elements of it. They result from the armament, they belong to each other, and only by the combination of the two together can the full power of the combat be developed. 284. The truth of this view, which otherwise is not absolute but only approximative, comprehending the majority of cases, shows itself by the combination of arms in the hands of one combatant, and by the intimate union of different kinds of troops which has become a necessity. 285. But a separation of these two elements, and the use of the one without the other, is not only possible but very frequently happens. 286. In respect to the mutual relations of the two, and their natural order, among themselves, the plan of the battle has nothing to determine, as these are determined already by conception, by the formation, tactical organisation, and the drill ground, and therefore, like the formation, belong to the stereotypic part of the plan. 287. As to the use of these two forms of combat apart from each other, there is no general rule, unless this can pass for such, that such separation must always be regarded as a necessary evil, that is, as a less effective form of action. All cases in which we are obliged to make use of this weaker form belong to the domain of particular circumstances. Occasions for the use of the bayonet alone, such, for instance, as the execution of a surprise, or when there is no time to use firearms, or if we are sure of a great superiority of courage on our side, are plainly only isolated cases. Determination of time and place. 288. As to the determination of time and place, we have in the first place to observe in reference to these two things that in the total combat the determination of place belongs to the defence alone, the determination of time to the attack. 289. But for partial combats the plan either of an offensive or of a defensive combat has to give determinations respecting both. Time. 290. The appointment of time for a partial combat, which seems at first sight only to affect the subject at most in a few points, takes however a different turn on closer examination, and is seen to penetrate it through and through with a ruling idea, decisive in the highest degree, that is, the possibility of a successive use of forces. 291. Simultaneous action is, in itself, a fundamental condition of the common action of separate forces. This is also the case in war, and particularly in the combat, for as the number of the combatants is a factor in the product of the same, therefore, ceteris paribus, the simultaneous application of all our forces, that is, the greatest assemblage of them in time against an enemy who does not employ all his at once, will give the victory, certainly in the first instance only, over the part of the enemy's force which has been employed. But as this victory over a part of the enemy's force raises the moral force of the conqueror and lowers that of the vanquished, it follows, therefore, that although the loss of physical force may be equal on both sides, still this partial victory has the effect of raising the total forces of the conqueror and diminishing those of the vanquished, and that consequently it may determine the result of the total combat. 292. But the deduction drawn in the preceding number supposes two conditions which do not exist. In the first place, that the number of troops must have no maximum, and secondly, that the use of one and the same force has no limits as long as there is anything left of it. 293. As regards the first of these points, the number of combatants is limited at once by space, for all that cannot be brought into actual use are superfluous. By it, the depth and extent of the formation of all combatants intended to act simultaneously is limited, and consequently the number of combatants. 294. But a much more important limitation of numbers lies in the nature of the fire combat. We have seen, number 89c, that in it, within certain limits, the increase of number has only the effect of raising the strength of the fire combat on both sides, that is, its total effects. Now, this increased effect, when it brings no advantage in itself for one side, ceases then to be of service to that side. It therefore easily reaches a maximum in that case. 295. This maximum determines itself entirely by the individual case, by the ground, the moral relations between the opposing troops, and the more immediate object of the fire combat. Here it is enough to say that there is such a thing. 296. The number of troops to be employed simultaneously has therefore a maximum beyond which a waste takes place. 297. In the same way, the use of one and the same body of troops has its limits. We have seen, in number 123, how troops under fire gradually become unserviceable, but there is likewise a deterioration in close combat. The exhaustion of physical force is less there than in fire combat, but the moral effect produced by an unsuccessful issue is infinitely greater. 298. Through this deterioration, which forces used in action suffer, including as well those not actually engaged, a new principle comes into the combat, which is the inherent superiority of fresh troops opposed to those already used. 299. There is still a second subject for consideration, which consists in a temporary deterioration of forces that have been engaged in the crisis which occurs in every action. 300. The close combat in practice may be said to have no duration. In the moment that the shock takes place between two cavalry regiments, the thing is decided, and the few seconds of actual sword fight are of no consequence as regards time. It is very much the same with infantry and with large masses, but the affair is not then finished on that account. The state of crisis which has burst out with the decision is not yet quite over. The victorious regiment pursuing the vanquished at full speed is not the same regiment lately drawn up on the field of battle in perfect order. Its moral force is certainly intensified, but as a rule its physical force, as well as that resulting from military order in its ranks, have suffered. It is only by the loss which his adversary has suffered in moral strength, and by the circumstance that he is just as much disordered, that the conqueror retains his superiority. Therefore, if a new adversary makes his appearance, with his moral force intact and his ranks in perfect order, there can be no question that, supposing the troops equally good, he will beat the conqueror. 301. A similar crisis takes place in the fire combat to such a degree that the side which has just been victorious by its fire and has driven back its enemy still finds itself for the moment in a decidedly weakened condition, as respects order in its ranks and physical and moral force, a condition which lasts until all that has been thrown into disorder is once more restored to its normal relations. 302. What we have said here of smaller divisions holds good with respect to larger ones as well. 303. The crisis is in itself greater in smaller divisions because it has an effect uniformly throughout the whole, but it is of shorter duration. 304. The weakest is a general crisis, especially of a whole army, but it lasts the longest in large armies, often for several hours. 305. As long as the conqueror is in the crisis of the combat, the conquered has, in that crisis, a means of still restoring the combat, that is, of turning its result, if he can bring forward fresh troops in sufficient numbers. 306. In this manner, therefore, the successive employment of troops is introduced in a second way, as an efficacious principle. 307. But if the successive employment of troops in a series of combats following one after another is possible, and if the simultaneous use is not unlimited, then it follows of itself that the forces which cannot be efficacious in simultaneous action may become so in successive. 308. By this series of partial combats, one after another, the duration of the whole combat is considerably extended. 309. This duration now brings into view a fresh motive for the successive use of forces, by introducing a new quantity into the calculation, which is the unforeseen event. 310. If in general a successive use of troops is possible, then it follows that we can no longer know how the enemy will employ his, for only that portion which is brought into action at once comes within the scope of our observation, the rest does not, and therefore we can only form some general conjectures respecting it. 311. By the mere duration of the action, there is brought into our reckoning an increased amount of pure chance, and that element naturally plays a more important part in war than anywhere else. 312. Unforeseen events require a general system of precaution, and this can consist in nothing else than placing in rear a proportionate force, which is the reserve, properly speaking. Depth of the order of battle. 313. All battles which are fought by bodies of troops in succession require, from their very nature, that fresh troops should be forthcoming. These may either be quite fresh, that is, troops which have not been engaged at all, or such as have been in action, but by rest have recovered more or less from their exhaustion. It is easy to see that this gives room for many shades of difference. 314. Both the use of quite fresh troops, as well as the use of such as have been refreshed themselves, supposes that they have been in rear, that is, in a position beyond the region of destruction. 315. This also has its degrees, for the region of destruction does not end at once, but decreases gradually until at last it ends entirely. 316. The range of small arms and of grape are well-defined gradations. 317. The further a body of troops is posted in rear, the fresher they will be when brought into action. 318. But no body of troops which has been within reach of an effective fire of small arms or of grape can be considered fresh. 319. We have therefore three reasons for keeping a certain number of troops in rear. They serve a. to relieve or reinforce exhausted troops, especially in fire combat; b. to profit by the crisis in which the conqueror is placed directly after his success; c. as a provision against unforeseen events. 320. All troops kept back come under these categories, whatever arm they belong to, whether we call them a second line or reserve, whether they are part of a division or of the whole. End of Appendix 4, Part 3. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 4, Section 4 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Polarity of the simultaneous and successive use of troops. 321. As the simultaneous and successive use of troops are opposed to one another, and each has its advantages, they may be regarded as two poles, each of which attracts the resolution to itself, and, by that means, fixes it at a point where they are in a state of equilibrium, provided that this resolution is founded on a right estimate of the opposing forces. 322. Now, we're required to know the laws of this polarity, that is, the advantages and conditions of these two applications of force, and thereby also their relations with one another. 323. The simultaneous employment of forces may be intensified A, with equal fronts both A, in fire combat, B, in close combat, B, with a greater front, that is, enveloping. 324. Only those forces which are brought into efficient activity at the same time can be regarded as applied simultaneously. When the fronts are equal, such application is therefore limited by the possibility of acting effectively. For instance, in fire combat, 3 ranks might perhaps fire at the same time, but 6 cannot. 325. We have shown in number 89 that 2 lines of fire of unequal strength as regards numbers may be a match for each other, and that a diminution of numbers on one side, if it does not exceed certain limits, has only the result of reducing the mutual effect. 326. But the more the destructive effect of the fire combat is diminished, the more time is required to produce the necessary effect. Therefore, that side which desires chiefly to gain time, commonly the defensive side, is interested in modifying as much as possible the total destructive effect of the fire, that is, the sum of the mutual fire. 327. Further, this must also be an object with the side which is much the weaker in point of numbers, because when the losses are equal, his are always relatively greatest. 328. When the conditions are reversed, the interests will be also. 329. When no special interest for hastening the action predominates, it will be in the interest of both sides to do with as few troops as possible, that is, as already said, number 89b, only to employ so many that the enemy will not be induced to come to close quarters at once, owing to the smallness of our numbers. 330. In this manner, therefore, the simultaneous employment of forces in fire combat is limited by the want of any advantage, and both sides have to fall back upon the successive use of the spare forces. 331. In close combat, the superiority in numbers is above all things decisive, and the simultaneous employment of troops is on that account so much to be preferred to the successive, that the latter in theory is almost completely excluded, and only becomes possible through accessory circumstances. 332. Close combat is in fact a decision, and one which lasts hardly any time. This excludes the successive use of forces. 333. But we have already said that the crisis of the close combat affords favourable scope for the successive use of forces. 334. Further, the decisions in partial close combats, belonging to a greater whole, are no absolute decisions. Therefore, the application of our force to the further combats which are possible must also be taken into consideration. 335. This leads then also to not using at one time more troops in close combat than appear to be just necessary to make certain of the result. 336. As regards this point, there is no other general rule except that circumstances which obstruct execution, such as a very courageous enemy, difficult ground, etc., occasion a necessity for a greater number of troops. 337. But for the general theory, it is of consequence to observe that the employment of more troops than is necessary in close combat is never so disadvantageous as in fire combat, because in the first, the troops only become unserviceable at the time of the crisis, not for a continuance. 338. The simultaneous employment of forces in the close combat is therefore subject to this rule, that it must in all cases be sufficient to produce the result, and that the successive use can in no way make up for insufficiency, for the results cannot be added together as in the fire combat. And further, that when once the point of sufficiency is reached, any greater simultaneous application of force becomes a waste of power. 339. Now that we have considered the application of large bodies of troops in fire and close combat by increasing the depth of the same, we come to that which is possible by extending the front, that is, in the enveloping form. 340. There are 2 ways in which we may conceive a greater number of combatants brought simultaneously into action through a greater width of front, viz. 1. By extending our front so as to cause the enemy to extend his also. This does not give us any superiority over the enemy, but it has the effect of bringing more forces into play on both sides. 2. By outflanking the enemy's front. 341. To bring more forces into action on both sides can in very few cases be of any advantage to one of the two sides. It is also uncertain whether the enemy will respond to this further extension of front. 342. If he does not respond, then a part of our front, that is, our forces, will be either unemployed, or we must apply the overlapping part of our front to turn the enemy. 343. It is then only the apprehension of this turning which moves the enemy to extend as far as we have done. 344. If, however, the enemy is to be turned, it is plainly better to make arrangements for that purpose from the first, and therefore we should consider an extension of front only from that point of view. 345. Now, in the employment of troops, the enveloping form has this particular property, that it not only increases the number of troops simultaneously engaged on the two sides, but it also allows us, the party using it, to bring more of them into activity than the enemy can. 346. If, for instance, a battalion with a front 180 paces in length is surrounded and has to show front on four sides, and if the enemy is at a distance of musketry range, 150 yards, from it, then there would be room for 8 battalions to act with effect against that single battalion. 347. The enveloping form, therefore, comes in here on account of this peculiarity, but we must at the same time bring under consideration its other specialities also, that is, its advantages and disadvantages. 348. A second advantage of the enveloping form is the increased effect resulting from the concentration of fire. 349. A third advantage is its effect in the interception of the enemy's retreat. 350. These three advantages of enveloping diminish according as the forces, or rather their fronts, become greater, and they increase the smaller the fronts are. 351. For as regards the first, number 345, the range of arms remains the same, whether the masses of troops be great or small, it being understood that they consist of the same arms of the service. The actual difference, therefore, between the enveloping line and the line enveloped is a quantity which always remains the same, and consequently its relative value is always diminishing in proportion as the front is extended. 352. To surround a battalion at 150 yards, 8 battalions are required, number 346, but 10 battalions, on the other hand, might be surrounded by only 20 battalions. 353. The enveloping form, however, is seldom if ever carried out completely, that is to say, to the complete circle, rarely more than partially, and usually within 180 degrees. Now, if we imagine to ourselves a body of the size of a considerable army, we see plainly how little will remain of the first of the above advantages under such circumstances. 354. It is just the same with the second advantage, as may be seen at a glance. 355. The third advantage also, of course, notably diminishes by the greater extension of the front, although here some other relations also come into consideration. 366. But the enveloping form has also a peculiar disadvantage, which is that the troops being by that form spread out over a greater space, their efficient action is diminished in two respects. 357. For instance, the time which is required to go over a certain space cannot at the same time be utilised for fighting. Now, all movements which do not lead perpendicularly on the enemy's line have to be made over a greater space by the enveloping party than by the party enveloped, because the latter moves more or less on the radii of the smaller circle, the former on the circumference of the greater, which makes an important difference. 358. This gives the side enveloped the advantage of a greater facility in the use of his forces at different points. 359. But the unity of the whole is also lessened by the greater space covered, because intelligence and orders must pass over greater distances. 360. Both these disadvantages of enveloping increase with the increase in the width of the front. When there are only a few battalions, they are insignificant. With large armies, on the other hand, they become important, for 361. The difference between the radius and the circumference is constant, therefore the absolute difference becomes always greater, the greater the front becomes, and it is with absolute differences we are now concerned. 362. Besides, with quite small bodies of troops, few or no flank movements occur, whilst they become more frequent as the size of the masses increases. 363. Lastly, as regards interchange of communications, there is no difference as long as the whole space is only such as can be overlooked. 364. Therefore, if the advantages of the enveloping form are very great and the disadvantages are very small when the fronts are short, if the advantages diminish and the disadvantages increase with the extension of front, it follows that there must be a point where there is an equilibrium. 365. Beyond that point, therefore, the extension of front can no longer offer any advantages over the successive use of troops, but on the contrary, disadvantages arise. 366. The equilibrium between the advantages of the successive use of forces and those of a greater extent of front, number 341, must therefore be on this side of that point. 367. In order to find out this point of equilibrium, we must bring the advantages of the enveloping form more distinctly into view. The simplest way to do so is as follows. 368. A certain front is necessary in order to exempt ourselves from the effect of the first two disadvantages of being surrounded. 369. As respects the convergent double effect of fire, there is a length of front where that completely ceases, namely, if the distance between the portions of the line bent back, in case we are surrounded by the enemy, exceeds that of the range of firearms. 370. But in rear of every position, a space out of reach of fire is required for the reserves, for those who command, etc., whose place is in the rear of the front. If these were exposed to fire from three sides, then they could no longer fulfil the objects for which they are intended. 371. As these details of themselves form considerable masses in large armies, and consequently require more room, therefore the greater the whole, the greater must be the space out of the reach of fire in the rear of the front. Accordingly, on this ground, the front must increase as the masses increase. 372. But the space out of fire behind a considerable mass of troops must be greater, not only because the reserves, etc., occupy more space, but besides that also in order to afford greater security, for in the first place, the effect of stray shots would be more serious amongst large masses of troops and military trains than amongst a few battalions. Secondly, the combats of large masses last much longer, and through that the losses are much greater amongst the troops behind the front who are not actually engaged in the combat. 373. If therefore a certain length is fixed for the necessary extent of front, then it must increase with the size of the masses. 374. The other advantage of the enveloping form, the superiority in the number acting simultaneously, leads to no determinate quality for the front of a line. We must therefore confine ourselves to saying that it diminishes with the extension of front. 375. Further, we must point out that the simultaneous action of superior numbers here spoken of chiefly relates to musketry fire, for as long as artillery alone is in action, space will never be wanting, even for the enveloped on his smaller curve, to plant as many pieces as the enemy can on the greater curve, because there is never enough artillery with an army to cover the whole front of a continuous line. 376. It cannot be objected that the enemy has still always an advantage in the greater space, because his guns need not stand so close, and therefore are less liable to be struck, for batteries cannot be thus evenly distributed by single guns at equal intervals over a great space. 377. In a combat of artillery alone, or in one in which the artillery plays the principal part, the greater extent of the enveloping front gives an advantage, and a great one too, through the great range of artillery, because that makes a great difference in the extent of the two fronts. This case occurs, for example, with single redoubts, but with armies in which the other arms of the service take the most prominent part and artillery only a secondary part, there is not this advantage, because, as already said, there is never any want of space, even for the side enveloped. 378. It is therefore principally in infantry combats that the advantage which the greater front affords of bringing greater numbers into action simultaneously must show itself. The difference of the two fronts in such a case amounts to 3 times the range of the musket, if the envelopment reaches an angle of 180 degrees. That is about 600 paces. Before a front of 600 paces in length, the enveloping line will then be double, which will be sensibly felt, but before a front of 3,000 paces, the additional length would only be 1/5, which is no advantage of any importance. 379. We may therefore say respecting this point that the length of a front is sufficient as soon as the difference resulting from the range of a musket shot ceases to give the enveloping line any very marked superiority. 380. From what has just been said of the two advantages of enveloping, it follows that small masses have a difficulty in obtaining the requisite development of front. This is so true that we know for a fact that they are, in most cases, obliged to give up their regular order of formation and to extend much more. It rarely happens that a single battalion, if left to depend on itself, will engage in a combat without extending its front beyond the ordinary length, 150 and 200 paces. Instead of keeping to that formation, it will divide into companies with intervals between them, then again will extend into skirmishes, and after a part has been placed in reserve, it will take up with the rest altogether twice, 3 or 4 times as much room as it should regularly. 381. But the greater the masses, the easier it is to attain the necessary extension of front, as the front increases with the masses, number 373, although not in the same proportion. 382. Great masses have, therefore, no necessity to depart from their order of formation. On the contrary, they are able to place troops in rear. 383. The consequence of this is, that for large masses a kind of standing formation has been introduced in which portions of the force are drawn up in rear. Such is the ordinary order of battle in 2 lines. Usually there is a third one behind, consisting of cavalry, and besides that also a reserve of 1/8 to 1/6, etc. 384. With very large masses, armies of 100,000 to 150,000 or 200,000, we see the reserve always get greater, 1/4 to 1/3, a proof that armies have a continual tendency to increase further beyond what is required for the extent of front. 385. We only introduce this now to show more plainly the truth of our demonstration by a glance at facts. 386. Such then is the bearing of the first 2 advantages of enveloping. It is different with the third. 387. The first 2 influence the certainty of the result by intensifying our forces. The third does that also, but only with very short fronts. 388. It acts particularly on the courage of those engaged in the front of the enemy's line by creating a fear of losing their line of retreat, an idea which has always a great influence on soldiers. 389. This is, however, only the case when the danger of being cut off is so imminent and evident that the impression overpowers all restraints of discipline and of authority, and carries away the soldier involuntarily. 390. At greater distances, and if the soldier is only led to a sense of danger indirectly by the sound of artillery and musketry in his rear, uneasy feelings may arise within him, but unless his spirit is already very bad, these will not prevent his obeying the orders of his superiors. 391. In this case, therefore, the advantage in cutting off the enemy's retreat which appertains to the enveloping side cannot be regarded as one which makes success more secure, that is, more probable, but only as one which increases the extent of a success already commenced. 392. In this respect, also, the third advantage of enveloping is subject to the counter-principle that it is greatest with a short front and decreases with the extension of front, as is evident. 393. But this does not set aside the principle that greater masses should have a greater extent of front than small ones, because as a retreat is never made in the whole width of a position, but by certain roads, so it follows of itself that great masses require more time for a retreat than small ones. This longer time therefore imposes the necessity of a larger front, that the enemy who envelops this front may not so speedily gain the points through which the line of retreat passes. 394. If, in accordance with number 391, the third advantage of enveloping, in the majority of cases, that is, when the fronts are not too short, only influences the extent but not the certainty of success, then it follows that it will have a very different value according to the relations and views of the combatants. 395. When the probability of result is otherwise small, the first consideration must be to increase the probability. In such a case, therefore, an advantage which relates principally to the extent of the result cannot be of much consequence. 396. But if this advantage is quite opposed, number 365, to the probability of success, in such case it becomes a positive disadvantage. 397. In such a case, endeavour must be made, through the advantage of the successive use of forces, to counterbalance those of the greater extent of front. 398. We see, therefore, that the point of indifference or equilibrium between the two poles of the simultaneous and successive application of our forces, of extension of front and depth of position, is differently situated, not only according as the masses are large or small, but also according to the relations and intentions of the respective parties. 399. The weaker and the more prudent will give the preference to the successive use, the stronger and the bold to the simultaneous employment of forces. 400. It is natural that the assailant should be the stronger or the bolder, whether from the character of the commander or from necessity. 401. The enclosing form of combat, or that form which implies the simultaneous use of forces on both sides in the highest degree, is therefore natural to the assailant. 402. The enclosed, that is, one limited to the successive application of forces and which on that account is in danger of being surrounded, is therefore the natural form of the defensive. 403. In the first there is the tendency to a quick solution, in the latter to gain time, and these tendencies are in harmony with the object of each form of combat. 404. But in the nature of the defensive there lies still another motive which inclines it to the deeper order of battle. 405. One of the most considerable advantages is the assistance of the country and ground, and local defence of the same constitutes an important element of this advantage. 406. Now, one would think this should lead to the front being made as wide as possible in order to make the most of this advantage, a one-sided view which may be regarded as the chief cause of commanders having been so often led to occupy extensive positions. 407. But hitherto we have always supposed the extension of front as either causing the enemy to extend in like manner, or as leading to outflanking, that is, an envelopment of the enemy's front. 408. As long as we imagine both sides equally active, therefore, apart from the point of view of offensive and defensive, the application of a more extended front to envelop the enemy presents no difficulty. 409. But as soon as we combine more or less local defence with the combat in front, as is done in the defensive, then that application of the overlapping portions of the front ceases. It is either impossible or very difficult to combine local defence with outflanking. 410. In order rightly to appreciate this difficulty, we must always bear in mind the form which the case assumes in reality when our view of the enemy's measures is intercepted by the natural means of cover which the ground affords, and therefore troops employed to defend any particular locality may be easily deceived and held in inactivity. 411. From this it follows that in the defensive it is to be considered a decided disadvantage to occupy a greater front than that which the enemy necessarily requires for the deployment of his forces. 412. The necessary extent of front for the offensive we shall examine hereafter. Here we have only to observe that if the offensive takes up too narrow a front, the defensive does not punish him for it, through having made his own front wide at first, but by an offensive enveloping counter-movement. 413. It is therefore certain that the defender, in order that he may not in any case incur the disadvantage of too wide a front, will always take up the narrowest which circumstances will permit, for by that means he can place more troops in reserve. At the same time, these reserves are never likely to be left inactive, like portions of a too extended front. 414. As long as the defender is satisfied with the narrowest front and seeks to preserve the greatest depth, that is to say, as long as he follows the natural tendency of his form of combat, in the same degree there will be an opposite tendency on the part of the assailant. He will make the extent of his front as great as possible, or in other words, envelop his enemy as far as possible. 415. But this is a tendency and no law, for we have seen that the advantages of this envelopment diminish with the lengths of the fronts, and therefore at certain points no longer counterbalance the advantage of the successive application of force. To this law the assailant is subject as well as the defender. 416. Now here we have to consider extension of front of two kinds, that which the defender fixes by the position which he takes up, and that which the assailant is obliged to adopt with a view to outflanking his enemy. 417. If the extension in the first case is so great that all the advantages of outflanking vanish or become ineffective, then the movement must be given up. The assailant must then seek to gain an advantage in another way, as we shall presently see. 418. But if the defender's front is as small as can possibly be, if the assailant at the same time has a right to look for advantages by outflanking and enveloping, still again the limits of this envelopment must be fixed. 419. This limit is determined by the disadvantages inherent to any enveloping movement which is carried too far. Numbers 356 and 365. 420. These disadvantages arise when the envelopment is attempted against a front exceeding the length which would justify the movement, but they are evidently much greater if the fault consists in too wide of an envelopment of a short line. 421. When the assailant has these disadvantages against him, then the advantages of the enemy in the successive employment of force through his short line must tell with more weight. 422. Now it certainly appears that the defender who adopts the narrow front and deep order of battle does not thereby retain all the advantages of the successive use of forces on his side, for if the assailant adopts a front as small, and therefore does not outflank his enemy, then it is possible for both equally to resort to the successive use of their forces. But if the assailant envelops his opponent, then the latter must oppose a front in every direction in which he is threatened, and therefore fight with the same extent of front, except the trifling difference between the extent of concentric circles, which is not worth noticing. With respect to this, there are 4 points which claim our attention. 423. In the first place, let the assailant contract his front as much as he pleases. There is always an advantage for the defender in the combat, changing from the form of one in extended order, and which will be quickly decided, into one which is concentrated and prolonged, for the prolongation of the combat is in favour of the defensive. 424. Secondly, the defender, even if enveloped by his adversary, is not always obliged to oppose a parallel front to each of the divisions surrounding him. He may attack them in flank or rear, for which the geometrical relations are just as those which afford the best opportunity, but this is at once a successive use of forces, for in that it is not at all a necessary condition that the troops employed later should be employed exactly as the first used, or that the last brought forward should take up the ground occupied by the first, as we shall see presently more plainly. Without placing troops in reserve, it would not be possible to envelop the enveloping force in this manner. 425. Thirdly, by the short front, with strong reserves in rear, there is a possibility of the enemy carrying his enveloping movement too far. Number 420, of which advantage may then be taken just by means of the forces placed in rear in reserve. 426. Fourthly, in the last place, there is an advantage to the defender in being secured by this means against the opposite error of a waste of force, through portions of the front not being attacked. 427. These are the advantages of a deep order of battle, that is, of the successive employment of forces. They not only check overextension on the part of the defender, but also stop the assailant from overstepping certain limits in enveloping, without, however, stopping the tendency to extend within these limits. 428. But this tendency will be weakened or completely done away with if the defender has extended himself too far. 429. Under these circumstances, certainly the defender, being deficient in masses in reserve, cannot punish the assailant for his too great extension in his attempt to envelop, but the advantages of the envelopment are, as it is, too small in such a case. 430. The assailant will therefore now no longer seek the advantages of enveloping if his relations are not such that cutting off is a point of great importance to him. In this way, therefore, the tendency of enveloping is diminished. 431. But it will be entirely done away with if the defender has taken up a front of such extent that the assailant can leave a great part of it inactive, for that is to him a decided gain. 432. In such cases, the assailant ceases to look for advantages in extension and enveloping, and looks for them in the opposite direction, that is, in the concentration of his forces against some one point. It is easy to perceive that this signifies the same as a deep order of battle. 433. How far the assailant may carry the contraction of the front of his position depends on a. the size of the masses, b. the extent of the enemy's front, and c. his state of preparation to assume a counter-offensive. 434. With small forces, it is disadvantageous to leave any part of the enemy's front inactive, for as the spaces are small, everything can be seen, and such parts can, on the instant, be applied to active purposes elsewhere. 435. From this follows of itself that also with larger masses and fronts, the front attacked must not be too small, because otherwise the disadvantage just noticed would arise, at least partially. 436. But in general it is natural that when the assailant has good reason to seek his advantage in a concentration of his forces, on account of the excessive extension of front or the passivity of the defender, he can go further in contracting the extent of his front than the defender, because the latter, through the too great extension of his front, is not prepared for an offensive counteraction against the enveloping movement. 437. The greater the front of the defender, the greater will be the number of parts which the assailant can leave unassailed. 438. The same will be the case the more the intention of local defensive is strictly pronounced. 439. And lastly, the greater the masses are generally. 440. The assailant will, therefore, find the most advantage in a concentration of his forces if all these favourable circumstances are combined, namely, large masses, too long a front, and a great deal of local defence on the part of the enemy. 441. This subject cannot be finished until we examine the relations of space. 442. We have already shown, number 291, the use of the successive employment of forces. We have only here to call the attention of our readers to the point that the motives for it relate not only to the renewal of the same combat with fresh troops, but also to every subsequent or ulterior employment of reserve troops. 443. In this subsequent use, there is supreme advantage, as will be seen in the sequel. 444. From the preceding exposition, we see that the point where the simultaneous and successive use of troops balance each other out is different, according to the mass of troops in reserve, according to the proportion of force, according to situation and object, according to boldness and prudence. 445. That country and ground have likewise a great influence is of course understood, and it only receives this bare mention because all application is here left out of sight. 446. With such manifold connections and complex relations, no absolute numbers can be fixed as normal quantities, but there must still be some unit which serves as a fixed point for these complex changeable relations. 447. Now there are two such guides, one on each side. First, a certain depth, which allows the simultaneous action of all the forces, may be looked upon as one guide. To reduce this depth for the sake of increasing the extension of the front must therefore be regarded as a necessary evil. This therefore determines the necessary depth. The second guide is the security of the reserve, of which we have already spoken. This determines the necessary extension. 448. The necessary depth, just mentioned, lies at the foundation of all standing formations. We shall not be able to prove this until hereafter, when we come to treat specially of the order of the three arms. 449. But before we can bring our general considerations to a final conclusion, in anticipation of the above result, we must inquire into the determination of place, as that has some influence upon it likewise. End of Appendix 4, Section 4. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 4, Part 5 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Determination of place. 450. The determination of place answers the question where the combat is to be, as well for the whole as for the parts. 451. The place of combat for the whole emanates from strategy, with which we are not now concerned. We have only here to deal with the construction of the combat. We must, therefore, suppose that both parties have come into contact. The place of the combat will then generally be either where the enemy's army is, in the attack, or where we can wait for it, on the defensive. 452. As regards the determination of place for the members of the whole, it decides the geometrical form which the combatants on both sides should assume in the combat. 453. We leave out of sight at present the forms of detail which are contained in the regular, normal formation, which we shall consider afterwards. 454. The geometrical form of the whole may be reduced to two types, namely to the parallel and to that in concentric segments of circles. Every other form runs into one of these. 455. In fact, whatever parts are supposed to be in actual conflict must be supposed in parallel lines. If therefore an army should deploy perpendicularly to the alignment of the other, the latter must either change its front completely and place itself parallel with the other, or it must at least do so with a portion of its line. But in the latter case, the other army must then wheel round that portion of its line against which no part of the enemy's line has wheeled, if it is to be brought into use, and thus arises an order of battle in concentric pieces of circles or polygonal parts. 456. The rectilinear order is plainly to be considered as indifferent, for the relations of the two parties are precisely alike. 457. but we cannot say that the rectilinear form only arises from the direct and parallel attack, as appears at first sight. It may also take place by the defensive placing himself parallel to an oblique attack. In this case, the other circumstances will certainly not always be alike, for often the new position will not be good, often it will not be quite carried out, etc. We now anticipate this only in order to guard against a confusion of ideas. The indifference which we see in this case lies only in the form of the order of battle. 458. The nature of the form in concentric segments of circles, or portions of polygons, which is the same, has already been sufficiently developed. It is the enveloping and the enveloped order. 459. The question of the placing of the parts in space would be fully settled by the geometrical form of the normal order of battle if it was necessary that some of our troops should be opposed to those of the enemy in every direction. This, however, is not necessary. It is much more a question in each particular case, should all parts of the enemy's line be engaged or not, and in the latter case, which. 460. If we can leave a part of the enemy's force unattacked, we become by that means stronger for the contest with the rest, either by the simultaneous or successive use of our forces, and by that means a part of the enemy's force may have to contend with the whole of our army. 461. Thus we shall either be completely superior to the enemy at the points at which we want our forces, or we shall at least have a stronger force than the general relations between the two armies would give. 462. But these points may be taken to represent the whole, provided that we need not engage the others. There is, therefore, an artificial augmentation of our forces by a greater concentration of the same in space. 463. It is evident that this means forms a most important element in any plan of battle. It is that which is most generally used. 464. The point now is therefore to examine this subject closer in order to determine the parts of an enemy's force which in this sense should be taken to constitute the whole. 465. We have stated in number 4 the motives which determine the retreat of one of the combatants in battle. It is plain that the circumstances from which these motives arise affect either the whole of the force or at least such an essential part of it as surpasses all the rest in importance, and therefore carries them along with it in its fate. 466. That these circumstances affect the whole of the force we can easily conceive if the mass is small, but not if it is large. In such case, certainly, the motives given under D, F, G concern the whole, but the others, especially the loss, affects only certain parts, for with large masses it is extremely improbable that all parts have suffered alike. 467. Now, those parts whose condition is the cause of a retreat must naturally be considerable in relation to the whole. We shall, for brevity's sake, call them the vanquished. 468. These vanquished parts may either be contiguous to each other, or they may be more or less interspersed through the whole. 469. There is no reason to consider the one case as more decisive than the other. If one corps of an army is completely beaten, but all the rest intact, that may be in one case worse, in another better, than if the losses had been uniformly distributed over the whole army. 470. The second case supposes an equal employment of the opposing forces, but we are only occupied at present with the effect of an unequal application of forces, one that is concentrated more at a single or at certain points. We have, therefore, only to do with the first case. 471. If the vanquished parts are close to each other, they may be regarded collectively as a whole, and we mean it to be so understood when we speak of the divisions or points attacked or beaten. 472. If we can determine the situation and relation of that part which dominates over and will carry the whole along with it in its fate, then we have by that means also discovered the part of the whole against which the forces intended to fight the real struggle must be directed. 473. If we leave out of sight all circumstances of ground, we have only position and magnitude, numbers, by which to determine the part to be attacked. We shall first consider the numbers. 474. Here there are two cases to be distinguished. The first, if we unite our forces against a part of the enemy's and oppose none of the rest of his army. The second, if we oppose to the remaining part a small force merely to occupy it. Each is plainly a concentration of forces in space. 475. The first of these questions, viz. How large a part of the enemy's force we must necessarily engage, is evidently the same as how small can we make the width of our front. We have already discussed that subject in number 433 and following. 476. In order the better to explain the subject in the second case, we shall begin by supposing the enemy to be as positive and active as ourselves. It follows in such case that if we take steps to beat the smaller portion of his army with the larger fraction of our own, he will do the same on his side. 477. Therefore, if we would have the total result in our favour, we must so arrange that the part of the enemy's army which we mean to defeat shall bear a greater portion to his whole force than the portion of our force which we risk losing bears to the whole of our army. 478. If, for instance, we would employ in the principal action 3/4 of our force, and use 1/4 for the enemy's occupation on that part of the enemy's army not attacked, then the portion of the enemy's army which we engage seriously should exceed 1/4, should be about 1/3. In this case, if the result is for us on one side and against us on the other, still, with 3/4 of our force, we have beaten 1/3 of the enemy's, whilst he, with 2/3 of his, has only conquered 1/4 of ours. The advantage is, therefore, manifestly in our favour. 479. If we are so superior to the enemy in numbers that 3/4 of our force is sufficient to ensure us victory over half of his, then the total result would be still more to our advantage. 480. The stronger we are in numbers relatively, the greater may be that portion of the enemy's force which we engage seriously, and the greater will then be the result. The weaker we are, the smaller must be the portion seriously attacked, which is in accordance with the natural law that the weak should concentrate his forces the most. 481. But in all this it is tacitly supposed that the enemy is occupied as long in beating our weak division as we are in completing our victory over the larger portion of his force. Should this not be so, and that there is a considerable difference in time, then he might still be able to use a further part of his troops against our principal force. 482. But now, as a rule, a victory is gained quicker in proportion as the inequality between the contending forces is greater. Hence, we cannot make the force which we risk losing as small as we please. It must bear a reasonable proportion to the enemy's force, which it is to keep occupied. Concentration has, therefore, limits on the weaker side. 483. The supposition made in number 476 is, however, very seldom realised. Usually a part of the defender's force is tied to some locality, so that he is not able to use the lex talionis as quickly as is necessary. When that is the case, the assailant in concentrating his forces may even somewhat exceed the above proportion, and if he can beat 1/3 of the enemy's force with 2/3 of his, there is still a probability of success for him in the total result, because the remaining 1/3 of his force will hardly get into difficulty to an equal degree. 484. But it would be wrong to go further with this train of reasoning and draw the conclusion that if the defensive took no positive action at all against the weaker portion of the assailant's force, a case which very often happens, victory would likewise follow in that case also in favour of the assailant, for in cases in which the party attacked does not seek to indemnify himself on the weaker portion of the enemy's force, the chief reason for not doing so is because he has still the means of making the victory of our principal force doubtful by bringing into action against it a portion of that part of his army which has not been attacked. 485. The smaller the portion of the enemy's force is which we attack, the more possible this becomes, partly on account of spaces and distance being less, partly, and more especially, because the moral power of victory over a smaller mass is so very much less. If the mass of the enemy's force which is conquered is small, he does not so soon lose head and heart to apply his still remaining means to the work of restoration. 486. It is only if the enemy is in such a position that he is neither able to do the one nor the other, that is, neither to indemnify himself by a positive victory over our weaker portion, nor to bring forward his spare forces to oppose the principal attack, or, if irresolution prevents him from doing so, that then the assailant can hope to conquer him with even a relatively small force by means of concentration. 487. Theory must not, however, leave it to be inferred that it is the defender only who is subject to the disadvantage of not being able to indemnify himself properly for the concentration of forces made by his adversary. It has also to point out that either of the two parties, either the assailant or the defender, may be involved in such a situation. 488. The assemblage of forces more than are proportionate at some point, in order to be superior in numbers at that point, is in point of fact always founded on the hope of surprising the enemy, so that he shall neither have time to bring up sufficient forces to the spot, nor to set on foot measures of retaliation. The hope of the surprise succeeding founds itself essentially on the resolution being the earliest made, that is, on the initiative. 489. But this advantage of the initiative has also again its disadvantage, of which more will be said hereafter. We merely remark here that it is no absolute advantage, the effects of which must show themselves in all cases. 490. But if we even leave out of consideration the grounds for the success of an intended surprise which are contained in the initiative, so that no objective motive remains, and that success has nothing on its side but luck, still even that is not to be rejected in theory, for war is a game from which it is impossible to exclude venture. It therefore remains allowable, in the absence of all other motives, to concentrate a part of our forces on a venture, in the hope of surprising the enemy with them. 491. If the surprise succeeds on either side, whether it be the offensive or defensive side which succeeds, there will follow a certain inability on the part of the force surprised to redress itself by a retaliatory stroke. 492. As yet we have been engaged in the consideration of the proportions of the part or point to be attacked. We now come to its position. 493. If we leave out every local and other particular circumstance, then we can only distinguish the wings, flanks, rear and centre as points which have peculiarities of their own. 494. The wings, because there we may turn the enemy's force. 495. The flanks, because we may expect to fight there upon a spot on which the enemy is not prepared, and to impede his retreat. 496. The rear, just the same as the flanks, only that the expectation of obstructing or completely intercepting his retreat is here more predominant. 497. But in this action against flanks and rear, the supposition is necessarily implied that we can compel the enemy to oppose forces to us there. When we are not certain that our appearance there will have this effect, the measure becomes dangerous, for where there is no enemy to attack we are inactive, and if this is the case with the principal body, we should undoubtedly miss our object. 498. Such a case as that of an enemy uncovering his flanks and rear certainly occurs now very rarely, still it does happen, and most easily when the enemy indemnifies himself by offensive counter-enterprises. Wagram, Hohenlinden, Austerlitz are examples which may be quoted here. 499. The attack of the centre, by which we understand nothing else than a part of the front, which is not a wing, has this property, that it may lead to a separation of parts, which is commonly termed breaking the line. 500. Breaking the line is plainly the opposite of envelopment. Both measures, in the event of victory, have a very destructive effect on the enemy's forces, but each in a different manner, that is, a. Envelopment contributes to certainty of the result, by its moral effect in lowering the courage of the enemy's troops. b. Breaking the centre contributes to ensure success by enabling us to keep our forces more united together. We have already treated of both. c. The envelopment may lead directly to the destruction of the enemy's army, if it is made with very superior numbers and succeeds. If it leads to victory, the early results are in every case greater by that means than by breaking the enemy's line. d. Breaking the enemy's line can only lead indirectly to the destruction of his army, and its effects are hardly shown so much on the first day, but rather strategically afterwards. 501. Breaking through the enemy's army by massing our principal force against one point supposes an excessive length of front on the part of the enemy, for in this form of attack the difficulty of occupying the remainder of the enemy's force with few troops is greater, because the enemy's forces nearest to the principal attack may easily join in opposing it. Now, in an attack on the centre, there are such forces on both sides; in an attack on a flank, only on one side. 502. The consequence of this is that such a central attack may easily end in a very disadvantageous form of combat through a convergent counter-attack. 503. The choice, therefore, between these two points of attack must be made according to existing relations of the moment. Length of front, the nature and direction of the line of retreat, the military qualities of the enemy's troops and characteristics of their general, lastly the ground, must determine the choice. We shall consider these subjects more fully in the sequel. 504. We have supposed the concentration of forces at one point for the real attack, but it may, no doubt, also take place at several points, at 2 or 3, without ceasing to be a concentration of forces against a part of the enemy's force. At the same time, no doubt, by every increase in the number of points, the strength of the principle is weakened. 505, and yet we have only taken into view the objective advantages of such a concentration, that is, a more favourable relation of force at the capital point. But there is also a subjective motive for the commander or general, which is that he keeps the principal parts of his force more in hand. 506. Although in a battle the will of the general and his intelligence conduct the whole, still this will and this intelligence can only reach the lower ranks much diluted, and the further the troops are from the general-in-chief, the more will this be the case. The importance and independence of subordinates then increase, and that at the expense of the supreme will. 507. But it is both natural, and as long as no anomaly arises, also advantageous, that the commander-in-chief should retain direct control to the utmost extent which circumstances will allow. Reciprocal action. 528. In respect to the application of forces in combat, we have now exhausted everything which can be deduced generally from the nature of those forces. 509. We have only one subject still to examine, which is the reciprocal action of the plans and acts of the two sides. 510. As the plan of combat, properly so called, can only determine so much of the action as can be foreseen, it limits itself usually to three things, viz. 1. The general outline, 2. The preparations, 3. The details of the commencement. 511. Nothing but the commencement can in reality be laid down completely by the plan. The progress demands new arrangements and orders proceeding from circumstances. These are the conduct of the battle. 512. Naturally it is desirable that the principles of the plan should be followed in the conduct, for means and end always remain the same. Therefore, if it cannot always be done, we can only look upon that as an imperfection which cannot be avoided. 513. The conduct of a battle is undeniably a very different thing to making a plan of one. The latter is done out of the region of danger and in perfect leisure. The former takes place always under the pressure of the moment. The plan always decides things from a more elevated standpoint with a wider sphere of vision. The conduct is regulated by, indeed is often forcibly carried away by, that which is the nearest and most individual. We shall speak hereafter of the difference in the character of these two functions of the intelligence, but here we leave them out of consideration and content ourselves with having drawn a line between them as distinct epochs. 514. If we imagine both parties in this situation, that neither of them knows anything of the dispositions of his opponent, then each of them can only make his own comfortably with the general principles of theory. A great part of this lies already in the formation and in the so-called elementary tactics of an army, which are naturally founded on what is general. 515. But it is evident that a disposition which rests only upon that which is general can never have the same efficacy with that which is built upon individual circumstances. 516. Consequently, it may be a very great advantage to combine our dispositions after the enemy and with reference to those of the enemy. It is the advantage of the second hand at cards. 517. Seldom, if ever, is a battle arranged without special regard to individual circumstances. The first circumstance, of which there must always be some knowledge, is the ground. 518. In knowledge of the ground, the defender has the advantage in general, in an especial degree, for he alone knows exactly and beforehand the spot on which the battle is to take place, and therefore has time to examine the locality fully. Here is the root of the whole theory of positions, in as far as it belongs to tactics. 519. The assailant certainly also examines the ground before the fight commences, but only imperfectly, for the defender is in possession of it, and does not allow him to make a full examination everywhere. Whatever he can in some measure ascertain from a distance serves him to lay down his plan. 520. If the defender, besides the advantage of the mere knowledge of the ground, makes another use of it, if he makes use of it for local defence, the result is more or less definite disposition of his forces in detail. By that means his adversary may find out his plans and take them into account in making his own. 521. This is therefore the first calculation made on the enemy's actual moves. 522. In most cases this is to be regarded as the stage at which the plans of both parties end. That which takes place subsequently belongs to the conduct. 523. In combats in which neither of the two parties can be considered as really the defender, because both advance to the encounter, formation, order of battle, and elementary tactics, as regular disposition, somewhat modified by ground, come in place of a plan properly so called. 524. This happens very frequently with small bodies seldomer with large masses. 525. But if action is divided into attack and defence, then the assailant, as far as respects reciprocal action, has evidently the advantage at the stage mentioned at number 522. It is true that he has assumed the initiative, but his opponent, by his defensive dispositions, has been obliged to disclose in great part what he means to do. 526. This is the ground on which, in theory, the attack has been hitherto considered as by far the most advantageous form of combat. 527. But to regard the attack as the most advantageous, or to use a more distinct expression, as the strongest form of combat, leads to an absurdity, as we shall show hereafter. This has been overlooked. 528. The error in the conclusion arises from overvaluing the advantage mentioned in number 525. That advantage is important in connection with the reciprocal action, but that is not everything. To be able to make use of the ground as an ally, and thereby, to a certain extent, to increase our forces, is in very many cases of greater importance, and might be in most cases with proper dispositions. 529. But wrong use of ground, very extended positions, and a false system of defence, pure passivity, have no doubt given to the advantage which the assailant has of keeping his measures in the background an undue importance, and to these errors alone the attack is indebted for the successes which it obtains in practice beyond the natural measure of its efficacy. 530. As the influence of the intelligence is not confined to the plan properly so called, we must pursue our examination of the reciprocal action through the province of the conduct. 531. The course or duration of the battle is the province of the conduct of the battle, but this duration is greater in proportion as the successive use of forces is more employed. 532. Therefore, where much depends on the conduct, there must be a great depth in the order of battle. 533. Now arises the question whether it is better to entrust more to the plan or to the conduct. 534. It were evidently absurd, knowing to leave unexamined any datum which may come to hand, or leave it out of account in our deliberations, if it has any value as regards the proposed course of action. But that is as much to say that the plan should prescribe the course of action as far as there are available data, and that the field of the conduct is only to commence when the plan no longer suffices. The conduct is therefore only a substitute for a plan, and so far is to be regarded as a necessary evil. 535. But let it be quite understood, we are only speaking of plans for which there are real motives. Dispositions which have necessarily an individual tendency must not be founded upon arbitrary hypothesis, but upon regular data. 536. Where therefore data are wanting, there the fixed dispositions of the plan should cease, for it is plainly better that a thing should remain undetermined, that is, be placed under the care of general principles, than that it should be determined in a manner not adapted to circumstances which subsequently arise. 537. Every plan which enters too much into detail of the course of the combat is therefore faulty and ruinous, for detail does not depend merely on general grounds, but on other particulars which it is impossible to know beforehand. 538. When we reflect how the influence of single circumstances, accidental as well as others, increases with time and space, we may see how it is that very wide and complex movements seldom succeed, and that they often lead to disaster. 539. Here lies the chief cause of the danger of all very complex and elaborate plans of battle. They are all founded, often without its being known, on a mass of insignificant suppositions, a great part of which prove inexact. 540. In place of unduly extending the plan, it is better to leave rather more to the conduct. 541. But this supposes, according to 532, a deep order of battle, that is, strong reserves. 542. We have seen (525), that as respects reciprocal action, the attack reaches furthest in his plan. 543. On the other hand, the defensive, through knowledge of the ground, has many reasons to determine beforehand the course of his combat, that is, to enter far into his plan. 544. Were we to stop at this point of view, we should say that the plans of the defensive reach much further into those of the offensive, and that therefore the latter leaves much more to the conduct. 545. But this advantage of the defensive only exists in appearance, not in reality. We must be careful not to forget that the dispositions which relate to the ground are only preparatory measures, founded upon suppositions, not upon any actual measures of the enemy. 546. It is only because these suppositions are in general very probable, and only when they are so, that they, as well as the dispositions based on them, have any real value. 547. But this condition attaching to the suppositions of the defender, and the measures which he therefore adopts, naturally limits these very much, and compels him to be very circumspect in his plans and dispositions. 548. If he has gone too far with them, the assailant may slip away, and then there is on the spot a dead power, that is, a waste of power. 549. Such may be the effect of positions which are too extended, and the too frequent use of local defence. 550. Both these very errors have often shown the injury to the defender from an undue extension of his plan, and the advantage which the offensive may derive from a rational extension of his. 551. Only very strong positions give the plans of the defensive more scope than the plan of the assailant can have, but they must be positions which are strong in every point of view. 552. On the other hand, in proportion as the position available is only indifferently good, or that no suitable one is to be found, or that time is wanting to prepare one, in the same measure will the defender remain behind the assailant in the determination of his plans, and have to trust the more to the conduct. 553. This result therefore shows again that it is the defender who must more particularly look to the successive use of forces. 554. We have seen before that only large masses can have the advantage of a narrow front, and we may now perceive additional motives for the defender to guard himself against the danger of an undue extension of his plan. A ruinous scattering of his forces on account of the nature of the ground, and further that he should place his security in the aid which lies in the conduct, that is, in strong reserves. 555. From this the evident deduction is that the relation of the defence to the attack improves in proportion as the masses increase. 556. Duration of the combat, that is, strong reserves, and the successive use of them as much as possible, constitute therefore the first condition in the conduct, and the advantage of these things must bring with it the superiority in the conduct, apart from the talent of him who applies them, for the highest talent cannot be brought into full play without means, and we may very well imagine that the one who is less skilful but has the most means at command gains the upper hand in the course of the combat. 557. Now there is still a second objective condition which confers in general an advantage in the conduct, and this is quite on the side of the defensive. It is the acquaintance with the country. What advantage this must give when resolutions are required, which must be made without examination and in the pressure of events, is evident in itself. 558. It lies in the nature of things that the determinations of the plan concern more the divisions of higher order, and those of the conduct more the inferior ones, consequently that each single determination of the latter is of lesser importance. But as these latter are naturally much more numerous, the difference in importance between the plan and conduct is by that means partly balanced. 559. Further, it lies in the nature of the thing that reciprocal action has its own special field in the conduct, and also that it never ceases there, because the two parties are inside of each other, and consequently that it either causes or modifies the greatest part of the dispositions. 560. Now, if the defender is specially led by his interest to save up forces for the conduct, number 553, if he has a general advantage in their use, number 557, it follows that he can, by superiority in the conduct, not only make good the disadvantage in which he is placed by the reciprocal action out of the plans, but also attain a superiority in the reciprocal action generally. 561. Whatever may be the relation in this respect between the opposing parties in particular cases, up to a certain point there will always be an endeavour to be the last to take measures, in order to be able, when doing so, to take those of the enemy into account. 562. This endeavour is the real ground of the much stronger reserves which are brought into use in large armies in modern times. 563. We have no hesitation in saying that in this means there is, next to ground, the best principle of defence for all considerable masses. End of Appendix 4, Part 5. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendix 4, Section 6 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Karl von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Character of command. 564. We have said that there is a difference between the character of the determinations which form the plan and those which form the conduct of a battle. The cause of this is that the circumstances under which the intelligence does its work are different. 565. This difference of circumstances consists in three things in particular, namely in the want of data, in the want of time, and in danger. 566. Things which, had we a complete view of the situation, and of all the great interrelations, would be to us of primary importance, may not be so, if that complete view is wanting. Other things, therefore, and as a matter of course, circumstances more distinct, then become predominant. 567. Consequently, if the plan of a combat is more a geometrical drawing, then the conduct or command is more a perspective one. The former is more a ground plan, the latter more of a picture. How this defect may be repaired, we shall see hereafter. 568. The want of time, besides limiting our ability to make a general survey of objects, has also an influence on the power of reflection. It is less a judicial, deliberative, critical judgment than mere tact, that is, a readiness of judgment acquired by practice, which is then effective. This we must also bear in mind. 569. That the immediate feeling of danger to ourselves and others should influence the bare understanding is in human nature. 570. If then the judgment of the understanding is in that way fettered and weakened, where can it fly for support? Only to courage. 571. Here, plainly, courage of a twofold kind is requisite: courage not to be overpowered by personal danger, and courage to calculate upon the uncertain, and upon that to frame a course of action. 572. The second is usually called courage of the mind, courage d'esprit. For the first there is no name which satisfies the law of antithesis, because the other term just mentioned is not, in itself, correct. 573. If we ask ourselves, what is courage in its original sense, it is personal sacrifice in danger, and from this point we must also start, for upon it everything rests at last. 574. Such a feeling of devotion may proceed from two sources of quite different kinds. First, from an indifference to danger, whether it proceeds from the organism of the individual, indifference to life, or habituation to danger, and secondly, from a positive motive, love of glory, love of country, enthusiasm of any kind. 575. The first only is to be regarded as true courage which is inborn or has become second nature, and it has this characteristic, that it is completely identified with the being, therefore never fails. 576. It is different with the courage which springs from positive feelings. These place themselves in opposition to the impressions of danger, and therefore all depends naturally on their relation to the same. There are cases in which they are far more powerful than indifference to the sense of danger. There are others in which it is the most powerful. The one, indifference to danger, leaves the judgment cool and leads to steadfastness. The other, feeling, makes men more enterprising and leads to boldness. 577. If with such positive impulses the indifference to danger is combined, there is then the most complete personal courage. 578. The courage we have as yet been considering is something quite subjective. It relates merely to personal sacrifice and may on that account be called personal courage. 579. But now it is natural that anyone who places no great value on the sacrifice of his own person will not rate very high the offering up of others who, in consequence of his position, are made subject to his will. He looks upon them as property, which he can dispose of just like his own person. 580. In like manner, he who through some positive feeling is drawn into danger will either infuse this feeling into others, or think himself justified in making them subservient to his feelings. 581. In both ways, courage gets an objective sphere of action. It both stimulates self-sacrifice and influences the use of the forces made subject to it. 582. When courage has excluded from the mind all over-vivid impressions of danger, it acts on the faculties of the understanding. These become free because they are no longer under the pressure of anxiety. 583. But it will certainly not create powers of understanding where they have no existence. Still less will it beget discernment. 584. Therefore, where there is a want of understanding and of discernment, courage may often lead to very wrong measures. 585. Of quite another origin is that courage which has been termed courage of the mind. It springs from a conviction of the necessity of venturing, or even from a superior judgment, to which the risk appears less than it does to others. 586. This conviction may also spring up in men who have no personal courage, but it only becomes courage, that is to say, it only becomes a power which supports the man, and keeps up his equanimity under the pressure of the moment, and of danger, when it reacts on the feelings, awakens and elevates their nobler powers. But on this account the expression courage of the mind is not quite correct, for it never springs from the intelligence itself. But that the mind may give rise to feelings, and that these feelings, by the continued influence of the thinking faculties, may be intensified, everyone knows by experience. 587. Whilst, on the one hand, personal courage supports, and by that means heightens the powers of the mind, on the other hand, the conviction of the mind awakens and animates the emotional powers. The two approach each other and may combine, that is, produce one and the same result in command. This, however, seldom happens. The manifestations of courage have generally something of the character of their origin. 588. When great personal courage is united to high intelligence, then the command must naturally be nearest to perfection. 589. The courage proceeding from convictions of the reason is naturally connected chiefly with the incurring of risks in reliance on uncertain things and of good fortune, and has less to do with personal danger, for the latter cannot easily become a cause of much intellectual activity. 590. We see, therefore, that in the conduct of the combat, that is, in the tumult of the moment and of danger, the feeling powers support the mind, and the latter must awaken the powers of feeling. 591. Such a lofty condition of soul is requisite if the judgment, without a full view, without leisure, under the most violent pressure of passing events, is to make resolutions which shall hit the right point. This may be called military talent. 592. If we consider a combat with its mass of great and small branches, and the actions proceeding from these, it strikes us at once that the courage which proceeds from personal devotion predominates in the inferior region, that is, rules more over the secondary branches, the other more over the higher. 593. The further we descend the order of this distribution, so much the simpler becomes the action, therefore the more nearly common sense becomes all that is required. But so much the greater becomes the personal danger, and consequently personal courage is so much the more required. 594. The higher we ascend in this order, the more important and the more fraught with consequences become the action of individuals, because the subjects decided by individuals are more or less those on which the whole is dependent. From this it follows that the power of taking a general and comprehensive view is the more required. 595. Now, certainly the higher position has always a wider horizon, overlooks the whole much better than a lower one. Still, the most commanding view which can be obtained in a high position in the course of an action is insufficient, and it is therefore also chiefly there where so much must be done by tact of judgment, and in reliance on good fortune. 596. This becomes always more the characteristic of the command as the combat advances, for as the combat advances, the condition of things deviates so much the further from the first state with which we were acquainted. 597. The longer the combat has lasted, the more accidents, that is, events not calculated upon, have taken place in it. Therefore, the more everything has loosened itself from the bonds of regularity, the more everything appears disorderly and confused here and there. 598. But the further the combat is advanced, the more the decisions begin to multiply themselves. The faster they follow in succession, the less time remains for consideration. 599. Thus it happens that by degrees, even the higher branches, especially at particular points and moments, are drawn into the vortex, where personal courage is worth more than reflection, and constitutes almost everything. 600. In this way, in every combat, the combinations exhaust themselves gradually, and at last it is almost courage alone which continues to fight and act. 601. We see, therefore, that it is courage and intelligence elevated by it which have to overcome the difficulties that oppose themselves to the execution of command. How far they can do so, or not, is not the question, because the adversary is in the same situation. Our errors and mistakes, therefore, in the majority of cases will be balanced by his. But that which is an important point is that we should not be inferior to the adversary in courage and intelligence, but above all things, in the first. 602. At the same time, there is still one quality which is here of great importance. It is the tact of judgment. This is not purely an inborn talent, it is chiefly practice which familiarises us with facts and appearances, and makes the discovery of truth, therefore a right judgment, almost habitual. Herein consists the chief value of experience in war, as well as the great advantage which it gives an army. 603. Lastly, we have still to observe that if circumstances in the conduct of war always invest what is near with an undue importance over that which is higher or more remote, this imperfect view of things can only be compensated for by the commander in the uncertainty as to whether he has done right, seeking to make his action at least decisive. This will be done if he strives to realise all the possible results which can be derived from it. In this manner, the whole of the action, which should always, if possible, be conducted from a high standpoint, where such a point cannot be attained, will at least be carried in some certain direction from a secondary point. We shall try to make this plainer by an illustration. When in the tempest of a great battle, a general of division is thrown out of his connection with the general plan, and is uncertain whether he should still risk an attack or not, then, if he resolves upon making an attack, in doing so the only way to feel satisfied, both as regards his own action and the whole battle, is by striving not merely to make his attack successful, but also to obtain such a success as will repair any reverse which may have in the meantime occurred at other points. 604. Such a course of action is called, in a restricted sense, resolute. The view, therefore, which we have here given, namely, that chances can only be governed in this manner, leads to resolution, which prevents any half measures, and is the most brilliant quality in the conduct of a great battle. End of Appendix 4, Section 6. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. End of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham.